死んだは初めて俺に伝えている。
絶望の匂いだ。
面白いこと見せようか。ほら、こんなにガチンが多すぎて。
お父さん。
あかん。
ドナルド君はまだ死ぬ時じゃないでしょ。
アメリカ万歳。ファイト。
絶対負けないよ。
ランドトゥライドまで。
出ろ。だってまだサンキュー言ってないでしょ。一回も言ってください。
おい、仲良くしておけ。この世界季節にいけるかな。昔グレートだと大きにまたグレートになるかな。あのさ、有名人なら誰かのマンコを掴んでいいさ。そう言い張らせるで。
Hello, everyone. Welcome into another day of the protest, riots, criminal behavior in California. And it looks to be getting even worse as we speak. There is a ton of video that I have to show all of you. Sorry I wasn't live earlier. I had some very important business to handle playing Mario Kart World. But in all seriousness, I'm glad that we're live now. Yeah, it's been a pretty crazy day, and it truly is, as someone said in the chat, Gotham City. Emu Otaku says Jeremy secretly used to watch Dawson's Creek. Honestly, there's probably a few shows and movies back in the day that I would have that would be embarrassing for me to admit that I watched. Dawson's Creek is not one of them. I've never seen a single episode of Dawson's Creek. I haven't. I know James Vanderbeek is in it, and that's about all I know. And what's her name? Is it Katie Holmes? Is Katie Holmes in that? I think that's all I know about it. But let's see. Sam Uri says, I went from is it a Star Wars vid to Fox vid, and I knew you were live now. There we go. Pat Patriot says, Jeremy, thanks for all of your work and congratulations on your success. You truly are an inspiration to millions of people. Never let that extra chromosome stop you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let me show you this clip right here. This is earlier. This is these people are nuts. They're absolutely nuts. Right here. Watch.
They're killing everybody on that side. Cross the street.
Now, what's interesting is just within the last few minutes, and I have to see if I can find it, but right now, as we speak, and you're looking at it on this screen, you got thousands of anti-ICE rioters have taken over the 101 freeway and shut it down completely. Hundreds of drivers are trapped on the expressway with violent rioters. It's time to deploy the Marines. That's what a post that I'm looking at right now. But listen, this is the insanity that we're dealing with right now. Okay. With all of the chaos going on in Los Angeles right now, would you believe it? I'm not making this up. I'm actually going to show you so you don't think that I'm making this up, because it would almost sound like a fucking meme. Governor Gavin Newsom has formally requested President Trump rescind the deployment of National Guard to Los Angeles and return them to Newsom's command. This is a serious breach, he says. Oh my God, dude. These people, Gavin Newsom is a complete psychopath.
the southbound side is completely shut down. And we'll see once those officers on foot reach the front of these cars, and now they are allowing cars to go through single file here. Is that an officer directing traffic, or is that a demonstrator? That just, I think that might just be a demonstrator who are now trying to get these cars out of there. I think they want to free people up and just take over the entire freeway, maybe on foot, and clear out these cars. That's an interesting one. Bruce, I've never seen that before.
I have not seen that before, too, but I'm sure there are leaders in the group who don't want to inconvenience motorists, and they're like, hey, at least open up one lane. Let's get these cars out of here.
Oh, I'm sure that their top priority is to not inconvenience people. Yes, mostly peaceful protest. Thank you, ABC News. Yeah, I'm sure they're just, they don't want to inconvenience people, guys. They're really good people. These are good people. Get the fuck out of here.
They probably want some space to deal with here, Bruce, I'm guessing, just to let the cars in front of them move out and then give them some free space to move in on these demonstrators?
It has been crazy,
they're formulating a
It
plan
has been
on what to
crazy.
do. If they can keep one lane, at least 2 lanes open, push the demonstrators off to the side, it's a win-win for everybody. They get their civil unrest notifications, LAPD gets the freeway open.
Thank you for the member
GHG
message.
does, and the motorists are moving on their way.
Yeah, and once again, we feel sorry for that front line, those last cars who thought they were going to make it out of here, and now once again have to stop. I think if we can pan over to the left, are these cars that are backed up? They're all making their way out of there?
I appreciate it, Cole Hauser.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank
so
you,
they're
brother.
siphoning down to a single. Nope, they've been stopped once again. So whoever's idea it was to let them through has been overruled. It looks like, and now they are being stopped.
But ABC, I thought that they were just being really nice. I thought that they just wanted the traffic to pass through because they're such well-meaning individuals. Absolutely ridiculous. These are criminals, is who they are. All of these people are criminals. You're disturbing the peace is what you're doing right now. That's what you're doing. That's who these freaks are. Now you've got right here, we've got a clash going on.
Fuck you! Fuck you, sir! Fuck you, Corona! Fuck you, Freeman, you fucking coward! Fuck you, Leo! Get on that fucking patrol! Get on the fucking shit! You guys ain't shit! You guys are still in the patrol!
It's absolutely insane, dude. So this is where we are right now. I do not know exactly how many National Guards members are in Los Angeles yet. I heard that there was a few hundred, but I'm not sure how many completely at this point. But look at this. Just look at this scene. Look at Gotham City right now, because that's what we have. This is Gotham City.
Driving down the street.
Yeah. Hopefully, traffic apps can help people as well. That you do not want to go through this area. If you can avoid downtown, surface streets and the freeway, avoid it if you can, because it is going to be a slog to get through, and it's going to take some time. Back at the Roybal, this is the intersection of Temple and Alameda. The crowd continues to be in the midst of this, in the middle of this intersection. We do see that bike. I think there were 2 motorcycles down on the line. That one remains down on the ground. I think they tried to drag one away. I did not see how these vehicles made their way into this position. But that is a motorcycle, Bruce. I don't think that's a law enforcement motorcycle, right? That's not CHP.
It was somebody's personal bike.
Yeah.
They took the driver into custody and the bike was left there.
Right. So now we see Alameda is blocked off if you're coming towards the view of this camera. Temple is blocked off to the left. And then if you travel up, Alameda is where the view from Air 7 is now looking, the overpass of the 101 freeway. I don't see those.
So President Trump released a statement earlier, and this is what President Trump had to say.
What's the bar for sending Marines to
The bar is what I think it is. I mean, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order. We're going to be watching it very closely. And when they spit at people, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit, and worse, you know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do as a common thing. They get up to them this far away and then they start spitting in their face. That happens, they get hit very hard.
Yes, this is so awesome. They spit, we hit.
Getting to invoke that Insurrection Act, you still plan to send troops?
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart like it was under Biden and his auto pen.
And his auto pen. All right, so here you have the mostly peaceful protest going on.
People. So you have that situation. And if Rob White's
What's up, Drunk 3PO?
And goes to Alameda and Temple, a little further down, that's where our other news, Air 7 was looking at, where we saw those motorcycles. We heard reports earlier that someone, not law enforcement, actually drove that motorcycle that we saw on the ground and a second motorcycle into the skirmish line. There are reports of officers that were injured in that. We did hear that those officers are in stable condition, have been stabilized, and they are being stabilized by EMTs at the
I don't
scene
want
here.
to, NR.
So
I don't want to.
that,
Is Joe Pops live? I
LAPD
don't
is
know.
working on.
I don't
and
know.
Then you have this situation that keeps kind of ebbing and flowing here with CHP figuring out what to do with these protesters.
We don't hate the
on
mainstream
southbound
liberal
lanes
media
on the
enough.
freeway.
If this
You
were a
have
Trump
couple
supporter,
cars that
how
were
would
able
the
to go
story be
through,
framed?
and, we'll see what
100%.
happens from this point on, because,
Imagine if Kamala
there
Harris was president
that
right now.
group
This
of
would be
law
the entire
enforcement that
country.
made their
This
way
would be
onto
the entire
freeway,
country.
and a lot of protesters
And
cleared out when they saw that.
not only that, if Kamala Harris was president right now, I wouldn't even be able to be live talking about this. Because if you remember, YouTube changed the dislike. They took the public dislikes away during the Biden administration. Because why? Because the White House was getting ratioed. If you remember this, the White House YouTube channel, every time Joe Biden would appear, the most popular president in history, every time the most popular president in history appeared on the White House YouTube channel, he was getting massively ratioed. So YouTube changed the rules to appease the White House and appease the Biden administration. Drunk 3PO says, best show on YouTube, hail Snake Pit. What's up, Drunk 3PO? In the house. Jay blocking Dan Vask. Can you believe he blocked Dan Vask? I can't believe it. It's insane. Munchie Ninja says, Jeremy, I dare you to Google the name of the largest deportation operation under General Eisenhower. I'll look it up. You also sent a 20 for that one. You didn't have to send a 20, brother. I was getting to him. Thank you, Munchie Ninja. A name I have never mispronounced ever. Okay? I've never, for all the new viewers of this channel, I have never mispronounced Munchie Ninja and said another word that starts with an N and ends with an A. Never done it. It's never happened. But if it did happen, it would be the first time. Because if I accidentally say a word, it will be the first time I've said the word, right? It's all good. Lanchneck Zackass says, it is illegal. It is illegal to have fireworks in LA, using them as weapons. These rioters should be charged with attempted murder. 12th century China started using them for warfare. This is practically war. Babo Yogi says, LA doesn't have rednecks driving F-350s with railroad tires and bumpers. Hail Snake Pit, hail the 199, Mod Lives Matter, and happy birthday month to Lady Erin D. Look at there. Yeah, I saw that. I saw he had the multi-streams going, oh shit, what's going on? Hang on.
Between those demonstrators and members of the federal government and local law enforcement who have taken to the streets in direct opposition to ICE raids and the handling of immigrants by the Trump administration. We are going to stay with you on air here for the time being to see how this plays out, but demonstrators are now on the 101 freeway. That's the shot from Air 7. On the left side of your screen is the southbound side of the 101, taken over by demonstrators on the road surface. The right side is the 101 northbound, which is once again flowing. It had been shut down several times this afternoon, but the northbound side is moving again. It looks like at the top there might be some cars who are working to turn around. I saw some vehicles facing kind of sideways on the 101 a little further. This is an overpass overlooking all of this, where a large crowd has gathered. There have been several focal points today, one outside the federal building, where we have seen confrontation and unrest for the last 2 days here in LA. at the Roybal Federal Detention Facility. There was confrontation yet again today, this time for the first time with National Guard soldiers guarding the entrance to the facility, at one point with riot shields in place, pushing that crowd back. LAPD officers were called in, and they have now cleared that section of Alameda from the the entrance to the detention facility. A large crowd has been cordoned off to the intersection of Temple and Alameda. This is another large crowd that is on the overpass looking over the 101 freeway as they see demonstrators down on the road surface below. Things have been tense. We saw large...
So apparently Hassan is live in the middle of all of this. Hassan is live in the middle of all of this right now. This is his Twitch feed, and Hassan is out there. Of course he is. Yeah. So this is Hassan's Twitch account. What this is absolute insanity, dude. I'm not going to watch his fuck him, but I just wanted to let you guys know about it. So holy crap, what a disaster this is right now.
They often make their way onto the 101, and it has happened yet again
What's
today.
up, Maximus
At the bottom
BT?
of the screen, you can see the roof of City Hall. That is where another demonstration
They
began.
did
At
miss
2
it
o'clock
last
today,
night,
we
didn't
saw
they?
1,000 people gathered in Gloria Molina Grand Park. And
Drunk
the street
3PO is my
passing through
hero
there.
next to
They
Salty
made their
Cracker.
way
Look at
down
that,
the street
Jay.
2 blocks to the Federal Center, where they joined the other crowd demonstrating there. Our focal point, you can use that building under construction as a reference point. This is Temple and Alameda here. The crowd has still
If anyone wants
maintained
lore
their
details,
presence
it's Cobra
with that
Cast with the
line of
title Trump
officers
and
that have
Vivek
blocked
together
off
in New
both
Hampshire,
Temple
timestamp
and Alameda, heading
10140.
back up towards the federal building.
First
We
time in my
will
life
see
I've
how
ever
this
said that
plays
word.
out. We have
It's first
cameras
time
on
ever.
the ground as well as 2 in the air. There is the motorcycle in question. Gabe Santos, who is in Air 7, which we'll go back to in just momentarily, has said that he heard that 2 officers were injured due to that motorcycle, and a second which has subsequently been dragged from the scene. It might still be somewhere out there, Gabe. I'm not sure if you can have eyes on it, if that is the bike in question, but there were 2 and officers were injured.
GTA 6 trailer goes
Yeah,
hard.
Jory, it was those 2 bikes that we were just looking at that are
Thank
on
you,
the ground,
Spirian.
and we did hear from earlier reports from LAPD that those 2 bikes actually drove towards the skirmish line and then fell down, and those bikes hit officers. Officers were trying to make careful use of my words here, but the LAPD radio traffic did allude to the fact that those officers were injured, and they were treated at the scene by EMTs who are part of LAPD that were already here. So they were treated, and they remain at the scene, and they have been stabilized at this time. So we don't have an exact number exactly of how many officers were hit, but we do know that a few of them actually were hit by 2 motorcycles from the outside. So not law enforcement motorcycles. These were, we can go out on a limb here and say protester motorcycles drove into the skirmish line of LAPD, and it caused injury to a couple, at least, officers here in the downtown area.
Yeah, and again, I don't think this was, people have in their mind of someone driving a motorcycle into a crowd. I don't think that's what happened here. I think the motor...
All right, we're going to go right back to that. I don't know if you saw this earlier, but Maxine Waters had a door slammed in her face at the ICE facility. This is one of the most glorious moments you will see. This dumb bitch just trying to force her way into the ICE facility.
Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public appearance.
I need to get in. Excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public appearance.
I need to get in.
That is what I voted for right there. That is what I voted for. Here we go. Back to this. Here we go. We got more shit going on.
This might just be someone tending to their child in the back seat. Yep. Getting back in their vehicle and trying to get out of there. Again, people who have no intention of being part of this situation, being forced to deal with it because they are just simply driving down the 101 freeway and dragged into this situation. Again, you see someone with a small child in the back seat. This can be a really scary situation. You don't know are going to play out. I don't know if we have Bruce Thomas still on the line, but these can be very scary situations when you're talking about civilians stuck in these situations. That was a woman with a small child in the back seat, now stuck on the 101 with an angry group of demonstrators on the overpass and the surface itself, and law enforcement trying to regain control, Bruce.
Well, but
Yeah, Jory,
but you guys told us earlier that they were just so concerned with the people on the freeway, and they just wanted them to, you know, they didn't want to hold anyone up, and they were helping direct traffic because these are such wonderful, peaceful individuals. They're just trying to help everyone. That's what ABC News told us earlier.
get everybody out of there and then retake this freeway. I think CHP, just by the sheer numbers, has said, you know what, this is not acceptable anymore.
Yeah, and it looks like they are now going to move in, but a decent number of people have now gathered on the freeway. Those officers are going to be outnumbered. We'll see. It looks like some of the leaders of this group are out front, kind of rallying their troops as the officers are going to emerge at some point from beneath this. We see some already in tactical gear lining the entrance to this underpass here, and with some reinforcements coming in from behind them. We'll see what they plan to do, whether they're going to form a skirmish line here and start backing these people up and back them up the on-ramp the way we've seen them be pushed back from the entrance to the federal building.
I want to show you what we're dealing with right now. So during a live CNN broadcast, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass stated that there's no need for federal troops to be deployed in the city.
Spread them out a bit. Now, obviously, they're trying to disperse them. I'm curious if now that the National Guard troops are there on the ground, if there's any urgency on the police department's part to really put out an even stronger force and a stronger posture to get this under control so you can, and I know your governor has said that they don't want, that he's formally requested that the National Guard troops go back, that they're not needed. Were those things correlated?
Well, I absolutely agree with the governor in asking that the troops be withdrawn. I don't think that is the way to bring peace in Los Angeles. I think that our law enforcement officers can handle this situation, but I just have to repeat again, it's a feeling here of intentional chaos in a situation that had not broken out to violence, short of a few people, and there's nothing unusual about it.
Mostly peaceful, guys. Mostly peaceful. Right here, mostly peaceful. Okay.
People that are there to protest. We are having an administration that's targeting peaceful protests. People that are there to protest. The president is sending the National Guard because he doesn't like the scenes. He doesn't like the scenes of people peacefully protesting. We are having an administration.
This is just mental illness at this point in time is what this is.
Outside had been interrupted several times. That is now flowing, although a little bit slower, as you can imagine. When you're driving through downtown and you see people standing on the freeway on the other side, it's going to slow you down a bit. But there are looks like no people walking on the northbound side. That is now entirely relegated to the southbound side. And
I'm not overly familiar with downtown LA, but I feel like the 101 is the main freeway there. Am I correct about that? For people that are familiar with the area, I believe that that's like the main freeway, correct? It is? Okay. So, and it has been completely blocked at this point in time. So the busiest freeway in downtown Los Angeles is, and it's what, about 4 o'clock in Los Angeles now? And so we're expecting traffic to get significantly worse over the next hour or two because well, it's Sunday, so I guess it won't be as bad because it's Sunday. But still, I mean, I've been to California a few times. I've driven in that area, and I know how bad traffic gets, no matter if it's, you know, Monday through Friday or if it's the weekends. So right now, I don't know where the location of the National Guard is, and I'm trying to find that information out.
States have now put out a statement, and I'll read it now if nothing else happens while we're waiting movement on the 101. It reads, President Trump's move to deploy California's National Guard is an alarming abuse of power. Governors are the commanders-in-chief of their National Guard, and the federal government activating them in their own borders without consulting or working with the state's governor is ineffective and dangerous. Further, threatening to send the U.S. Marines into American neighborhoods undermines the mission of our service members, erodes public trust, and shows the Trump administration does not trust local law enforcement. This statement continues. It's important we respect the executive authority of our country's governors to manage their National Guards, and we stand with Governor Newsom, who has made it clear that violence is unacceptable and that local authorities should be able to do their jobs without the chaos of this federal interference and intimidation. Again, that is from a group of Democratic governors from 22 states backing Governor Newsom from California when it comes to President Trump taking over the California National Guard.
So here's what we have. The American people remember the summer of love. We remember when President Trump tried to play by your rules. President Trump told these areas that were being affected by the George Floyd riots that we will send the National Guard in to stabilize the situation. All of these Democrats said, no, we don't want your help. And President Trump respected that situation and said, I'm just offering you the help if you need it. And guess what? More people died during the summer of love than January 6th, but the Democrats don't want to talk about the summer of love, do they? Of course they don't. The Democrats don't want to talk about that. So Donald Trump learned his lesson and said, I'm not asking anymore. If you can't do your job, I'll do it for you. So there you have it.
From the Department of Homeland Security also orbiting the area. We saw a similar helicopter, if not the same one, working the scene yesterday in Paramount. So that helicopter may be being brought in to bring in additional resources here. In any event, back on the freeway, you have a number of CHP resources pouring in, a lot of calls for help being made initially by LAPD. LAPD was initially requested to help with the freeway situation here as they saw the crowd move towards the freeway. And LAPD noted that they don't have anybody to spare. They've already asked all additional resources to report to the scene in front of the federal building where Alameda and Temple cross. And that's where we saw that situation with the motorcycles. We're still waiting a little more detail on what happened there, but the word, at least from officers on the ground, is that those motorcycles were driven into that skirmish line. As you mentioned, we don't know what speed. We don't know whether or not they plowed into the skirmish line or anything like that. It doesn't appear to be so, because it appears that whatever injuries were suffered by those officers in the skirmish line, they appear to be mild, if not moderate, at most. They were treated at the scene, and they are what we've heard as in stable condition now. And we don't know a specific number of officers, but it does appear to be more than 2. So that's the situation there. Back on the freeway, you have a different department. So you have LAPD working the surface streets, and now CHP working the freeway now, and they're bringing in a lot of additional resources. As I mentioned, about 20 cars, 20 CHP cars already backed up behind the traffic that had initially been stopped.
So yeah, we have right here, people are having to turn around because rioters have took over the freeway in LA. Every single one of these people are subject to arrest. They are waving Mexican flags, occupying American territory. Get the National Guard in here. Agreed. Get the National Guard in here immediately.
You can see that CHP blockade there. They even have cones down now, which gives the indication that
David
this is going to be a
Phillips.
long-term
Thank you,
closure,
brother.
which I think, considering everything that we've seen here today, that's probably safe to be assumed. And there you can see the number of CHP units that have kind of
I agree
made
completely,
camp there
Blast Radius.
under
I agree.
the Main Street Bridge here, and now you have that contingent of CHP units, CHP Special Enforcement units under the Los Angeles Street Bridge, at least making themselves known to these protesters, probably making verbal commands out, giving the order to get off the freeway. And obviously you could see here by the static situation that we're starting to see. And now another flow or so of people making their way down the street. That looks to be a sign with that a couple of other protesters are holding there. And just from what we've seen here in the past few minutes, it appears to be kind of a ebb and flow of people that kind of flow onto the freeway, and then another influx of CHP officers will come in, kind of scare a few people off the freeway, and then things will calm down for a little bit, and in those calm moments, more people will kind of flood back into the freeway. But at least at this
when I have facial hair, you guys tell me to shave it, and then I don't have it. You want me to grow it back? You can't make up your mind, chat. Can't make your mind.
Making their way into the area.
Thank you, Warbrier.
And LAPD units as well, as Rob, our photographer, swings the camera over to the right, so you could see this Black Hawk helicopter that we believe.
The bottom line here is I do think that I 100% think that Donald Trump is actively playing this situation up so that it gets more coverage, because it highlights the bigger problem that the media doesn't normally want to talk about. The media never talks about this stuff, and now they're talking about it nonstop. So I think that Trump is probably putting the National Guard in the area to make sure that, you know, they're there to stabilize the situation. But for right now, because Trump is a master showman, and he wants to get the legislation passed so that we can have mass deportations. There's nobody better at this than Donald Trump. Nobody. And the Democrats are walking right into his hands. How can you as an American see this like this? Look at this shit. Trump must go now. A bunch of illegal immigrants are saying Trump must go now. Of course you're saying that. Of course, a bunch of illegal immigrants are saying Trump must go now. You're not helping your case. And Donald Trump is too smart for you.
And she said she disagrees with the federalization of California troops, although she did say she was willing and ready to work with people like the border czar.
Thank you, Logan Miller, for the 5 Get to memberships.
Has said some inflammatory things in the past. He went on Fox News yesterday saying that LA Mayor Karen Bass should thank him for making her city safer with these ICE raids. Okay, on the ground covering this all, in the thick of it, has been ABC News' Matt Gutman. We want to go to him right now, who has been outside the detention facility, the federal building, all afternoon. Matt, what can you tell us?
Hey, Jory, I mean, we just heard that mention of that skirmish here, and at least one motorcycle, possibly a second that we actually physically saw it breaking through that skirmish line. It's unclear if that motorcyclist was just trying to do a wheelie, like turning around, and lost control of the motorcycle, or if it was intentional. But several of those people who have been detained are right there behind us. Unclear what and whether they will be charged with any crime. But you can see this is what it's looked like for the past, I'd say, an hour or so. That line of officers from the LAPD pushing everybody back and using a tremendous amount of non-lethal force. You can see those flashbang canisters, the sponges, 40 millimeter like this, that they fired at people just to continue to push them back. I don't think I've seen this much use of non-lethal in a very long time. We've also seen significant number of rocks, bottles, projectiles that are very dangerous being hurled at the LAPD on this side of the skirmish line. Right now it's at stalemate, Jerry, but there is something I just want to show you. Is like that police skirmish line that you saw behind me started probably 400 yards back, almost at the 101. And I don't know if you can see, but the amount of debris and how far it goes back, all of what you're seeing was either thrown by protesters or fired by the LAPD. So a significant interaction here. And obviously, as you saw from the hundreds of protesters that are still here, it's probably not going to end anytime soon, Jory.
Yeah, we watched that line be pushed back down Alameda and saw a near constant volley of those non-lethals at protesters. We watched all afternoon those federalized National Guardsmen and women guarding the entrance to the federal building. Are they still there? Can you tell if they're still on scene from your vantage point?
I believe that they are. The last time when we got pushed back, they were here. I would be shocked if they left. So, you know, it was federal law enforcement plus California National Guard. I would say a pretty fair mix. One of the things that surprised me, Jory, that I hadn't seen in a while was right front and center on the second story near the shrubbery was a sniper. It looked like a federal law enforcement officer, but a sniper was right there. So far, I mean, at that point, it seemed like a very peaceful demonstration. Law enforcement had deployed some sort of less than lethal, perhaps some pepper spray, and certainly some flashbangs. But what happened here was a step above. That was different. We saw some really significant physical interactions between the LAPD and these protesters. The size of the rocks and projectiles, I'm going to see if I can try to find another one for you, that were thrown were significant. This is a piece of concrete or road that was picked up and chucked. You can see some of the sharper end stones over here. Much larger
Not
ones
Cali.
than that
It
that
wouldn't
were
be
Holder
Cali.
police. So this is
I
something
mean,
that I haven't seen quite some time.
I mean, and chat can correct me on this, like not California, but like I think 90% of California is awesome. It's just the 10% of the blue areas that make it a shithole. So, but I don't know if my estimation's off, but the heavy majority of California is awesome. It's the southern Los Angeles that makes it everybody think it's dog shit. And California is actually a beautiful state with a lot of awesome people.
Back in with what he is seeing down there on the ground as much as we can. Again, we say these officers are under assault, under attack. That is accurate. Every time we see a vehicle move in, reinforcements be moved in, they are assaulted. They are have projectiles thrown at them. We saw the back window of a Chevy Suburban shattered on live television as they were moving in to that scene. Back to the 101 freeway, just a short distance from where Matt is doing that reporting. We see that crowd continues to maintain their position
Exactly,
on
Donald
the
Herb.
southbound
Exactly.
101 freeway. It looks like there are some people now on the northbound side. One or two people have jumped the barrier and are now on the northbound side, which I think has now been shut down. Let's go to Gabe Santos in Air 7. Gabe, we see no vehicular traffic on the northbound. It looks like those officers, CHP, might be moving in right now on the southbound side as well.
Yeah, well, it looks like two things happened here. You had CHP move in on the other side. You have flashbang grenades going off, possible other less than lethal fire going off right now. It looks like tear gas canisters as well. But as far as the freeway is concerned, I'm not sure what happened first, if there were individuals that made their way onto the northbound lanes of the 101, or if CHP actually blocks traffic on the 101 first, because I see...
If you spam in the chat, we treat you like an illegal immigrant and we get you the fuck out. So mods are my ICE agents. So if you spam, you can say whatever you want in the chat. You can talk shit about me or whatever, but if you spam the chat, we deport you immediately.
An exit, so it's directing traffic to get off the freeway a little bit further back. And then,
turned around and going,
Robert photographer swung the camera back that way.
Turning right around and going the other way.
You also saw under the Los Angeles Street Bridge, those CHP units are spanning now both sides of the freeway. So you have CHP officers in SWAT gear on both sides of the freeway. And you had for a time some protesters climb the barrier there and get on those other lanes, but then it looks like they've now cleared and kept themselves to one side of traffic. So I'm not sure if that was an intentional decision on CHP to shut down both lanes of traffic. Going out on a limb here, I would imagine that's because CHP eventually, when they do decide to make a move and possibly move forward on these protesters.
Well, I know there's a lot of white leftists are the worst for sure. So I'm sure that there's a ton of white leftists down there because white leftists are truly the worst people in this country that are actual legal citizens.
To get their officers on both sides of the freeway and maybe make a move here to clear the freeway.
Yeah, 100%. You don't want your officers at risk of vehicular traffic when you make your move. If we still have Bruce Thomas on the line, I do want to ask him. We see this group of CHP officers gathered beneath the overpass. I obviously think it's, I think I know why, but if Bruce could just talk about whether they are under there gathering to protect themselves from the crowd that is watching from above and the side so they don't get hit by anything from above.
Yeah, you're 100% right. They're seeking shelter underneath the freeway until they decide they want to move forward. Because one of the biggest concerns is
NBSD for 50 on Rumble says Rumble is far from perfect, but you don't have to self-censor. That's why I watch you here. Hey, I totally understand. I went on my typical Rumble rant the other day when they put me on the front page, but it has nothing to do with the people that watch me on Rumble. I just like talking shit about Rumble when they put me on the front page, because I just get annoyed when they put me on the front page. Because when they put me on the front page, it just tells me that they don't have anybody under contract that they can promote, so they're going to promote the next best thing. So that's why I always talk shit. So it's just funny to me.
And on the other side, you have law enforcement who likely got into this profession to help people, keep them safe, and suddenly find themselves at odds and doing their job with the people they are tasked with protecting. It's a tough situation. You understand the motivations from both sides, but again, you hope we're not pitting citizens of our city against each other, but here we are. The LAPD, CHP, local law enforcement is tasked with.
So we have a big problem right now, and for years I have been a supporter of President Trump, and we've always heard like, oh, this time they've got Trump. Trump has a big problem right now, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm about to show you. It's a huge problem. Like, some would say massive, some would say the biggest problem, but Trump has a huge problem. Look at this LA council member, huge problem that Donald Trump is facing. Massive. Some would say the biggest problem. Let's hear what this big problem has to say.
They know how quickly we mobilize. That's why they're changing tactics, because community defense works and our resistance has slowed them down before. And if they're escalating their tactics, then so are we. When they show up, we gotta show up even stronger.
This LA council member just called to escalate violence against police. Are you kidding me right now? Jail immediately, if we can find a cell that it can fit in. And I'm respecting the pronouns. Not really. I just don't know what the fuck it is. So I'm assuming it's a chick, but I'm not sure because it's California and it's LA. So I don't know what the hell that thing is, to be honest.
Weapons of war against people we saw in the garment district this weekend in Los Angeles, from day laborers at Home Depot. And so there are, it's never as clear cut as just simply people are committing crimes and we take them out of this country. It's the methods, it's who you're targeting. And that is where a lot of this ire has been drawn by some of these demonstrators. But again, even in California and Los Angeles, elected officials are saying we do not condone violence. We heard that from Mayor Bass. We hear that now from Governor Newsom. We hear that from members of Congress and elected officials and law enforcement. Nobody is condoning the violence or the assaults on
literally,
officials,
I just played
be
you
it
somebody.
local or federal.
I literally just played you someone that's condoning the violence. But I know their point they're trying to make. But yeah, we just played someone that's condoning the violence.
Unrest in Los Angeles. ICE, through a spokesperson, has put out a statement today. I'm going to read it to you here. It is long, but I'll read you the initial statement. It says, quote, irresponsible politicians continue to push dangerous and misleading rhetoric that puts communities and law enforcement at risk. Even the LAPD referred to violent riots yesterday as, quote, peaceful protests. It continues, Americans can look at the videos and images and see with their own eyes that they are dangerous, not peaceful. It continues, ICE and its federal partners are doing their job, enforcing immigration law and removing criminal aliens from Los Angeles communities. We have arrested a domestic abuser who assaulted someone with a firearm and a child rapist. In defense of these heinous criminals, masked rioters have made it their mission to injure and maim federal law enforcement officials. Make no mistake, rioters committing crimes will be arrested and held accountable. Let's go back to the situation on the 101 freeway. It looks like the scooter that one person had been using to ride up and down, kind of taunting that line of CHP officers in tactical gear, has now been taken into custody. The scooter was just dragged out of the way, and that person is now face down on the pavement, being placed into handcuffs. The rest of the crowd, this is on the northbound side. This is where this group of officers is lining up and moving their way down. And you can see some folks on the other side, the demonstrators lining up in front of the Jersey barrier, confronting them as well. There's a large crowd behind them, and vehicular traffic does appear to be moving on. No, that is the side street. My apologies. That is up above. I believe Aliso, overlooking the 101 freeway. But here we go. So officers from the CHP
Thank you,
are
DJ
now
Crimson
moving
Steel,
in.
for the gift of
There
membership.
is now officially a skirmish line on the southbound 101 freeway, and they want to get these demonstrators off the freeway surface. It appears as if they don't have to exert much pressure on these officers, on these demonstrators, as they are backing up. Unhappily, it seems, we see one gentleman there in black who is shouting at them, or woman, demonstrator in black who is shouting at them, going back and forth, very agitated, very animated. But that group is now slowly backing up. They are going to be have to be turned around, backed up, and turned around to go back up the on-ramp to get them off the surface of the 101. Gabe Santos is viewing all this from Air 7. Let's go back up to Air 7 and see what you're seeing from up there, Gabe.
Yeah, having the luxury of having this airborne view of this situation, you can really kind of see what CHP is trying to do. They have made a coordinated attempt of shutting down both sides of the freeway. And as more resources got onto the scene, they have a call out to all of CHP, basically. So they're sending anybody and everybody that is available to come to the downtown area and help quell the scene here now that it has spilled onto the freeway. So CHP now, they have closed both sides of the 101 freeway at Los Angeles Street, and we saw that line of officers start to make their way down the southbound lanes of the 101. And it looks as if they are trying to make a circle, or at least a semicircle, around some of these protesters so that they are not just pushing them back and pushing them further up down the freeway. They're trying to get these people off of the freeway. And you even saw somebody on a scooter that was...
What do you mean, these people? ABC, what do you mean by these people? That's not very inclusive, ABC.
With that scooter, they were immediately taken into custody. So CHP not taking any chances with anybody, and they are slowly and methodically pushing these protesters. The idea is off the freeway as more resources get to the scene here. And we're going to see that start to develop, as you see right there. Groups of about 10 or so CHP officers in full riot gear moving down. Those are going to be the northbound lanes of the 101 freeway, and they're making this line around the group of protesters that we see there. And then slowly and methodically, you see this line of officers on the northbound side. Excuse me, those are the southbound lanes, but those protesters are facing north. You see those officers there very slowly and methodically pushing that line of protesters, hopefully off the freeway and onto surface streets.
Now, yesterday we had a video of a person throwing rocks at agents. The FBI is now offering a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of the man who attempted to kill ICE agents yesterday with rocks. I don't know if we have any updates on this story, but this was posted about an hour and a half ago. So that hopefully leads to an arrest of that piece of shit. And I guess there is some pictures that people have. But $50,000 reward from the FBI. Hopefully they get that individual, and he definitely learns the term fuck around, find out.
On the streets of Los Angeles, we are awaiting word from the mayor of this city. Karen Bass is set to address her city any moment now. We were told around 4:30 was the time to get ready for her to speak.
Good Lord.
We have not heard from her as of yet, but we are awaiting word from the mayor, again, excuse me, in direct confrontation with the federal government. President Trump kind of name-checked her personally last night on his Truth Social
Thank you, Zinni Biscuit.
outlet, his social media outlet, writing, this is last night, if Governor Gavin Newsom That's a favorite of the president to write it that way, of California, and Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles can't do their jobs, which everyone knows they can't.
He had to call him
Then the federal
Newsome.
government will step in and solve the problem. Riots and looters, the way it should be solved. So he's saying the problem was riots and looters. Said it will be solved the way it should be solved. He was also recorded on camera today at a press briefing being asked about a couple things with what's playing out here. Rules of engagement for the National Guard's members who are now federalized under his control on the streets of Los Angeles, what their rules of engagement they're carrying around. These soldiers can be inserted into war, and so they're carrying the weaponry as such. Against citizens of Los Angeles, what the rules would be for them to employ those deadly means. The president just said, we want to keep peace. He was asked about the proclamation that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth put onto social media, saying if the violence continued, then members of the U.S. Marines would be deployed against U.S. citizens. That can only happen under use of the Insurrection Act. And the president today was asked what would be deemed an insurrection, and he neglected to answer specifically. So here we go. That looks like a smoke bomb thrown on the surface of the 101. And let's go back up to Gabe. Those demonstrators now kicking that smoke bomb back towards the officers. It's like a macabre game of soccer with this thing right now. But they are making a move trying to get these folks off the freeway.
Yeah, that's, I can honestly say I've never seen a soccer game between protesters. And that is one protester being taken into custody. One of those CHP officers got behind him as he was going in for that kick and just pretty much tackled him. And that's what CHP is doing here. With that soccer game going on with this tear gas canister going back and forth as those CHP officers try and kick it back into the crowd, and then the crowd kicks it back. You're seeing CHP kind of slowly pick off some of these protesters that get a little too close or get a little too aggressive in their movements. And there you see another CHP officer again kicking that canister into the crowd, and a protester now throwing it back towards the CHP officers. So this is kind of a dangerous situation here, because you basically have projectiles being thrown back and forth as these protesters now, at least with that tear gas canister that has put a little bit of distance between that skirmish line. As you could see, that person being taken into custody earlier, kind of wrangling with those CHP officers there just out of frame. CHP with that tear gas, obviously it's not something you want to breathe in. It causes your eyes to burn. It causes you to cough. So that pushed back the protesters just a little bit. Those CHP officers wearing full gas masks, so they're able to kind of tolerate it a little better. If you don't have a gas mask, if you just have any other kind of mask, you're going to be getting the full effects of that tear gas canister. So that's what's creating a little bit of that buffer. As you can see, that CHP officer in the middle, he's trying to, as Bruce Thomas was saying, he's trying to negotiate with some of those protesters in a very, kind of matter-of-fact way, saying, get back, put some distance here, and continue moving off of the freeway. As you can see, this one individual waving an American flag, continuing to yell at some of the officers. I have a feeling if he gets too close, some of those CHP officers might pick him off as well. And that's going to be the process. You saw that skirmish line that was on the opposite line of the freeway. It has now crossed over the center median, and they are doing this very coordinated approach to pin these protesters off the freeway. And you see someone else being
beat his ass.
Yep, and someone else being taken into custody right there, and very quickly. And there's someone. Okay, it looks like another CHP officer grabbing his another fellow officer there. Probably got a little too close for comfort, but you could see just how different the picture looks than what it did 10 minutes ago. Earlier, you had a very wide semicircle of these CHP officers, and now they are narrowing in. They are pushing all of the protesters off of the freeway, which is the goal.
Yeah.
And they are doing this in pretty quick order, and anybody who is getting a little bit too close or a little too aggressive, they're just picking them off and arresting them right then and there.
Yeah,
and this is all part of the plan.
One by one. Gabe, thank you. I want to bring in
Total
Sergeant Daniel King with the California Highway
gamer
Patrol,
move
who
right
joins us
there.
on the phone.
Pro gamer move by the cops.
Hearing of the 101 freeway. Sergeant, thank you for joining us. Can we talk about what's happening right now on the 101?
Yes, sir. Right now, we currently have our CHP special response team that responded to the area to assist with getting the protesters off the freeway. Accessing state highways, it's dangerous. It's not the right spot for a protest, and it puts the protesters, the motorists, and our officers at risk. And we are going to move to get them off the freeway and make arrests. If officers start to take objects and are getting hurt, or other people are getting hurt, it's not going to be tolerated.
Yeah, and we have seen that several times now, these officers coming under attack and taking several.
Right on cue, ladies and gentlemen. Right on cue. Kamala Harris has released a statement. Says that she's appalled by Trump's National Guard deployment in Los Angeles. So Kamala Harris has now commented, "Oh boy." I'm sure that's gonna help the situation. Let's go back here, though. I'm not too worried about what Kamala has to say.
We're going to stay calm in these situations and use the appropriate amount of force when necessary to effect an arrest if we have to. But we fully support everyone being able to voice their First Amendment rights in the right location, and we will support that. But on the freeway is not the spot for it.
And we're seeing it play out.
Thank you for the 10 gift memberships.
Taken into custody.
FMJ.
A lot of times in these situations, we see unified command go into effect. Has that happened? And how does the presence of National Guard troops who have been federalized kind of change that as it plays out here today?
The CHP is always prepared for.
So right here, DHS Blackhawks have been spotted circling anti-ICE riots in Los Angeles.
Again, viewer discretion is advised for some of these scenes unfolding, and one from the sky, one from the ground. You can see them potentially throwing some water bottles at police, and they are saying there's an unlawful assembly, as tactical assembly there of law enforcement on the ground.
I think that was a few minutes ago.
There's now gathering, as you can see it continue to climb, the amount of people, the amount of force as...
All right, let's go back over here. Looks like we've got another arrest being made.
We're going to take swift action,
or maybe that
to
was
get those
earlier.
roadways back open and keep everyone safe to continue on with our mission of providing safety, service, and security.
Yeah, I know this operation has only been happening for a little bit. Do you have any reports of injuries from any of your officers from anything today?
I don't have those numbers right now, if there was any, but there's always that possibility that officers may get injured, and we hope to prevent that. We hope that people do not throw items at our officers, and that it's just done peacefully, and they go to areas that they can voice their opinions in the right spots.
Okay. Sergeant Daniel Keene with the California Highway Patrol, thank you so much for helping us out here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know it's a busy day for CHP, law enforcement in general, as once again we are seeing people take to the streets of downtown Los Angeles. This is now day 3 of unrest in our city. We are awaiting word from LA Mayor Karen Bass. She is set to hold a press briefing at any moment. We were told it was set to happen at the bottom of the hour, and we are approaching 15 minutes past that point. And we will see what she has to say. But, you know, anytime the mayor at this point is now going to step in front of a camera, we will likely see her side by side with, you know, smoke bombs and unrest and flashbangs and arrests and officers under attack. So no matter what the mayor says, this is all playing out under her watch.
Thank you, Jeffrey Jackson. Here's a little gift for covering this mostly peaceful protest. Mostly peaceful. Thank you for the 50. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Very nice of Kamala to take time from her busy bender to make a statement. You know, she's been drinking since election day. She's been drinking herself into the ground. So, let's see. Does the D in Kamala's name mean Deke? Probably so. Probably so.
Several times in several different locations here today. So as we await,
thank you again for those 10 gift memberships.
We are watching the California Highway Patrol slowly push these demonstrators back up the on-ramp from the surface of the 101 freeway southbound.
Yes, they are rioters. They are not protesters. They are rioters and criminals.
And smoke bombs and
Agreed.
flashbangs as they want to get these people back off of the roadway, the 101 and the on-ramp. Gabe Santos has been watching this from overhead from Air 7 and has an eagle eye of what is playing out because that crowd is now gathering pretty thick on the on-ramp, Gabe.
Yeah, Jory, and that's kind of what CHP was intending on doing. This is the CHP Special Response Team, and they are trained in these SWAT tactics and tactics on dealing with civil unrest and the like. And, you know, we've all seen protests through the years that involve people blocking freeways, and they often last a lot longer than what we've seen here today. We've seen a very quick response from this CHP, again, specifically the Special Response Team.
And yes, of course, Hassan is still out there, everyone. Hassan is still out there.
They can light the trees on fire. Just dry vegetation.
What a clown show this is, man. This is absolutely fucking hilarious.
Open and you know, take on the protesters from there, because LAPD is also dealing with the other side of these protests near the federal building.
Hey, Gabe, I do want to alert everybody as we wait to hear from LA Mayor Karen Bass that I know a lot of people are turning on Channel 7 on this Sunday, waiting for Game 2 of the NBA Finals between the Pacers and the Thunder. That is going to happen at the top of the hour. We are going to turn to national programming, and you will be able to watch the game. We will continue our coverage of what's happening in Los Angeles, streaming on our ABC7 Los Angeles app. You can stream on our website, abc7.com, and you can find us on social media and make your way to our stream as well. So again, abc7.com/live will get you coverage of what is happening in downtown Los Angeles as we continue to follow the unrest and the demonstrations that has been playing out here for the last 3 days. Thousands of
riots
people converging on downtown Los Angeles. It began as several different demonstrations, all gathering into one large mass, which has once again broken up into several locations, both at the federal building, which is where the bulk of the activity we have seen this weekend, 3 straight days happening at that federal building at Alameda and Temple. This, however, is happening at, I believe it says Spring Street and the 101 freeway, and the Los Angeles Street overpass is one overpass down. So there are.
So we got this story right here breaking. Antifa announces plans to attack ICE facility in San Francisco today. It's spreading. This is going to become a multi-city uprising by a small minority of radicals. Summer of Love 2. So that was just tweeted out 3 minutes ago. So Antifa has announced that they are planning on attacking an ICE facility in San Francisco. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is just starting.
It looks like things might have stalled a little bit. The CHP officers have slowly marched these people off the roadway, up the on-ramp, and it looks like they have
not very bright to announce it ahead of time.
A large crowd is gathered.
Well, it is Antifa, so, I mean, intelligence is definitely not the thing they're known for.
To move in a direction which they don't want to go, and the officers don't want to start any kind of panic by bull rushing through that crowd, which could be catastrophic, people getting trampled and the like, and they do not want to see that play out. But the crowd is continuing. Look, another group here has splintered off, and they are making their way down, is that Alameda past Union Station?
I just saw this meme hit my timeline. Every Trump supporter watching the LA riots. This isn't wrong. Like, these are Trump supporters just like, hell yeah.
101 freeway, and this is a group that is on the north side of the 101 freeway, on the Chinatown side of things, and it appears, Rob, I don't know if you could zoom back in on that. It appears that they are starting to move, well, at least it looked like a group of them was moving in one direction or another earlier. I'm not sure if there are people on the back of that truck making announcements, trying to rally the crowd. That might have caused some movement in a direction towards the truck. You also have all those people that were on the freeway that are...
So we have Maxine Waters on the scene, ladies and gentlemen. What's Maxine got to say?
And he's using deportation as a way to enhance his position with all of those right-wingers out there who do not want this country to be a country of people coming from other places. It's outrageous, it is horrible, and we've got to make sure that we do everything that we possibly can, because I think he's up to creating martial law. He even alluded to
we got the National Guard here.
What do you think
the National
about
Guard for what?
What do you think about the National Guard being here, Trump deploying them and not our own governor?
Well, the thing about it is, I don't know why they're here with guns. Whom are they going to shoot, and for what? Are you going to shoot a kid running away just because they're afraid of them? Are you going to shoot a protester because you don't like what they're saying? Why are the guns? Why are these guns here? That's my question. I don't get why the guns have to be here. We're a sanctuary city. We know Trump doesn't like us. We know that he's going to try to use us as an example. He's going to try to goad us so that he has a martial law. He even alluded to civil war at one point in talking about this issue.
Imagine thinking that that's going to help your case. All of that. Just please continue to show her talking, because that will do nothing but help Trump's case. Holy crap.
A halt right there. I would say that's probably a couple hundred people, and CHP has indeed kind of stalled there for now. CHP, in effect, has succeeded at their goal.
Somebody in the chat says, is she being an idiot on purpose? No, she's just that stupid. She's just that stupid.
And get them back onto surface streets. So that's the goal of CHP, at least, and it'll be interesting to see if CHP gets them fully off
Thank you,
the,
3 for the 20.
Ramp and get them onto Los Angeles Street, and then they just stop there, or what further role CHP may have in this entire situation. They may be content with just blocking off the ramp and then sending the rest of their crews home. They have a lot of CHP officers from the CHP Special Response Team that are here at the scene now. Those are those special CHP officers that are specially trained in these SWAT tactics, and they have the riot gear, they have the gas masks, and they have the tools to deal with large crowds. As you can see there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. So
lock them up.
You can see 6 people
Lock them up.
currently in CHP custody. We saw these people kind of being plucked from that skirmish
It's
line.
something they should take a look at, Alex.
Got a little
Absolutely.
Too, maybe the CHP officers thought they were getting too rowdy, and then those people were immediately taken into custody. CHP will probably have a paddy wagon or another large vehicle.
How long am I going to be live?
Put these folks in for
I'm here for as long as there's stuff to talk about.
That.
Yeah, we saw those people being marched down the ramp and likely being taken to the CHP vehicles, which are either under the overpass, protected under there, and they'll load them up and then drive them off the surface of the 101. But some order is being restored here to the freeway, and excuse me, and we will see how this plays out. But there is a logjam there on the on-ramp at the bottom of your screen, as the CHP is continuing to slowly press this crowd back to the top, up to Los Angeles Street or Main Street, and make their way back and clear the entire roadway. Again, we are waiting word from LA Mayor Karen Bass. We expect to hear from her in some kind of press briefing here in the next little bit. I do, in the meantime, want to read a post from former Vice President Kamala Harris, who many are.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. God, everybody's talking about it, and everybody's laughing about it.
Appalled at what we are witnessing on the streets of our city. Deploying the National Guard is a dangerous escalation meant to provoke chaos. In addition to the recent ICE raids in Southern California and across our nation, it is part of the Trump administration's cruel, calculated agenda to spread panic and division. The former vice president continuing, this administration's actions are not about public safety. They're about stoking fear of a community demanding dignity and due process. Protest is a powerful tool, essential in
illegal immigrants don't deserve due process. They're illegal.
In defense of our immigrant neighbors have been overwhelmingly peaceful. I continue to support the millions of Americans who are standing up to protect our most fundamental rights and freedoms. A mention there of being mostly peaceful. I guess that's an unmentioned condemnation of violence, but not a direct condemnation of violent and tactics that we.
I love how Democrats say that we need due process to get someone out of the country, but they don't believe in due process for someone to come into the country. It's amazing how that works out, isn't it? It's amazing how they only care about due process when you're trying to get the illegal immigrant out of the country, but they don't care about due process when it's about bringing them into the country.
Thrown at vehicles, law enforcement vehicles that have been making their way through the back window of a Suburban. We believe a federal vehicle was shattered as we were covering this live today by people who were simply throwing things at any vehicle that passed. On the right side of your screen is a confrontation we saw on the surface of the 101. This is the southbound 101. A sad game of kick the can between CHP officers and those demonstrators with that tear gas canister. In fact, you're going to see one of those if we play this out. The last person to touch this winds up being arrested here, taken down by an officer who was trying to kick that canister back towards those officers. So that was one of, I'd say, at least a dozen people from this particular group who has been arrested, taken into custody, and removed from the situation. And this has continued. Face to face up this on-ramp, the CHP slowly marching these people back and away from the 101. They want to regain control of the roadway. The officers are still in tactical gear down on the surface itself, getting ready for containment so they can hopefully open this back up to vehicle traffic, which has been stopped now for at least an hour as we have been on the air here. The northbound side was open for a time as the southbound side was overtaken, but now both sides have been shut down for some time as the CHP is trying to regain control. All of this is happening as large crowds gather in other portions of downtown, including outside the federal building, the Roybal Detention Facility, where detainees have been brought throughout this weekend. And we have seen 3 days of unrest there, demonstrations and confrontations, and that is where we are looking right now. Gabe Santos in Air 7, really quick before we hit the top of the hour. One last check with you on what we're seeing at the federal building there.
Yeah, Drury, we're keeping an eye on the scene at the federal building and the scene on the freeway. The scene at the federal building appears to be pretty static.
Okay, so while that's going on, this was a little bit earlier today. This is a video from Fox News, and it kind of just shows you some of the intensity. This is where I think the National Guard is in this one right here. And watch this really quick.
In LA for us. Christina.
Protesters have gathered. They're protesting against the Trump administration's deportations efforts. Tension is running high here. There's a lot of cursing, shouting. There's a lot of graffiti, a lot of bad words up there. People clearly very upset. 300 National Guardsmen have been deployed to 3 separate locations in the greater Los Angeles area so far to ensure safety and protect federal property. White House officials say this response is necessary to address the lawlessness that has been allowed to fester here in the LA area. President Trump says he's deploying 2,000 California National Guard troops to LA. So far, at least 300 National Guardsmen have been deployed to 3 separate locations in the LA area.
You can protest all you want. You got your First Amendment rights. But if you cross that line of impediment, or you're putting hands on officers or destroy property, you will be prosecuted. We're already ahead of the game. We're already mobilizing. We're going to bring National Guard in tonight. We're going to continue doing our job.
And take a look at this chaos from yesterday. Rioters were waving around Mexican flags or waving it around a fire there in southeast LA County. They were setting fires in the streets during an anti-ICE protest. Tear gas was used to disperse the violent anti-ICE protesters, but some of them threw those tear gas canisters right back at law enforcement. It was a dangerous, dangerous situation.
We got the worthless loser Karen Bass is live right now. Let's hear what this idiot has to say.
When you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation, but we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that we stand with all Angelenos, no matter where you were born. The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully, but it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property, and that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully. And I just have to say that all of you were there Friday. Everybody knows what happened Friday. A workplace, several workplaces were targeted and raids took place. Now, in the beginning, the administration said they were just looking for dangerous felons, violent people. It's hard to say that that's what they found at a workplace or in a Home Depot parking lot. When this happens, it terrifies people. It sends a sense of fear and chaos in our city. And you well remember a few years ago in the last administration that kids were afraid to go to school, parents were afraid to go to work. This impacts all of our city. You can't terrify the workforce, and then expect for people to get the jobs done. So if you think about a father that went into a factory and now his family doesn't know where he is, the detainees have not been allowed to speak to legal counsel. That is a marked departure from what has happened in the past. When you think of a mother that might be working in a household, taking care of children on another side of town, that impacts that family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city. And I join with the governor in appealing to the administration to rescind the order to federalize the National Guard and allow the National Guard to come back under the control of the governor. So with that, we can open it up for questions. Yes.
Mayor, these protests that were demonstrations, I should say, did start out peacefully. You've been here since in the morning.
Right.
But then they scattered and people were moved around. Where is the LAPD in terms of being here to be able to deal with that and maybe stop them before they get overrun on that freeway?
Sure. Well, I think that basically they were overrun. But what is happening now is that the freeway is cleared. The California Highway Patrol, as you know, is in charge of the freeways. So they have moved all of the protesters back. They still might be there, but they are beginning to be dispersed. But LAPD is on the perimeter, so LAP is actively involved. You know that there were hundreds of protesters on the freeway and thousands of protesters off the freeway. So there is a joint collaboration going with the CHP, the LAPD, and then frankly the National Guard. But you also know that the National Guard is deployed to protect federal property. So there is a National Guard troops in Westwood at the federal building and also here downtown.
Next question to Chase.
Mayor Bass, have you reached out directly to the federal government, or is this you doing so right now with the media here? Have you tried to reach out?
No, my disappointment is I've been talking to the federal government for days. I was hoping to prevent this situation from happening. I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos. It's the last thing our city needs. Our city is still trying to recover from the wildfires. And you just think about how so many people were impacted by that. And that's an example of where the administration was helpful. And to go from that situation to where we are now is just really tragic. And I think it's so unfortunate. It's the last thing Los Angeles needs.
When you say you reached out to the federal government, do you have to...
We are listening to LA Mayor Karen Bass address her city amidst unrest in Los Angeles. If you're continuing on ABC 7 on air, we will switch things over to the NBA Finals Game 2 between Indiana and Oklahoma City. We will continue to cover this, what is going on in Los Angeles, and continue listening to this press conference from Mayor Karen Bass, streaming on abc7.com and the ABC 7 Los Angeles app.
Peacefully protesting. I'm worried about the businesses that might get
What happened to the audio?
I'm worried about the vandalism that took place around the federal building. All of that. We do not need to see our city torn apart. And the idea that the federal government that should be assisting us is a contributing factor, I think is very tragic. When I see the protesters, I know that so many people are affected by this. Their families are affected by this. People are terrified.
How do you think that vandalism impacts the overall message of the protest?
Well, I mean, first of all, I think protests need to be peaceful, period. And anytime it deteriorates into violence, that is a problem, and it absolutely messes with the overall message.
Next question right here in white. Yeah, hi Mayor. Jordan Warriors. My question is, can you share a little bit about the conversations you've had with the governor, and how long you expect for the National Guard to actually be in?
You know what? Thanks for asking me that, because we're hearing all of sorts of information. We're hearing that raids could continue. We're hearing that the National Guard is going to be here, so it's uncertain. But that's exactly the problem, because we don't need in this city to go to sleep tonight and wake up in the morning and find out about people running through Home Depot parking lots being chased by ICE officers, or people going to work, or children at school. So we don't need any of that in our city right now. Our city's trying to heal. Our city is trying to rebuild. Our city does not need to be torn apart with a provocative.
I got something for you, S. Becker. I got something for you.
If people get violent, if people break the law, they will be subject to arrest and they will be held accountable. It's as simple as that. So peaceful protest is what is needed. Peaceful protest is a part of our American tradition.
Right here. Mayor, last night the U.S. Attorney seems resolute that these raids would continue regardless of what's happened over the last 2 or 3 days. In your conversations with him, has there been any kind of attempted compromise or how lowering the temperature?
I'm gonna be honest. I can't take much more of her, Karen Bass. So let's get to some. Let's get back to this video right here, showing a lot of the stuff that was going on a little bit earlier, and then I'll give you some more live updates.
And all those fires, rioters were also throwing boulders and rocks at law enforcement. And then on Friday, right here at the federal building, over 1,000 rioters surrounded it and attacked it. Violent protesters tried to stop ICE agents from carrying out their operations, arresting those with final orders of removal by an immigration judge that had not complied with that order. And get this, just moments ago, DHS released some information on some of the people that have been arrested. DHS officials say some of the illegal aliens arrested this week in LA have a criminal history, a lengthy one, and some of them, they involve a whole host of crimes ranging from sexual battery, second-degree murder, and willful cruelty to a child. But
these are the people that the Democrats are defending, by the way. Let me back that up so you can hear it one more time.
Officials say some of the illegal aliens arrested this week in LA have a criminal history, a lengthy one, and some of them, they involve a whole host of crimes ranging from sexual battery, second-degree murder, and willful cruelty to a child. But violent protesters still demanded that ICE release everyone they arrested. Authorities say those violent protesters, they assaulted law enforcement officers, slashed tires, defaced buildings and taxpayer-funded property. And immigration activists, they held a press conference that night calling for the release of everyone who had been arrested.
We're going to fight so our families are free. So we are asking that everybody that got arrested today be released. We want them in their houses with their families, with their children. That's where this is where we belong. This is our home, and we belong here.
Okay, so everybody is like running off right now. I'm not sure why. I can see just down the street. My photographer can move with me a little bit. There's a huge group of people marching down the street right now, and you can see this might be what we've seen before. Oh, look at that, Andy. If you can just scoot over to the right, look over here to the right. You can see there's a protester squaring off with law enforcement right now. Can you see that? So there you have, okay, we're hearing the flashbangs. We're hearing the flashbangs right now. This is what we've been seeing night after night. These clashes, some of these violent protesters squaring off with law enforcement. You have that law enforcement and riot gear there. You could see them with their shields. They're forming a line. They're doing what they can to protect themselves from these protesters. And you have more of them, more of these protesters coming down the street right now. And you can see how quickly this could get out of hand. I'm watching people put on face masks. We're going to continue to watch this. We're seeing this right now. We can see it. Can we walk a little bit? Can we walk a little bit just to show a little bit more what we can see, Andy? If can, okay, we're going to go ahead ahead and move. Stay with me. Stay with me. All right, so here we go. We're going to take you up to the line so you can see what's happening here. All right, so you can see right now you have officers that created a line to protect themselves, standing here with these protesters who are continuing to shout at them. The disrespect, the level of disrespect has just been insane over these past few days. You have so many people cursing and shouting.
If you're just tuning in, this is a little bit earlier, so this is not a live feed. I just wanted to kind of show you guys some of the stuff that was happening a little bit earlier. This is a few hours ago. I will get back to the live stuff here momentarily, but Karen Bass is talking right now, and I don't want to hear what she has to say.
At law enforcement, you know, these people are out here, they're just trying to protect and serve. They're just trying to keep this community safe. Following instructions, they're here supporting ICE agents as they carry out their operations, and that this is what they have to deal with. You see a lot of people, I'm looking at a lot of people with their face, okay, they're spraying some more. We're going to scoot back just a little bit more. Staying with the photographer, trying to stay at a safe distance. I got you, Andy. I got you.
Stay with me.
I got you. All right, so you can see they're pulling out the shields. The California National Guard, you can see there, we're hearing more flashbang grenades. Again, you have... All right, so you can see you have the police here, you have the National Guards here, tactical vehicles, military vehicles. Again, this is the very same place where all that violence broke out on Friday, when you had the acting ICE director, Todd Lyons, calling it appalling. This is where that happened, where they said that that there were over 1,000 protesters. That was on Friday, and now we are dealing with this at this moment. Yeah. You guys, I'm coughing in some of that pepper spray. So my voice might be a little shaky.
Agreed, Normal Man. Agreed.
It's a very tenuous and tense situation there. Heard you say that you may have inhaled a little pepper spray, and we certainly appreciate you staying on the job.
It's okay.
All right.
It's okay, John. You can stay with me if you need to. I'm good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean,
you can stay with me if you need to. I'm good.
This is live television, and it's one of the biggest stories in the country right now. You can see that the National Guard members are...
Again, this was a little bit earlier. Hassan is still live right here, walking around with his people. So Hassan, left-wing Twitch streamer, is walking around dealing with all the chaos. As Karen Bass talks, there is stuff going on, and I wish that she would just be quiet so we could focus in on what's actually going on. Police horses are out there. You have a car on fire right now. Can she just shut up? All right, thank God she's gone, so she can shut up. So we can actually get back to the
Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass address the situation playing out in her city. As she has been speaking, we heard our reporter Tim Caputo, who asked some fantastic questions of the mayor during that. As that was playing out outside of the City Hall and the surrounding downtown area, we have seen some things happening at the bottom of your screen from Air 7. That is a Waymo car now on fire. It looks like a lot of those cars have been targeted by the demonstrators, tagged and
by the rioters, not demonstrators, rioters.
Damaged. And again, that one is now on fire. Never a great situation. I believe all of those fleet are electric vehicles, and we don't want to see, those batteries are, once they're exposed to air, you can have a really violent explosion. Gabe Santos has been watching what has been playing out here for some time. During the mayor's press briefing, Gabe, what have you seen?
Well, Jory, we've seen a very rapid escalation of things here. We have both Air 7s over the scene here, one of them on a couple of Waymos, one of them that's on fire. I'm personally working to get eyes on where that Waymo is, because my attention has been focused on the scene at Alameda and Temple, where we had a number of mounted units from LAPD try and make a move towards City Hall on Temple, and they were met with a lot of fireworks activity. One officer reporting Molotov cocktails, unknown if those were actually Molotov cocktails or whether that officer was maybe confusing the fireworks with something else. So those mounted units from LAPD were trying to make a move towards City Hall on Temple, and they were met with a lot of protesters that were reacting with aggressive behavior. So those LAPD units actually backed away on Temple and backed up from those protesters. You can see those mounted units right there just trying to regroup and reassess the situation, because as soon as they started coming towards City Hall on Temple.
All right, we've got another shot right here, so I want to try to see what's going on right here from this angle. We've got
a few different angles that we're working with, including a couple of images from the ground.
I'm keeping up with I've got all the angles up,
sky.
so if there's something changes on one of them, I'll go back to the other feed.
Mayor Bass underscoring that any protest needs to be peaceful, period. She says anytime there's violence, it clouds the message that the protesters are trying to communicate. She says if people break the law, they will be subject to arrest. She says she does not know how long the immigration enforcement operations that spurred these protests will continue to happen in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I see Yo Pops is live. He's driving. I think he's en route, so I'm keeping an eye on his feed as well. So I'm keeping an eye on it. Shout out to Yo Pops.
Bass saying and reiterating a lot of what Governor Gavin Newsom has said in recent days, which is that they wish the National Guard hadn't been deployed.
All right, so we got a close-up of that car.
The 101 freeway on Los Angeles Street, and from our other angle, from our other Air 7, we were seeing that one of them was actually on fire. I don't see flames at, I do see the flames further to the right, but we're going to hold on this shot right now because we could see one individual breaking windows on those Waymos, and there's that other Waymo that's on fire. And all three of these, I think I counted 4, have been completely hit by graffiti, a lot of paint, a lot of words and
mostly peaceful, guys.
On these Waymos, and this is quite an
mostly
interesting
peaceful
scene, something that you wouldn't see maybe in the riots of 2020 and before that, because we didn't have these automated vehicles that are kind of easy to corner and easy to stop, and protesters appear to be taking advantage of that and using these automated vehicles as maybe billboards for their message, and unknown what
what a disaster.
The Waymo's response to this is going to be. Do they just kind of shut down and stay put? Obviously, when they're set on fire, they're probably going to be completely destroyed.
Yeah.
But these are owned by.
I agree, Micah.
Not owned by a specific individual. So at least
I don't believe that because I know what the Democrats are trying to say, that this is all a setup operation. No, I believe that Trump is definitely comfortable with allowing these clowns to continue to show the world why we don't need them in this country. I think Trump knows exactly what he's doing right now, and they are walking right into his hands.
Found on Los Angeles Street. I'm not sure if that was from the activity that we saw a little bit closer to Temple and Los Angeles Street, where those mounted officers from LAPD kind of clashed a few minutes ago. I'm not sure if that's what's spurring some of these protesters to continue northbound on Los Angeles Street, or if they're just kind of moving forward of their own will. This collection of Waymo vehicles, I think this must have happened in the last 20 minutes or so, because I had eyes on this section of street before Mayor Bass started talking, and this was not here. We were seeing a vehicle, I think that truck is there a little further. If Rob pans to the left, there was a truck with some people on the back of the truck, possibly speaking, making announcements, and I thought that was maybe one reason why people were continuing northbound on Los Angeles Street. But now we see these Waymos that may have just gotten, these automated vehicles maybe don't know that there's a protest. They don't have that programmed into their software to be aware of that. So they probably just drove into it, and people, they know that if you stand in front of it, they just stop. And people are obviously taking advantage of that right now. And you can see one person leaning on the hood, taking a selfie with that Waymo that's on fire, and a lot of messages from protesters being painted on these Waymos right now on a Sunday night.
Yeah, things devolving in some parts of downtown, and you do not want to see this happen. These are electric cars. Any car that is burning is going to send off some pretty bad toxins into the air, but an electric car in particular Once it hits that battery, you're talking about a very difficult job for firefighters. This is going to continue to burn those lithium-ion batteries, and the size of them and the amount of power they have in them. Once they catch fire, this is going to be a bad situation. You hope it's not an explosion and people aren't too close.
We should encourage them to stand closer.
If I were near a burning electric car, I would get away as quickly as I can as the destruction continues here. We're hoping to talk, and here we go. Someone else starting a fire in one of these vehicles.
Mostly peaceful, guys. These are just peaceful demonstrators, guys.
But
again, these are just peaceful
demonstrators. It's a volatile
demonstrators.
situation. I don't know if police are able to move in to this scene and try and calm things down, get these folks out. The fire department at some point is going to have to be called in to put this car out, and now a major conflagration in this car. We saw in Compton
D. Biddy on Rumble says, these idiots realize that fire and lithium batteries don't mix.
Had to come in and had to be protected.
They don't.
By
they
police.
don't know.
You know, you have a line of officers
do one more hit,
be able
guys,
to
and then we gotta
move
go.
in and get those firefighters safe, and even those firefighters had projectiles thrown at them. So again, this car is now fully engulfed. People are trying to set the other Waymos on fire, and as this is playing out again, we want to try to get to Tim Caputo, who just
Mostly
heard from
peaceful,
Mayor Karen
not a
Bass.
big deal.
I just heard from Gabe Santos in Air 7 that there's not a lot of time left.
How
Are
do
they
I think
out?
this will affect the midterms?
Okay, they are fully out. They're out of fuel.
I
and
think
have
we
to
still
go
got a
back
long
to
way
the
to
airport
go,
refuel,
and
so we hope to
the
check back in with Gabe
I
Santos
think we have a long
shortly.
way to go for
And
that.
As we wait again, we're hoping to talk to Tim.
And a lot can happen between now and then. But I mean, I think this will only help. This won't hurt the midterms for Trump for sure.
It sounds at times that the mayor is trying to have it both ways. She blamed all the chaos that has played out in Los Angeles this weekend on the Trump administration's actions, and at the same time, on the other hand, said that violence is not acceptable, and so admitting that there is a lot of violence playing out amid these protests, and so that is clearly.
He's on the hood. He's on the hood.
They're not Waymos. They're something like a Waymo, just based off of some of that hardware, again, that we see at the very top of the car. We see some of those things spinning on top. Those are cameras, sensors, and the likes. We see some of these protesters posing for photos in front of this burning vehicle. We're going to sit on these images for a moment. I'm going to be joined by
fucking idiots,
law enforcement and national security experts in a moment. Look at how dangerous that is. My goodness. You see some of what very well could be gas or oil on the roadway. This is incredibly, anybody who is in these areas, we already know these are dangerous areas to be in to begin with. Police have been very clear that less than lethal rounds may be used as an unlawful assembly has been declared, but this just adds to the danger. I mean, we just saw whatever.
Again, I'm fine with this imagery continuing to be shown all through the country. I'm fine with the mainstream media having to deal with this, because this is nothing more than a wake-up call to everyday Americans that maybe don't pay attention to this stuff. This is the realities of what this country is dealing with and what we would have been dealing with on a much larger scale if Kamala Harris would have won. So, yeah, let this continue and let these images continue to be shown all throughout the country, because all this does is strengthens President Trump's, leverage in what he has to do.
So these three images, again, we see some of those officers with
agreed, Cole Hauser. Agreed.
Headgear on, no doubt.
I agree, Peter. I agree.
I'm curious if that's LAPD. I mean, it looks like it could be LAPD.
What's that?
Let's,
I saw someone just tell me in the chat.
National security analyst and host of the Strat podcast.
Hang on. Nick Sorto just posted about the Marines getting ready. Hang on. I'm looking for it right now. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. The Department of Defense just announced 500 active duty Marines are preparing to deploy to Los Angeles as riots intensify. Oh my
Defense
goodness.
Pete Hegseth had mentioned this.
Yeah.
Is that? I also want to ask you about some breaking news that we're just getting in. This is brand new into our newsroom. That the U.S. Northern Command is saying that approximately 500 active duty Marines are, quote, prepared to deploy. In their words, as unrest in Los Angeles continues. This is after, of course, the Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth had mentioned this. Is that necessary at this point?
Is that
I'm going to be, I mean, not.
Is that necessary? I don't know. You tell me. Do you think it's necessary? Look at this shit.
It states the governor writing, inciting and provoking violence, creating mass chaos, militarizing cities, arresting opponents. These are the acts of a dictator, not a president. The governor also writing officially to the Trump administration, he said, to rescind their unlawful deployment of troops in Los Angeles County and return them to my command. This is the governor posting to Twitter. He writes, we didn't have a problem until Trump got involved. This is a serious breach of state sovereignty.
It's Trump's fault.
While pulling resources from where they're actually needed.
It's Trump's fault.
Rescind the order.
Always
return
Trump's
control
fault.
to California. That is a message to the President of the United States. Attached is a letter written from the office of the governor to the Trump administration and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, signed by David Sapp, Legal Affairs Secretary in the office of Governor Newsom.
Always Trump's fault.
List ways where the governor and the state believe it's unlawful for the president to have federalized members of the National Guard. Writing, this is done under Section 10 of the legal code as how they federalize U.S. troops. But this lawyer writing that Section 12406 states that, quote, the president may call into federal service members and units of the National Guard of any state in such numbers as he considers necessary to, 1, repel an invasion of the United States by a foreign nation. That has not happened. 2, suppress a rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States. There is an argument that I'm sure the president will make that stands here. And 3, execute the laws of the United States when the president is unable to do so with regular forces. That is not the case here as well. So they will look to likely number 2 there of those three citations within the code. But the office of the governor writing the section further states that
just keep doing this, clowns.
Issued
you're doing nothing but helping President Trump.
Lies the problem. This was
doing
not
this
done at the request of the governor of California, which is typically how the federalization of National Guard's troops happens. We've seen it happen quite often, in fact.
Hey, ABC, shut the fuck up. Like, nobody believes your lies.
Guarding entrances and exits. We saw it during the 2020 civil unrest. National Guards members were on the streets, and we have seen it in the past, but it happens at the request of the governor, not in opposition to the governor.
It makes you think this is so hard to predict what can happen next, because this is just, it's not going in the right order. So, I mean, just like you said, so it's really hard to think what are the next steps, because things have happened out of order. And looking back at that Waymo, you can see now an even larger crowd gathered around this Waymo. Now they're standing on top of the car. And a little bit earlier, I think I saw someone with a skateboard trying to break into the Waymo. Not sure if they're trying to set this one on fire too, but that other Waymo has been on fire, I'd say at least for the last 20 minutes, probably.
It was in the trunk, and now the car is just completely engulfed. And these folks are just standing here. One person with a hammer on the windshield. We see that man on the roof with a skateboard trying to just basically break anything off this car that they are able to do. And I
have a word for all of the people in this picture. The word would be criminals. Mainstream media, if you need any help with that, the word would be, look at these criminals destroying property that does not belong to them. Just to help you out a little bit, mainstream.
Angeles. Again, we just heard from LA Mayor. There's the explosion that we've been waiting for to see if it would happen. That car has now exploded as it likely is reaching the...
And they got down the freeway. When they got on the freeway, it's not just LAPD, but also California Highway Patrol, CHP. They are the state's law enforcement police, if you will, for the whole state. That's what the state has. And they get trained in civil disturbance, civil unrest training, how to do crowd control, things like this. So they also were out there to provide a force presence. And they basically
having basically a mob party as they watch this car burn.
Yeah, and again, these EV fires, they're absolutely no joke. Those fumes that are in the air. Again, these protesters, they're so close to that fire. They're breathing in
They're not
all of the toxic
protesters.
gases. Again,
They're
we talked about carbon
criminals.
monoxide, hydrogen fluoride. Those aren't things that you should be breathing in, and they are just
Why do
feet
you have
away
why do
from
you
that
have
car
sympathy for the
that
people that are out there breaking the fucking law? I have no sympathy for them. Oh, this is so sad. I can't believe they're there. They're there by choice. They created this situation. They want to be there.
Just a terrifying thought to think that they want to light all 5 Waymos on fire. And looking at this crowd, you can see a few different flags within that crowd, and they continue to move. I believe this is Temple Street. Did we say this is Temple Street? I think
this is happening on Los Angeles,
Okay.
just across the 101. Once the California Highway Patrol came in to clear the 101 freeway, the crowds kind of have scattered all across downtown Los Angeles. We saw a large group. Oh, there's 2 cars on fire now, so they were able to light a second car. And we're going to see this play out
So
here.
let's
on
have
both ends
sympathy
of this,
for them.
string of
Oh man,
5
please.
Waymo
Hey
cars,
guys, you lit the car
still
on fire.
burning
You're
here.
destroying it. Please get away from it so you don't breathe these toxins in.
So this is
Unbelievable.
Just one of the scenes. I'm
Yes, this is
curious
live.
what the other
This is
scenes
live for
look
people in
like
the
at
chat
this time,
asking.
if they've calmed down a little bit, or this is because this is still a very large crowd. I mean, I've barely seen any improvement in the last.
I know a lot of you. I know I told a lot of you I was going to be playing Mario Kart World today. Spoilers: this is the DLC for Mario Kart World. They're going full GTA with the new Mario Kart game. So this is the DLC for it.
Crowd breaks apart for the evening. Can we pan around and see if there's still a group at the federal building? I know our vantage point has kind of shifted here. We're on the west or south side of, okay, we do have, this is Temple and Alameda. So this crowd is still gathered. Are they sitting down? Look, I'm not sure. They are all
They look like they're sitting down.
Okay, so this is Temple and Alameda. They are here for the long haul, it looks like. Not really doing anything to provoke anything from these LAPD officers, but showing they are not planning to go anywhere. This says Aliso, so it's backed up a little bit. They have cleared the intersection.
But if you're interested, I will be playing Mario Kart World over on my D-Day Cobra Gaming channel whenever all this calms down, whether that's today or tomorrow. But I'll be playing it all week over there too.
Down here, and there's still a small group here, but this is where we saw the large confrontation this morning as those cars continue to burn a few blocks away. There is the motorcycle that remains on scene.
Look at this right here. Look at this shot right here. So this is another. This is back to that previous shot.
Once you start destroying property or you start injuring people, in this case, destroying property, but once a crowd, and as you know, I do a lot of training with what's called crowd management or training crowd managers. Once a crowd crosses that line, the level of potential violence in that crowd can grow exponentially. So when you see something like this, technically speaking, that's no longer a protest. That actually has moved into being a riot by definition, right? It may not seem that way to some. They would say, well, there's a car on fire and people are just standing around. They're still protesting. True, but they have caused damage to that vehicle or multiple vehicles. And that means a crowd, this particular situation has now shifted from a legal standpoint. So I would say stay away from that. Now, what that means also to law enforcement is once they see that shift in what the crowd's doing from peaceful to non-peaceful behavior, they're more inclined to employ some of those non-lethal capabilities that we discussed earlier.
Al, we have a press release in from U.S. Northcom. They say, by the direction of Secretary of Defense Hegseth, and in coordination with the U.S. Northern Command, approximately 2,000 California Army National Guard soldiers have been placed under federal command and control in a Title X status to support the protection of federal personnel and federal property in the greater LA area. This was a question that we had yesterday, and it's only become a bigger talker as the day has progressed today, Hal. Have you heard of this idea before of National Guard soldiers? These are California National Guard soldiers, in this case, being placed under federal command and control. Is this something you've heard of before?
Well, yeah. I mean, this is what I used to do. When I was in uniform, I used to work with civil military support operations or defense support civil authorities. And that is
bad news for the criminals and the rioters. Bad news. Donald Trump, President Trump, has made an executive order, and the rooftop Koreans are mobilizing, ladies and gentlemen. So it was a fun show while it lasted, but it's now about to be over. It's about to be over. So enjoy it while you can.
My recollection is they are from a unit that's headquartered in Los Angeles. Interestingly, many of the members of that unit may very well be law enforcement officers like LAPD.
Okay, let's switch back over to here.
Cars are now burning. Okay, we do have Tim Caputo, Eyewitness News reporter who was in that press conference with LA Mayor Karen Bass, asked some very impressive questions. Before we get to the mayor, Tim, you are now on the ground. Can you tell us where you are and what you see?
Yeah, so we're essentially on Los Angeles Street. The interesting thing is on this side of the 101, Los Angeles kind of turns and goes to Alameda right at Union Station. A lot of the protests in the past have ended up on this because you're on either side of the 101. What you're looking at here you saw from above is the cars that are currently on fire. The police line is on the opposite side of these car fires at the moment from where we're standing. Part of the crowd have been moved back in this direction, but you see they're not exactly moving. They've essentially just moved the line back and are standing in place at this point. That thick black smoke obviously going right into the air where we're standing, and the crowd kind of mingling its way down. Tommy, if you want to point down the street towards Union Station as well, kind of working its way on Alameda and Los Angeles as well. They're essentially all in this area. The federal building itself, obviously the focus of these protests and these...
So now we have 3 cars on fire. They're probably going to set the 4th one on fire. I don't remember how many cars are there. Is it 5 total? And again, just want to be clear. These are the mostly peaceful protests that Karen Bass says it won't be a problem at all. We can handle it. This isn't a situation that, President Trump needs to get involved with.
There are a handful, a number of agitators within that crowd. It doesn't necessarily reflect the whole of the group itself.
What is the sign says impeach Vance, but then he's got a, did you reuse? I'm confused about this sign. Is this a sign from like 2020 and he just maybe couldn't afford to buy a new one, so he just crossed out Pence? I don't really understand. I don't understand.
Seems to be getting bigger as more and more people, some coming from the train station itself, are kind of descending on this area. When we were in Compton yesterday, when they set that car on fire, it took a minute for the fire department to get there and put that car fire out. I could tell you from either angle from where we're standing,
hey God, I gotta back that up.
Impossible to get a fire.
I gotta back this up just a little bit. That was too funny. That was way too funny. Why can't I? Oh, I can't back stupid ABC up. It won't let me back their feed up. So
you hear the explosions as well.
I think they've got like a constant run stream, like they just stay stream, stay live all the time.
When we were parked,
that was hilarious though. He's like, "Fuck, it's not Pence anymore." Let me just cross that out and put Vance. Nobody will notice it.
But obviously at this point, this is the main focus. The smoke could be seen from all around as these folks converging around this part of the rally at this point.
Yeah, Tim, now that we have you, I do want to ask you more about what the mayor said. You asked her about the violence and if she's blaming the rioters, the demonstrators who are turning to violence, but she led her press conference directly blaming what has played out and the unrest in our city on what the Trump administration has done, but also saying that if you're causing violence and you're attacking law enforcement, you are to blame as well. So it almost seemed like she was trying to have it both ways.
To a degree, right? So this is, it's nuanced and it's difficult, right? I mean, there was an awkward moment where she's talking about we want it to be peaceful, and we could hear flashbangs and fireworks going off outside her office in City Hall, literally outside the windows of the mayor's office. We're hearing these loud bangs as she's saying, folks, keep it peaceful. That point is come and gone. That is clear to this point. You see it behind me, obviously. The peaceful part of it is not happening. But here's the interesting juxtaposition, of course, because the protests and the demonstrations are against those federal agents, whether it's ICE, the FBI, Homeland Security, anyone federal agents assisting, LAPD, CHP, and the Sheriff's Department are all distancing themselves from the immigration operations that have been happening. But here's the interesting part and what makes it difficult. When there's violence against those federal officers, when there's graffiti on the street, cars on fire in the street, now it's in the hands of LAPD. Now it's in the hands of the Sheriff's Department. They can't sit idly by and let this happen. This is no longer setting a car on fire in the middle of the street about preventing an ICE raid from happening at a Home Depot in the Fashion District. So that's the awkward juxtaposition where I think the mayor is kind of playing both sides, but is also being responsive to the fact that while people are upset and they're emotional about what's happening with the federal government, with immigration from the Trump administration and the feds going to businesses and homes in Los Angeles, the LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, the CHP, all the local agencies are
that
showing
reporter,
fine
that
line where
reporter,
they're saying,
that
"We're
reporter is
obviously not
going to
part of
be
immigration,
getting a
anything
phone
going
call.
on there, but we got to keep the peace on the streets in Los Angeles." And so it's tough because their
Thank you,
presence
Arclight.
alone is sometimes agitating the crowd. The police presence, the flashbangs, the tear gas, those are provoking the crowd to fire back. But it's tough because police are not part of immigration, but now they're part of these protests and these demonstrations. It's a nuanced issue that is playing out in the streets here in Los Angeles, and I think it's important to note folks are trying to be cognizant of the fact and the emotion that the people out here have, but also realizing setting cars on fire, throwing rocks at police officers, assaulting people on the street is not okay regardless of what your cause is.
This is fantastic. So right here, during the press conference, Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass blames the federal government for the chaos that's taking place in Los Angeles, California, while explosions can be heard in the background.
We do not want to play into the administration's hands. We're working with officials, we're organizing resources, but what we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is provoked by the administration. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And
so you can barely hear it. There's a little bit of thumping noise, but that is beautiful. That is beautiful. And the fact that the ABC reporter called her out for that,
and a lot
pretty
of
crazy.
onlookers on this side essentially watching it from this angle. I mean, look at this. There's a city bus driving by. I don't think there's any police anywhere close to this. Whether or not the fire department is coming and how quickly they're coming remains to be seen. They might let this burn out, but obviously in the middle of the street here, a raging fire, cars that were set on fire during these demonstrations. A sad sight to see, obviously, all around.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
indeed.
Tim, this
I can't show it, and I know you're going to be disappointed, chat. I know you're going to be disappointed, but I can't show it. But anti-ICE protesters are now going full nudity on the streets, with some of them holding signs that say, "I am God." This is a chick that is fully nude. Now, this is edited, but the edit doesn't quite catch one of the boobs when it moves off of it. So I can't show it. So yes, completely mentally unstable people. This looks like a third world country right now, man.
Up and walked up the street. The thick black smoke is kind of emanating. Thankfully, there's not much of a wind at this point, so it's going straight up in the air. But I think it's a true sense of what we're feeling here is that smoke is kind of emblematic of the frustration. This thick black smoke kind of billowing above these demonstrations. Everyone frustrated at this point, and just a cloud of uncertainty hovering over all of Los Angeles these last 3 days.
Yeah, I don't know how much you can tell. You're in one spot, kind of separated from everything. I'm just curious at this point whether things are truly escalating in downtown Los Angeles, or just a group that splintered off happened to find 5 cars that they were able to light on fire, and it makes it look like it's a lot worse than the situation actually playing out of the ground.
It's a great point, Jory, because that's the quintessential question when you have rallies, demonstrations, riots, if you will. I wouldn't go far as to call it that. I know President Trump had tweeted about riots and looting. I don't know that I would characterize it that way. But certainly when you have groups like this, from what we've seen, Tommy Pan over here to the left here, It's the vast majority are people taking videos, people waving flags, people walking around, people wanting to be part of the cause, wanting to have their voices heard, and wanting to show the power of numbers and the power of force. Certainly Friday night when we were out here, it was 24, maybe 30 agitators throwing rocks, covered head to toe, trying to instigate the police officers and the feds who were there. The vast majority, that's another big explosion, huh? The vast majority of the folks here seem to be those who are walking around, and you have these pockets of people who are intentionally
Holy shit,
causing
dude.
some issues. I'm pausing here for a second just to take a see if police are moving up any closer. Obviously, the biggest concern, anytime you have a car fire, but especially when you have a car fire surrounded by people standing around as you have a gas tank.
I like how he's trying to downplay it, but he's like, that's another big explosion right there.
Used to over the last day and a half to tell the difference between a fireworks like that or flashbang being fired by authorities. A subtle difference, and frankly doesn't really make a difference. Obviously one is sent by authorities and the other is fired by, that's another one that's a firework. But these are part of the crowd, intermittent and a small part of the crowd. So it's tough to describe the crowd as a whole as agitators. I wouldn't even say that, even close to that. But because it only takes a handful of people to light a car on fire, a handful of people to throw fireworks into a line of police officers, a handful of people to vandalize vehicles, to vandalize and graffiti walls, those get the attention, and rightfully.
So let me get your logic here, ABC. So what you're saying is that we shouldn't take the whole crowd of people and label them for the actions of a few. I wonder if you liberals had that same logic when it came to January 6th. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you didn't.
As those cars continue to burn and.
With that said, this is 100 times worse than January 6th. By the way, it's not even a competition.
Very difficult to put out.
Yeah.
Tim, you okay? Okay, we'll get back to Tim in just a moment. But again, it looks like at least three. I'm sure those guys are working on trying to set the other two on fire as well. And you can see that material just melting and burning and covering the surface and still continuing to burn on the surface of the street.
And we just heard that Tim Caputo was moving, so we'll have a different look, different angle from the protest downtown. But where Tim was standing and we heard those explosions in the background, I think he said it was a combination of the car fire, fireworks, and something else. But
right. Well, we did see those flashbangs going off, so it looks like officers are somewhere, unless that is those are just simple fireworks. But we see those poofs of smoke, and those typically are flashbangs trying to disrupt the crowd. And we do see some movement coming now towards the 101 from the top of our screen. So that would be north to south. That would be coming directly from where Tim
I am keeping an eye on other feeds too. So if there's anything I need to move to, I will.
This way, or perhaps just the smoke. It's getting too hard to breathe. More explosions here from those cars, but we do have.
This is one of my favorite comments so far. Clay Thomason says, just got back from camping. What's going on? Did the Lakers win another championship? Very good super chat, sir. Very good super
And so things seem pretty, it's hard to say that with three cars burning, but things do seem relatively calm, minus these cars that have been set on fire.
Exactly. There are a few scenes, and it looks like this scene is the worst one that we have been seeing because, like you said, the other areas that we've seen,
would call it a riot.
People sitting down,
There's cars burning in the background.
This is just the worst of it. Seeing these three Waymo cars on fire, which hopefully someone can get a handle on them very soon. But again, it's really dangerous for any kind of
not enough super chats for that one, Warbrier.
Not
on here. Not on here anyway.
Like this. So they have to really handle this gently. It's difficult. It's hard, especially with three. Are there three on fire? It looks like three are on fire.
Yeah.
But there are 5 Waymos in that area, but
Sure,
3 are on fire.
It's a precarious situation. You want to maintain control and get order back in the city, but if you try and do so too in a certain way, you're going to devolve here into some really bad confrontations. And so, you know, there are discussions being had right now by law enforcement about how best to handle this situation. Once the demonstrators made their way onto the 101, it took CHP a little bit of time to come up with a plan and how they were able to do that. And here we have the 101 back open again. So same kind of situation here. There's a large group of people. It could turn very volatile if you move law enforcement in there the wrong way.
Look at this, guys.
And turn what?
Look at here. American flag burning inside the Waymo. They put an American flag in there and burned it.
I shit my lights in, so be quick. What? The fire in there. Oh, it's gonna light? So be quick. Let me get on this. Yeah, you're good. Just run it. Yeah. Hey, there's a... I don't know what's that. You can't park there. Yeah. You can't park there. I can't park here.
There you go, right there. These images are going to do nothing but help Trump's case. That's it.
Photojournalists for being there and our reporters on the ground. This is not easy stuff. It's a very precarious, dangerous situation. We saw one station in town. Their reporter and photographer were basically kicked off of scene by demonstrators. It was unsafe for them to be there. They pushed them out of there. That is why we're being very selective with where we put our reporters on the ground today, because we don't want to put them into harm's way. But simply being on the ground, you can see how volatile it is. Tim was just a short ways away from this and had to move their situation because the crowd might have been moving their way. And you, as a reporter, with a camera there, you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you can't get out and put yourself in harm's way.
And it could be so tempting because you really want to show, you want to get the message across and really show these images, these videos of just what it looks like there. But at the same time, you really have to worry about yourself, your well-being. And that's also the case for the police officers that are out there too. I'm sure they're caught in that that kind of struggle as well.
Yeah.
So
it sounds like Tim Caputo has found a new location. Let's see where he is and what is going on as we search really for the bulk of this crowd. That's the 101 South that is still shut down. The 101 North is moving freely again, and what a shot from Tim Caputo's camera location. Tim, tell us about what you're seeing now.
Well, full disclosure, we didn't actually move locations. We were kind of double parked and had to move the van to let some people out because once we got to this location, what's ended up happening, and no surprise here, Los Angeles Street, cars cannot go down. So they're pulling this kind of U-turn to go back down to Alameda Street here towards Union Station. So we are in the same spot, a pretty safe distance away. I can tell you, you know, there are rowdy elements of this crowd. That's why I'm kind of keeping my head on a swivel as well.
Rowdy elements.
Some of the anger pointed at the media, some of the anger obviously pointed at law enforcement, at the mayor's office, whomever.
I got to show you this one.
Potentially a person of a...
We don't need to hear this guy right here, but listen to this. California Lieutenant Governor attempts to blame Donald Trump's unsettling escalation as the reason for the violence in L.A. as images of a Waymo torched by leftist rioters goes up in flames beside her.
But even as people are voicing their disagreement with that, calling in the National Guard in the way that he did was not necessary, absolutely overkill, and seems to now being escalating the problem because of Donald Trump's actions.
Yeah, it sounds like what you're saying, if I'm understanding, is in your belief, what we're seeing, the car on fire, etc., is that escalation is directly correlated with the National Guard being brought in?
Well, I think that it's the
let's see here.
It's an escalation. It's playing on people's emotions during what is absolutely very unsettling for most Californians. You know, over 80% of Californians believe that undocumented people should have a pathway to citizenship. We estimate that there are about 2 million people in the state of California who are undocumented.
You can't make this shit up. You can't make it up.
Obviously, with folks so angry and things on fire and fireworks going off, it is not exactly the safest place to be at the moment.
How you said that you are keeping your head on a swivel. We saw someone pull up right behind you. He was on a bike. But what is the general feeling of the crowd there? Are they confrontational? Are they saying anything to you?
They're angry. They're not necessarily angry at me. They're not necessarily angry at the media. They're angry. They're angry at what's been going on the last couple of days. They're angry at this immigration policy that they protested back in February. Remember back on February 2nd when protesters at the time got onto the 101. That was the kind of initial set-off point for a lot of these folks. And now that what we've seen over the last 24 hours, I feel like to a degree it's emboldened them. You have the crowd, you have numbers, you have people that are upset, that are frustrated, that are scared,
Dude,
and they want to.
There is so much shit going on right now. I'm not even sure. Like, so Israeli forces have intercepted and reportedly boarded Greta Thunberg's flotilla on its way to Gaza. What? What? There's so much shit going on right now. This is crazy. This is, how dare they? How dare they?
As well, and that's what's happening right now. This is kind of a show of force, a show of resistance, and it's still going strong.
Yeah, and as the mayor alluded to, and as we know, there are legitimate demonstrators out there. There are also people who, after a sporting event, just want to watch something burn. And so there is a distinction between.
Don't justify this shit. And media is always trying to justify criminal behavior. Always.
They're actually,
like, I get it. This guy who's boots on the ground, if you're sitting there in the middle of it, you probably don't want to sit there and just say a whole bunch of bad shit. I get all that. I do. But come on, man.
Interesting point, too, because you mentioned the mayor talking about how she wants it to be peaceful. And
we have the answer for the man. There's only one man for the job. There's only one man for the job. We are getting ready to call in John Spartan. John Spartan is being called up to take care of the job. So I think he can clean it up pretty quickly. So John Spartan will be making his way there soon. So we'll see.
That's a subtle but important difference of the folks out here as well, and what the mayor was trying to convey, in the sense that the Trump administration's immigration policies, the ICE raids that have been happening in the last couple of days here in Los Angeles, brought this city to its breaking point, and that's why Angelenos are doing exactly this. And I think.
All right, our boy, I know like 100,000 of you have told me that Yo Pops is live. I know he's live, but he wasn't there yet. Now he's made his way. He's made his way over there. Let's see what Yo Pops has going on.
Oh, Jeremy's in the chat. What's up, Jeremy? How you doing, man?
What's up, Yo Pops?
Yo, thank you for last night, brother.
It sounded gay, but okay.
Appreciate it so much.
He's got some lag going on right now, so we'll check back on with him here in just a minute. Here we go.
You can see the city. It's city. I forgot what that was, but we saw it's just graffitied all over the city. We were seeing graffiti and not nice things either. So a lot of cleanup in downtown LA.
And Governor Gavin Newsom, who is now at odds with President Trump and the federal government over the federalization of California National Guardsmen and women, keeping active on social media, responding to actor James Woods, who posted a video of 2 police cars on fire with the quote, "If I hear one more leftist shill in mainstream media utter the words peaceful protests, I'll throw up," to which the governor responded, "This video is from 2020. And so there he is, active, going back and trying to prove his point that the president was wrong to bring in the National Guard against his wishes, which is something that typically we do not see happen. The normal order of things is that the governor of a state would request the federalization, some help from the federal government, and bring in the National Guard. That did not happen here. President Trump took it upon himself to...
You're correct, Gavin. That video was from 2020. This video is live right now, Gavin Newscomb. So what do you have to say about that? This is a live picture literally happening in your state, in your city. So what do you got to say about that? Absolute clown.
In the background, we've seen a number of Mexican flags. We're going to listen into some of the sounds from the ground as we continue to see these cars burn in downtown LA.
2020, he was still governor. Yes, that's true. All right, we've got an overhead shot right here.
With their activity the last couple of days and some of the violent and dangerous criminals and people that they have taken into custody who now face deportment. Our Tim Caputo, who you've been talking with there on the ground there, spoke with U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley this weekend about some of those movements. Let's hear more, Tim. What?
Okay, we don't really care what he has to say. So I'm looking on Twitter to see if we have any new updates. I mean, there's videos like crazy right now. Like look at this video of these Waymos. Look at this. I'm glad that these images right here, I'm glad that these are the images that the people, the American people can see. You should see exactly what we are dealing with. And that is what we're dealing with. And it's absolutely crazy. This does not look like the United States of America at all. Okay. Oh my God. Some of the memes I'm seeing right now, Maxine Waters had a door slammed in her face. And now we have memes. Wow. 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 So yeah, the imagery is pretty crazy right now. I think that kind of sets a good standard for what we're dealing with, this imagery right here. We thought some of the stuff that we were seeing yesterday was bad, but it's even worse today. And it's probably going to get it's probably not going to get any better. We do have a picture, Maxine Waters now. Maxine Waters is pissed about what happened earlier. Hang on. So if you missed it earlier, let me show you really quick. So Maxine Waters, she had a door slammed in her face because she was trying to enter the ICE facility. She had a door slammed in her face, which is very satisfying to watch, by the way. So I will show you that video clip right here. So here we go. So here's Maxine Waters.
I need to get excuse me, I need to get in.
Contact our public affairs.
I need to get in.
So Maxine Waters has returned. Maxine Waters has returned to the ICE building, and she demands to enter. So this is a live look at Maxine Waters now. So she demands they let her in. So we'll see if she has any luck this time. Time will tell. Time will tell.
Not looking bad when they see scenes like this. The general public is looking at Los Angeles asking what is going on? What is the mayor doing? What is the governor doing? And so they can almost use that response as a positive as the federal government continues their confrontation with local authorities here in California and Los Angeles.
And Jory, I've spoke with a lot of people over the course of the past 3 days.
Now,
people protesting.
Well, speaking of Maxine Waters, here's her right here, and she says, "There's no danger, there's no violence. The president of the United States hates Los Angeles because we're a sanctuary city.
Yesterday, it seems that ICE was in Los Angeles in a number of neighborhoods, but they arrested David Werta, who is the head of one of our SCIU unions. We don't know why. We don't know where he is. We don't know why they're calling in the National Guard. There's no danger. There's no violence.
No danger, no violence.
The United States hates Los Angeles because we're a sanctuary city. He doesn't like us, and we're targeted. And so I believe that
no danger, no violence. Okay, no danger, no violence, according to Maxine Waters. Just wanted to show this image right here to just kind of, you know, show her point and how valid it is. No danger, no violence.
he really wants to have martial law to show that he's in charge. He's the president of the United States, and all of the city of LA is targeted.
And what do you think the reaction might be from the community at seeing the National Guard here?
Well, the community really is concerned about the National Guard and whether or not they're going to use the weapons that we see them armed with right here today. Why do they have all these weapons? Who are they going to shoot? And why would they shoot anybody, even if someone was protesting against ICE?
Again, let me remind you, Maxine Waters says there's no violence, there's no problem at all. Insanity. So let's go back to the live feed.
The nation, if you're trying from a PR perspective, who's going to look bad in a situation like this? It's the demonstrators, it's the leaders in Los Angeles who are in power as this is happening in their city. And so as we see this play out, I see at least 4 of those. I'm guessing all 5 of those Waymos have now been set ablaze and are now burning down, literally burning to the ground, melting into the pavement on Los Angeles Street. This has been going on, this unrest.
A lot of you are new to this channel probably and this whole little Geeks and Gamers world. I am the creator and owner of Geeks and Gamers, the 199. And this is how quickly our memers are on top of things. So Tree Bear, that is how quickly Tree Bear has just memed me on the Maxine Waters meme. It's been like 5 minutes, maybe less, and he's already memed me. So that's how quick he is. That is insane.
They are violent criminals. That may be the case. They did put out some of the people they have arrested, and not all of them were violent criminals with criminal records in their past. Yesterday, things began in.
Look at this imagery right here.
Yeah. Call you later.
There you go. There you go. There is your California. It is amazing how dumb these people are they are making President Trump's point for him. That's all they're doing is making his point for him. And he knows it. He is allowing them to destroy themselves. That's what he's doing. So continue on. Continue to make President Trump's job easier.
At the bottom of the hill, down at
Thank you, Star Wars and Stripes.
Temple at the federal building, and that's
for the working man. Thank you. Thank you, Mola Brown with the 5 get the memberships.
Federal troops, those
the media is not going to be honest. No, they never are.
And the LAPD was called in to move in and back those people up, and they did that, clearing out Alameda, pushing them into the intersection, and gaining control of that situation. As that was happening, some of the crowd dispersed, made their way around the facility, back to the north side and onto the 101 freeway. That took about an hour at least to clear that situation. California Highway Patrol was brought in because once you're on the freeway, that is now state jurisdiction. So the state patrol of the California Highway Patrol came in, cleared off that freeway surface, spreading people out once again, and now they have moved to Los Angeles Street, where their ire has been focused on a fleet of Waymo cars.
Here we go. Here's another angle of all this madness right now that's happening. This is worse than yesterday. Worse than yesterday. Thank you, Jeffrey Hill, for the 5 gifted memberships. Exactly, Michael Ford. Never interrupt your enemy when they are making a mistake. Wow. Really? When I searched LA riots on Insta, the AI summary gave me Rodney King riots from 93. Can't trust Meta or Bing. I got the correct search results on X. There it is. There it is. Well, thank you for being here. Appreciate that. Dante's Plague says, if you are waving foreign flags and destroying things, you are an invader. 100%. Like, I mean, I want to take I'm going to take a screenshot of that. I think that was End Wokeness. No, that was Colin Rugg. Colin Rugg. I'm just going to take a screenshot of that and post it to my Twitter account. And it's like, yeah, right here. That just makes President Trump's point right there. I don't know why my phone's acting up right now. Okay. Here we go. And that puts it into perspective right there. Welcome to Gavin Newsom's shithole right there. Let's turn some audio on so you guys can hear this. Let's see.
Mexican flags being waved in both of our live images. We don't have any clarity on what those blasts are that you're hearing. More than likely, it's coming from within those electric vehicles. But we've also heard fireworks throughout the course of these protests. We've also heard flashbangs. But we've seen a number of explosions coming from those Waymo cars that continue to burn in the middle of the street in downtown LA. We're continuing to listen into the sites that the cameras are capturing down.
I personally do believe, like I 100% believe that that President Trump actually thinks that this is great optics for him, and he's right. To see this happening in the United States of America, to see this going down, it shows you how incompetent Democratic leadership is. It shows you how dangerous the problem is that the Biden administration and the Obama administration allowed so many illegal immigrants to enter this country undocumented. And sites like this speak volumes. It speaks volumes. And, you know, the fact that this is giving more promotion to the problem than anything that anyone could have done, just allowing these criminals to show the world who they are. That's it. Sanctuary Cities did this. Yes, absolutely. Jeremy, can we have a group prayer for Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act tonight? I don't think that that's going to happen. I mean, I personally believe that what I think is happening, and again, I could be wrong. I'm only speculating on this, but the fact that we've got 200 2,000 National Guardsmen have been deployed to the area, You obviously have police force. And now we have, I think it was 500 Marines are preparing to be there as well. I believe that they are laying the foundation to allow this to play out, because optically this helps the case for what Trump needs to get done. So, and again, this is how there is no better, like, Trump is a showman. He's always been a showman. And there's no better showman than Donald Trump. And this is Hollywood right here. This is cinema right here, right before our very eyes. And allowing this to play out, allowing it to be pushed all over social media, allowing it to be covered by the mainstream media. And then at the moment when we decide to go in there and shut all of this down, we can, but you can't buy this type of press. And so allowing all of this to play out is perfectly it's perfectly positioned to help Trump in the way that it needs. So this is I think that this is all part of the plan. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I think this is all going to play out. Oh, my bad. I thought I had this one playing. Fuck, I'm a retard. My bad. I got too many windows open. Now can you hear it? Fuck. All right, I got too many windows open. I'm just sitting here looking like a retard all of a sudden. My bad.
Mustangs, light, basically loud, everything. The horses are very well maintained on that. The horses are
At least it wasn't a DSP moment, okay? At least I wasn't. Camera was on the whole time, eh? At least it wasn't that,
but
okay?
they're also supported by officers on the ground too. The mounted units are an awesome tool to clear
All right,
crowds.
can you hear it now?
I've used them, and only second to motorcycle officers.
Can you hear it now?
They're very, very effective.
Bruce, can you tell us usually when do they make the call to bring the horses in? Like, how bad does the situation have to be?
All right, good.
You know, I was kind of surprised that we didn't see them until just now, meaning, maybe an hour ago. They're a great tool to use with law enforcement, and they do clear crowds. People do not want to stand in front of a horse that, outweighs them by a couple 100 pounds. So I was kind of surprised we didn't see them, but now they're being used, and they're being used very effectively.
So I'm just curious. Obviously, I don't have much training when it comes to just knowing law enforcement and when they use the horses. You explained that really
Hey,
well.
Eric
how it
K,
helps with clearing the
you remember that clip of Ryan and Jay on Geeks and Gamers Daily where Ryan thought he was sharing the audio and nothing was playing for Jay, and there was just like awkward silence for like 30 seconds? Can you find that one for me and send that to me on Twitter? That's one of the great Geeks and Gamers clips right there.
LA City Fire to move in and put these vehicles out, but I think they're very content in just letting them burn, as they do have lithium batteries in them, which presents a whole other problem for the fire department.
It's probably on Geeks and Gamers Clips
everybody
YouTube channel, I
involved.
think.
But I can tell you, once the mounted units are called, they respond, and they respond very effectively.
Look at this. Look at that shot. Look at that. Just a car just burned to the ground. Welcome to a Democratic-run city. There it is right there.
Let's briefly do some catch up for anybody who's just tuning in. We've been watching scenes out of downtown Los Angeles. This is the third day in a row. We've gone wall to wall covering the ongoing protest activity. This all began when a number of immigration enforcement operations were carried out by federal agents.
Oh, look at
in
here.
Southern California.
So
it caused a number of
CNN says, declares that the riots have taken a turn, says law enforcement has a problem. Well, I was told by Mayor Karen Bass that there wasn't a problem and that Donald Trump sending the National Guard in was an overreach of his authority. Interesting. And before we play that, we got legalize adulthood with a proper 199, says Dave Rubin called. Says he likes to ignite his angry protest in his pants with a handful of icy hot. Oh my God. And 20 gifted memberships from Legalize Adulthood as well. Let's freaking go. Hail Legalize Adulthood. Okay, so we heard Mayor Karen Bass say that there was no reason, there was no problem, that Trump has overstepped his authority. Now, here we go.
Kyung Law, who has been standing by all day. Kyung, a lot has happened since we've been talking to you. Where are you now? What is the status where you are?
Well, there are multiple protests now, or at least we should call them incursions, between the people who've been demonstrating here, people who've joined in, and law enforcement. We are near where all of this began, and what you're seeing here is a line of a mix of, though predominantly federal agents, Department of Homeland Security, Customs and Border Patrol, as well as the National Guard that brought out some of these protesters. But you can see they've created quite some space between them and then these protesters. That violence.
Hang on, I got to show you this. We'll go back to it. Local people in LA area says everyone's phone just went up. LAPD has officially declared protests an unlawful assembly. Sirens of police that can be heard everywhere. So this is happening right now. Shit is going crazy right now.
That you were referring to, Jess, you can see that there's a car burning in the background. And while they've made a semicircle here on the street, you can see that the Waymo over there has been vandalized. And we understand that some cars over there may also be Waymos that have been set on fire. So this is a part of the night that law enforcement really worries about, because when I look at some of these protesters, they are not resembling the people who were here when all of this began earlier this morning in Los Angeles. This crowd is different. And so now you have a problem for law enforcement trying to contain these people, whoever they may be, some of them who may have some legitimate concerns, but then also other people who are mixed in. So that is where we are in the evening right now. But again, we are very close to where this all began. And these federal agents now are just standing here with some space between them and these protesters.
And again, thank you, Kyung. We're looking live at some of these Waymos that are on fire at the moment. And as Kyung noted, this has taken a turn since she's been out there over the last several hours, when she saw a different type of protester that was there in a more peaceful way. A lot of people, things have turned far more destructive and violent. I do want to bring in CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence.
Okay, so looks like I don't want to confirm if this is real or not, but I tend to believe that this is real, what I'm about to show everyone. But it looks like Trump has decided to handle business. So this is reportedly, this is a live shot. Reportedly, here we go. Let's go. So that's reportedly what we're seeing right now in Los Angeles, but can't confirm. Okay, we've got some action going on right here.
Okay, yes. So LAPD is now making a move forward. They are using some of their less than lethal fire, rubber bullets presumably, and they are making a move forward. So LAPD not letting this fort, if you will, become any more fortified, and they are making a move and having these protesters disperse and hopefully preventing something a little more serious from happening further down. So you can see those mounted units continuing down, those units on foot continuing to fire that less than lethal fire towards those protesters. You see that looks like that was, I'm not sure if that was a smoke grenade or if that was a water bottle from some of the protesters being thrown at one of the horses. And those horses are continuing to make their way down the street towards where that fort was. You can now see it's been completely destroyed, and they are continuing to push protesters down. I'm not sure if that's a bag rolling or if that's, or if it's...
That's a person.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's actually a person that was just kind of continuing to roll down, and that officer on horseback is... forcefully suggesting that that person get up and continue moving down the street. And you could see here these other protesters, some of them were building that barricade on the street a little to the top of the frame.
Yeah.
They are now being dispersed further down the street, and those officers with those rubber bullets continuing to make headway here.
And as we watch this play out, Gabe, I want to go to Bruce Thomas real quick and ask him about the sticks that we see those mounted officers using. We saw batons earlier deployed on guys on the skirmish line, on the front lines, but we are seeing these officers mounted using some kind of stick to kind of beat back these demonstrators.
Yeah, Jory, it's a straight stick. It's a tool that some departments still have their patrol officers carry. Being on horseback, the straight stick is longer. You're able to reach out. You're able to move people with it. But what we've seen also is the officers intermixed with the horses, and that's part of the training. The horses are not afraid of the flashbangs of the R1 rounds when they go off. And assaulting a horse is a grade 1 felony. And I can tell you,
Let's go. This is awesome.
Throw stuff at the horses, those officers will make the point to take those people to jail.
Yeah.
Bruce, I'm curious. You mentioned the straight stick. That's what the weapon that they're using is called. What are the injuries like with a straight stick if you get hit by it with the force that they're showing today?
Kind of like a baseball bat. It's made of wood. It's laminated. So if you get hit with it, you may have a welt or a bruise. It's not something that's going to totally incapacitate you, as it's more for glancing blows to move people, and then the horse and the mounted officer will move past the problem, so to speak.
And we see those chairs and debris and
What's up, Gary?
being carried away
chat?
from this location. Again, another crowd once again gathering outside City Hall in the middle of the street. Blocking traffic and trying to set up looks like another barricade. That is directly outside LA City Hall. Once again, we saw Molina Park there on the left, City Hall on the right, and as we go down, it's down towards LAPD headquarters, which is right across the street from City Hall. So at the bottom of your screen now, that angled triangular building, that is LAPD headquarters. Right there. Don't have to travel far to kind of see the thick of where this is happening tonight. And you can also kind of see just the juxtaposition, how far away the earlier skirmishes were at Alameda and Temple.
This is a great question right here. Clay Travis says, honest question, would any other country in the world let an illegal immigrant light cars on fire in their cities while waving the flag of another country? It's a perfectly good question. Perfectly good question.
War, immigration protests, and obviously this type of thing. But we haven't seen that yet, and that would create a huge problem for law enforcement. Now you're fighting a battle on two major fronts.
Right. Well, let's go back up to Gabe Santos in
UK,
Air 7, who continues to watch this this section subfleet of Waymos that drew the attention and the ire of those demonstrators. Nothing left but some burning embers and melting plastic there, Gabe.
Yeah, those 5 Waymos, a complete loss here. Luckily, these Waymos are owned by the Waymo company, a subsidiary of Alphabet, and Google is a major shareholder of that company. So at the very least, we know that these aren't owned by individuals that may, struggle to get to work tomorrow. But nonetheless, we never want to see this.
I didn't see this earlier, but I didn't see this earlier. Watch as a lunatic at the migrant riots of LA on stilts tries to press into police. They instantly bring him to the ground. I didn't even see this earlier. I did not see this clip earlier. Holy shit, man. What did you think we were going to accomplish? Seriously. What did you expect to accomplish right there? What an idiot, dude. Holy crap, these people are insane.
Fronts to this protest going on right now on Los Angeles Street, where
It really is Gotham.
Waymos on
It
fire,
is.
and now the new kind of hot.
It's Gotham City.
More towards City Hall as we continue to make an orbit on the west side of downtown, and we get view of City Hall on. I believe that's going to be Main Street and Los Angeles Street. It looks like this is going to be Temple and Main Street, actually, and that's where we're seeing a number of police officers reloading, and we actually heard some reports earlier that they were running low on less than lethal ammo. So there is reports that LAPD is working to get more less than lethal rounds on the scene here, so that officers can continue maintaining the control of the area. But as we widen out the shot, Rob, I want to see what the situation is on the left side of the City Hall building, because we saw.
We got a quote right here from Kash Patel, director, FBI director, says, if you assault an officer, you're going to jail. And the part of that quote that's not on here, unless you're on the Epstein list, and then you're good. We're not worried about it. You can go on about your business. So that's from Kash Patel.
They made a barricade, if you will, with those pink chairs and those plastic construction signs a little further down on 1st and Main, I believe. And now it appears that another one is being set up. But this is an area, let's see, you have a contingent of people on mini bikes and an ATV. I wasn't sure if those were law enforcement officers, but it does not.
All right. Well, we're not. This was from earlier, though. Yeah.
Over on their mini bike. So
right? Is this from earlier?
Here, a lot of protesters kind of going in a number of different directions here, and you can imagine the tactical challenge that LAPD has here, trying to maintain
I guess that's
control of
live.
such a large area. There's multiple skirmish lines. There's multiple air units overhead. We have that LAPD air unit going through the screen. This is the intersection of Los Angeles and Temple Street. You could see that's a van from LAPD Hollywood Division. So it just goes to show you that resources from all over the LA City area are coming in here to help LAPD kind of maintain control, or what control they can of the situation here. And as we kind of just look around and pick and choose different areas, we see these different spots that law enforcement is trying to just monitor. We saw that LAPD air unit going through the shot earlier, and they were trying to guide officers into certain areas where individuals and protesters were maybe gathering and creating barricades. We see here somebody, looks like, I'm not sure if they're marking on the surface street or trying to crack the curb there. We did see videos in previous days of protesters trying to hammer out pieces of the curb.
They're gathering something.
Projectiles.
They're gathering all the stuff that's been fired onto the street for something.
Yeah, we've
Whatever-
definitely seen that before.
Yeah, whatever they're
We've
doing,
seen
it looks like it's up to no good.
Yeah, I think that's certainly within reason to say, Jory. We have seen videos earlier of protesters with hammers actually chipping away at some of the sidewalks to create concrete projectiles, and that's not what LAPD wants to see. And they definitely don't want more people coming here to gather and kind of sightsee or do anything of that nature, because it's a situation that's not relatively safe. And LAPD is just trying to do their best to continue to control the situation. As you see here, it looks like one side of the 101 freeway is open, and a large CHP contingent is still set up on the southbound lanes of the 101 before it connects with the East LA interchange. Yeah. So that will probably take a little bit of a ways to clear. But
thank you, Sam, for the $5 super chat.
Right now.
Gabe, it looks like that. I'm not sure. It looks like they might have just escorted that member of the media out of there. Not very. It wasn't a friendly escorting out of that situation. Yeah, we saw them moving a little faster. Anytime you're looking at a crowd like this, right, Nico? You see something moving a little faster than the rest. Something's going on.
Right, that's the action.
And then they kind of pushed a woman with a camera around her neck out of that group and had her walk away.
Wow. Gabe, I had a question. You've shown us these different scenes. We looked at the protesters that had the barriers up. They kind of barricaded themselves. Next to them, we saw some protesters doing donuts. You were talking about the ones that were chipping away at the concrete with a hammer. Just all these different random scenes. It's just so hard, I can imagine, for law enforcement to keep up with the different things that are going on. But it just seems like from the aerial views that you're showing us that the crowd has reduced. Oh, you see more chairs?
They're on the move. If you look, just go right back on.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. They're on the move again.
It appears that more of these protesters are gathering these chairs. They're refortifying that barrier, as you said. But LAPD has their air unit overhead, and they are making a plan, if you will, to try and push back this barrier. They don't want anybody to kind of dig their heels in and get set up or get too comfortable in any one particular area. That's why you saw those LAPD units on horseback. You know, within a matter of.
There's a lot of shit going on, man. There is stuff going on all over the place. What a time to live in.
You see just a number of skirmish lines and a number of areas that LAPD is trying to maintain control over. They are on Los Angeles Street. They're on Main Street. It's all kind of. Not that it's spreading out, but you had about 3,000 people here earlier, and a lot of them are kind of spreading out over a few blocks right now. Whereas earlier they were kind of contained to maybe one city block or two. They're spread out over a couple different blocks right now. Not that this is engulfing the entirety of all downtown, but you do have a very large area, and LAPD, it appears, is really kind of struggling to deal with the number of protesters and how kind of widespread they are right now.
It definitely makes it much harder when they are so widespread like that. Gabe, thank you so much. I believe we have Amy Powell joining us as well. She is on the ground giving us a look as well. And Amy, what's going on behind you? Where are you? What are you seeing? What's happening?
Nico, we are here right next to the 110 freeway along North Broadway, and we're overlooking the freeway. Of course, we can see that the southbound side of the freeway is completely shut down. We see nothing but LAPD vehicles and other emergency vehicles and official vehicles there because traffic cannot flow through this area right now. However, the northbound.
So if you missed it earlier, we have reports that I believe 500 Marines are, I believe they have been, I think the decision was made to send them to California. The last I'd heard, I think that there was a decision to send them. So 500 Marines are set to be heading to Los Angeles, California to assist the 2,000 National Guardsmen that are already there. Things are getting real bad, and it's not going to get any better. Now we do have Yo Pops is on the scene. It looks like his feed is working okay right now. Let's hear it. Let's see what he's got going on.
Here we go again. A hoodie. Yes, we are the media. It's not just me. It's us. It's all of us. It's all of us. I mean, you guys, share. You guys go ahead and share the.
So he's looks like this is where the sit-in is happening, where he's at right now. We have overhead shots on the ABC feed, and then we have the Fox feed that. Let's see, talking about the reward for that person that was throwing rocks at federal agents. The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of this man seen on video throwing rocks at federal agents yesterday. So I'm sure many of you saw that video. I've covered that video several times now. So that is out there as well. Back to this feed. So we'll see if any action is happening over there. You've got people spray painting the entire area of, fuck ICE, fuck Trump, whatever. And I'm sure that Trump is just going to be like, hey guys, they're upset. We should probably just stop our deportation efforts because they're upset. They're lighting cars on fire and they're spray painting, buildings. We should probably just stop our deportation efforts because these illegal immigrants aren't really happy about it. I'm sure that's what's going to happen. I'm sure he's going to back off now. I'm sure you've made a really strong point to President Trump. So I'm sure he's going to have a discussion with his team, and they're just going to be like, you know, guys, never mind. No big deal. I'm sure it'll work out fine. Images like this just not going very well. Not going very well. But this is Gavin Newsom's California. This is Gavin Newsom. This is the liberals and the left wingers. This is what they do. Oh shit! Do we have an issue? What do we got? What do we got?
Something happens and a confrontation happens. So we'll send it back to you.
They're tearing city signs down now.
Okay. 110 freeway.
Okay,
Jeez.
Reporting live.
Amy, thank you. It is disheartening to see parts of our city burning tonight with that smoke rising behind you, and we see some vandalism happening right now in downtown Los Angeles, breaking down a street sign here. Let's go from Amy to Tim Caputo, who's also on the ground and is a little bit closer to the burning cars and has been witnessing what's been going on there for the last couple hours. Tim.
Yeah, the cars are still burning strong out here. We haven't seen the fire department or police come really to this side of Los Angeles Street. You know, we've been talking to a lot of folks who have been coming out here today for the protest, for the demonstration, to try to get a sense of exactly why they're out here and what's been going on. With me now is Nasira Elias. You've been protesting not just today, all weekend long. You said even to the first Trump administration. Why?
Yes, sir. I started protesting as soon as Trump got into administration because we could see, you know, from
how's that working out for you?
And just from his agenda that he was anti-immigrant in spite of having an immigrant family. And
wait a minute.
That's huge because the United States.
You said he's anti-immigrant, but you admit he's got an immigrant family. Wow, stupid are you?
It doesn't make sense that they can't have a seat at the table when they're the backbone of America. They are what makes America great by their work, their effort, and they're being exploited by not being given an opportunity to amnesty, which has been over 40 years now.
You've been fighting for this for a while. What's the weekend been like for you, both emotionally and physically? What have you been doing as all this has been going on?
So 2 days ago,
yeah, I don't care. I don't care what this person has to say. But what did I say to you? What did I say to all of you? I know I promised Mario Kart. And look at what we have here. The beginning of this looks like a real-life Mario Kart World 24-player knockout tour. Let's go. I told you guys, I told you we were going to be playing some Mario Kart. So there we go. We got the beginning. I'll be honest, I'm not sure what's more chaotic, Mario Kart World with 24 players or watching this shit show play out, but they're both pretty chaotic. 200cc only. If only we had 200cc. If only we had it. All right, she can leave. We don't care what she has to say.
Sirens behind me. Tommy, take a point to our right here. The fire department has arrived here. Obviously, where we are kind of stationed is a weird intersection where your cars can't get through. Now, the fire department at the moment kind of stuck and unable to get to the cars that were burning here on Los Angeles Street. They are waiting for some of these cars ahead of me to move, and then they're going to work their way up street. They are flanked behind them by LAPD. You don't have to show it for a second, Tommy. It's all the way behind you. By several officers behind the fire department who will try to get up the street here as you see that fire burning. You see the fire burning. You've seen the fireworks out here the last couple days. Some people depict this as rioting, as unrest, as violence. What does this say to you? And I know this isn't necessarily the entire crowd, but when you see this, what do you feel?
I think that's a common propaganda, but just the last couple of days, it has really made sense how basically, you know, he came in and attacked the immigrant community and all of their loved ones, and people responded by trying to be protective, you know, in the workplaces where they were being attacked, you know, and trying to block and so forth. But what we've been seeing, and that, you know, I hope that people will understand for those of us on the ground, is that there has been more force coming in. And as I said a little while ago, he's showing that there's no respect. It's almost looking like a military state. Like, we feel helpless, we feel powerless, we feel like who do we have that that Trump can answer to? You know what I mean? And so
Nobody.
I'm
He's
here
the
for
fucking
like
boss.
a vigil, but it also protest and so forth. But we're feeling like, you know, we want people to see what's happening, to hear, you know, hear our cries that we have rights as well. I'm the daughter of 2 immigrants from El Salvador, and so I'm here to speak up for my community and to protect them, do anything I can to let them know that they have a voice, that they have people that care about them. And so for those of us that have a voice, I ask that you would please speak up at this time and don't let your wealth or your privilege, your American, you know, privilege choke your voice, because we need it at this time.
Nasira, thank you so much. So eloquent
You know what?
you said. Thank you. And
I am inspired by her. I am inspired by her. She says, don't let my American privilege stop me from speaking out. I agree. So it's time for me to speak out. Deport immediately all illegal immigrants. I am using my American privilege to voice my concerns. Support President Trump and support Tom Homan and support the United States of America. Thank you. I appreciate you motivating me to speak up and use my voice. So I'm glad I took your advice. I'm 100% glad I took your advice on that. I really appreciate that. I've always had trouble speaking my mind, and I've had trouble talking about my support for Trump. So I finally found my voice because of you. And I appreciate that.
I was just kind of laying the scene for you here as the fire department is trying to put out those Waymo cars that were set on fire, while LAPD behind them trying to do a little bit of crowd control to make sure these firefighters are able to do their job. Obviously, for those first responders and firefighters, they're not involved in this in any way, but putting out a fire is paramount to them. So for them to be able to do their job in the safest way possible, that's why you're seeing now police come up on the other side, and the crowd, for the most part, that has really been packed over here for the last couple hours. Have moved across the 101 despite a handful of people like there. Somebody just threw a water bottle at Homeland Security, who are pulling up behind LAPD here, but a water bottle against the side of the car, not necessarily the most violent action, but a sense of what's going on.
Are you justifying them throwing shit right in front of the cameras? Are you not necessarily the most violent act?
The LAFD put out these fires, a volatile situation, and here we go, right on camera. More civil unrest, and again, when we talk about peaceful versus violent, this is certainly not on the peaceful side of protests, and this guy's going to take another swing, and we'll see how long these officials allow this to continue here. We do have LAPD officers right in the area, as this man twice now has hit this police vehicle with his bike and now seems to be leaving the area. And so we just want to make sure Tim stays safe in this situation. It is volatile, but we can see the white smoke now rising behind you, which is a good sign if veterans of Los Angeles know fires pretty well, Tim, and we're seeing this finally go out. And the hope is, now that these fires are being put out, that this kind of puts to rest the unrest that we have seen. You know, we still see demonstrators on the street, but we don't see the confrontations that we were seeing hours ago.
Yeah, you know, and Jory, this is, I think Chris Christie brought it up yesterday when he was over Compton and saying, what would happen if police just went home? And this is kind of a peculiar decision by Homeland Security to pull away this way, some not so nice remarks on that sign, but Homeland Security to pull up on this road where they essentially can't move up any further into this crowd. They're not focused on LAPD, those protesters, the guy who threw the water bottle and slammed his bike against the back of the Homeland Security truck. He wasn't necessarily have an issue with the LAPD, it was Homeland Security. So for those agents to drive up essentially a dead-end street where they can't move and get stuck here in the middle of the crowd, I'm not saying that's wrong, but the presence often is a provocation in itself. And I think for some of the folks out here, just seeing those federal agents, seeing Homeland Security, ICE, FBI, whomever it is kind of a willpower to them to do something in response. You saw LAPD, you see them behind me there. Nobody's bothering them. They're trying to protect the firefighters up there at the front of the street. It's just when Homeland Security pulled up 3 or 4 vans in a row, it elicited that response. They didn't do anything to that guy on the bike. But again, the presence alone often causes that provocation. So it's this awkward stalemate where you have police presence that angers an already angry crowd. Obviously.
All right, guys, have exclusive footage. As you know, famous Twitch streamer and left-wing activist Hassan Piker was at the protest today, and he had a tough day. And as you see right here, Mom, I did a protest. Here is Hassan eating ice cream on stream. Very tough day for Hassan. Mom, I did a protest. I hope Mom is proud. It was a very tough day for Hassan. Poor thing. Hope he's okay.
The United States writing today, we have been saying this for years. This is a fight to save civilization. Anyone with eyes can see that now. Certainly no stranger to inflammatory, at times veering into offensive speech is Stephen Miller. He writes about seeing different countries' flags as we're watching chunks of rock and concrete hurled onto the 101 freeway and those California Highway Patrol vehicles below. Stephen Miller writing, look at all the foreign flags. Los Angeles is occupied territory.
Yes, he's 100% correct.
Other posts that the presence of flags of other countries, rather than being people being proud of their heritage and where they come from, rather is a foreign invading force that is now occupying Los Angeles. Again, we see violence being meted out by demonstrators here. Sometimes it's unmanned. These vehicles from the CHP have been posted on the 101 freeway for several hours now, and you see the scooters there lying beside them. They have been hurled from the overpasses down onto those vehicles below, the barricades, the signs. That sign that was ripped out we saw a little bit ago looks like it's laying next to that vehicle, and a scooter laying in the windshield.
And those are very heavy, those Lime scooters. So just imagine the force when it came down from that overpass onto that police vehicle. You can imagine the damage that it's caused. But going back to what Tim said a little bit earlier, it really makes you think, these protesters, what they're thinking. But one point that I feel like is really important is that a lot of these protesters, unfortunately, they've kind of just grouped all of these law enforcement entities together. So Homeland Security, LA.
So we've got that feed. We got this feed over here.
Placing yourself in jeopardy. You're placing yourself in a position where you could be caught up in something that you don't want any part of. So my advice is watch it from your television, but don't go down there and get yourself involved in it.
Randy, one thing that a lot of people have questions about,
so we've got a tweet. Let's see. Breaking reports of Antifa. They're going to be. So the night begins. Okay, so Antifa is reportedly in LA. The night is about to begin. This will not be good unless the National Guard is allowed to maintain the peace. So it looks like Antifa is now going to be involved with the goings-on here in Los Angeles.
Vehicles burn, and some of the chemicals that are inside these vehicles, we know how they burn. Randy, one thing that I'm going to be watching for is we sort of lose our visibility. It looks like it's getting pretty smoky out there. One thing that we're going to be following is the next few days. We've already asked you about the possibility of this happening in multiple cities, the possibility of this continuing on for multiple days.
I want to
today?
reiterate that
it's a weekend, presumably.
We are told that these are peaceful protesters, guys. Peaceful protesters. Well, here you have a protester carrying a Mexican flag and a decapitated Trump head. These are very, 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 very good people. Nice people, respectable people. They just want to go home to their families. They're just trying to raise a family and be a good person, according to the media right here. They're just really innocent, sweet people, guys. That's all they are. And they're just trying to raise their families.
Removing those chairs, kind of refortifying their line. What are you seeing now?
Yeah, as we move Air 7 around this other building here, just on the west side of City Hall, we could see there that fortified barricade that we've seen with those pink chairs that have been put in place there. And as we get a little bit of a better view there, you could see it now spans the entire length of Spring Street. And, well, yeah, you could see about 20 or so of those pink chairs being used as a barricade, and those protesters now standing behind those barricades. And now we see some of that less than lethal fire from LAPD. LAPD has not tolerated the presence of any sort of fixed barricades or anything like that. They don't want anybody to really dig their heels in, so to speak, and post up at any one specific location, especially using shields or anything of that nature, because as soon as that happens.
All right, we got Yo Pops on the ground here.
Like using them as they're intended to be. So. Let me go over here. All right, we'll get a couple of shots of the officers in the skirmish line. We'll just kind of let's do that for a little bit.
Okay, so he's basically in that area where look, they're still throwing rocks,
I see a number of,
tons of
chunks
rocks
of concrete down there
and
too.
concrete.
It looks like some pieces of concrete have been hammered away from the sidewalk, and some of those pieces have been thrown down onto. You see another one right there at the top of the frame. Some of them have been thrown down onto these CHP vehicles down below. Now, those, yep, you see another one through the frame right there. Now, there's nobody in those vehicles, but there are a number of CHP officers still down underneath the overpass, so they appear to be holding that position as of now, but definitely not something you want to see. We've had a number of city leaders condemn acts of violence and acts of vandalism. And wow, you see one of those rental bikes, the entire bike hurled over the...
I would like to show you that Gavin Newsom said this is from 2020. Well, Gavin Newsom, this is literally live happening right now, you piece of shit.
CHP vehicles down below and just using them for target practice right now, which is obviously not something we want to see here. We only see a few individuals right here on this bridge doing that, but this is just one of a number of different scenes that law enforcement is dealing with right now. We've seen where Tim Caputo is located on the north side of the 101 on Los Angeles Street, where those Waymo vehicles were burning earlier. LA City Fire arriving on scene to put those fires out. I'm seeing, as I look out the window of Air 7, I'm seeing white smoke from those Waymo vehicles. So it appears that fire crews are getting a handle on that. I am a little surprised that LA City Fire actually made the move to move in there, because it really didn't seem like the fires were a continuing threat, but it is my best guess is that LA City Fire was able to get some additional crews on scene, and LAPD was able to get some additional crews on scene so that they could escort some fire trucks into the area to put those fires out. So at the very least, there isn't just something burning in the middle of Los Angeles Street that could be, something that's easy to set other things on fire. Protesters could use the flames that are already existent here to set more fires. That's obviously a concern in any situation like this. But you see these Waymo fires, it looks like a lot of them are being put out. Some stubborn flames there in the middle, probably those lithium-ion batteries that we're always hearing about with regards to any electronic vehicle fires, those Waymos being electronic vehicles. But a lot of different scenes here, spanning a number of city blocks that law enforcement is having to deal with here. As we tilt down, that's the federal building at the top of the frame, and this is Alameda Boulevard, where you could see a lot of these LAPD vehicles staging. The numbers on the top of those LAPD vehicles represent different sections of LAPD, I'm not going to bore you with reading them all out, but it's basically from all over the city. So you have LAPD resources from all over the city coming to the scene.
All right, we got
zooms in at the corner.
All right, so we got live footage, ladies and gentlemen, of some stuff going on in Los Angeles. So live footage right here of things going on in Los Angeles.
I'll get on the stingers and knock out some of those drones. Be ready to move.
All right, we'll go back to live. I just had to show it. I had to show it. I had to do it.
Were driven into the crowd, though. I'm curious, do you have a vantage point back outside at Grand Park to see what's going on there? It's very reminiscent of some of those school protests, which we covered a couple of years ago, where students would take chairs and umbrellas and equipment there and line it up and wait for police to come in. And they would give the order and march in. I don't know how much. It's surprising to see when we hear about a shortage of those non-lethals that these officers just continue to volley them into this crowd. It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Perhaps they're just hoping they stand their ground because you have the mounted horses right there. If they did what they did a moment ago when they were barricading themselves and just move the horses in the line of officers in.
Okay, we've got a statement from President Trump. Vice President Vance just posted this too. This moment calls for decisive leadership. The president will not tolerate rioting and violence. So here's Trump. Once again, a once great American city, Los Angeles, has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Now, violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try to stop our deportation operations. There you go. So Trump's not going to put up with this. He's not going to put up with this. And everybody that's involved in this, they're going to pay dearly. I think he is baiting all of these people right now.
This is the first time that we've seen it with the benches. I don't think the other barricaded area even had these benches, but
that was posted a couple hours ago. Okay, I saw Vance posted it about 10 minutes ago
with the horses, and I think that is them. It's kind of hard to tell because it's zoomed out, but I think Gabe is about to zoom in for us. I think those are the police officers right there. I don't believe these are the ones on the horses, though.
No, the horses are just on the catty corner in this intersection.
Okay. Because when they start coming toward them with the horses, that's when we see those barricaded areas start dispersing. So we'll see when they make that move. But as of right now, the protesters have barricaded themselves behind those chairs.
In the meantime, Governor Newsom is observing the situation. He's posted several tweets this afternoon and this evening, writing, Trump is trying to manufacture a crisis in LA County, deploying troops not for order, but to create chaos. Don't take the bait.
How can any person with a level head look at this chaos and think this is Trump's fault? Good Lord, man.
By threatening to deploy roughly 500 active duty Marines to the streets of Los Angeles. He writes, Los Angeles, remain peaceful. Don't fall into the trap that extremists are hoping for. And that 500 active duty Marines threat was first put out by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and is now being repeated by President Trump, saying he will do whatever he needs to do to maintain law and order. By and large, that is not something that a president can do. You cannot turn U.S. troops against U.S. citizens on U.S. soil unless you're using the Insurrection Act.
Well, then let him sign it. But they're not U.S. citizens.
But under any circumstances, legal, moral, could this be deemed an insurrection against the United States?
This is where I would love if we had a legal expert to be here and answering the questions for us, because that is...
You want a legal expert in here? Donald Trump is the highest order in the land. He can do whatever the fuck he wants if America is under attack. And we have a United States city that is literally under attack. The citizens of the country cannot even go about their day-to-day life right now.
He elicited hopes and desires to use weaponry against U.S. citizens. There's that famous day in Washington, D.C. when the president wanted to walk across the grounds to the church, through Lafayette Park to the nearby church there, and wanted U.S. troops to be on the ground to shoot at the legs of demonstrators who were outside the White House. And so he has expressed a desire to fire upon using U.S. military means against U.S. citizens, which would be wildly against anything written in our Constitution and our laws. And again, now there is an open threat from the President of the United States and the Secretary of Defense to do exactly that.
These clowns are watching criminals destroy their fucking city. And all they want to do is cry about someone that's willing to stop it. Liberalism is a fucking disease. You are watching your city burn to the ground by illegal immigrants waving the flag of another country. It's the literal definition of an insurrection.
That aerial view and still showing the protesters going strong. 7:04 this evening. There is some good news here. You can see on the screen. So that looks like a live picture. So the fire department is there. We had those 3 Waymo cars on fire, and we had 5 Waymo cars, on fire. And it looks like from that white smoke, they have taken care of that. So that was successful. Let's just hope that we don't see any more EV fires like what we saw there. Anything else that the fire department has to get involved. But what is this? We're seeing some more.
This is the remnants of the Waymos.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Wow.
But it's not a big deal, right?
Left,
but it's not a big
all the
deal.
plastic is now melted.
But it's just peaceful. It's just peaceful. President of the United States is overstepping his boundaries, because this is a peaceful protest where they're literally burning cars and burning the city to the ground and stopping people from going from point A to point B, shutting down the freeway.
Air quality.
Wow.
Because of these fires, it says that from LAPD Central Division, a traffic advisory to media partners, demonstrators, and others who may enter the area of Los Angeles Street north of Arcadia. Burning lithium-ion batteries release toxic gases, including hydrogen fluoride, posing risks to responders and those nearby. Please avoid.
Rapid Response 47 just posted this. Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Bass should apologize to the people of Los Angeles for the absolutely horrible job they have done. And this now includes ongoing LA riots. These are not protesters. They are troublemakers and insurrectionists. Remember, no masks. That's my president right there. That's what I voted for.
Has met with the chief of police of the LAPD and LA County Sheriff Robert Luna. We do have a picture we're working on showing you the officials gathered in Los Angeles, state emergency officials, as they say they're responding to the protest provoked by chaos from Washington. That is from the governor, provoked by chaos from Washington. The governor writing, "We're here to keep the peace, not play into Trump's political games." And we do expect to hear a press conference from the LAPD, likely from the sheriff's department as well. And we believe the governor will be there as well. So he is in Los Angeles tonight monitoring the situation with the chief of the LAPD, Jim McDonnell, and the sheriff, as well as other officials from around the city. California Highway Patrol, I see. So they posted a picture. I'm just trying to see what officials are gathered here. It looks like other sheriff officials, CHP is likely there, LAPD, and I'm not sure. I highly doubt that
what a real governor would say in this situation that actually cared about the United States of America and cared about his state is a real governor, regardless as to who the president was, in terms of Democrat or Republican. A real governor would say, I am thankful for the support of the president and the federal government. We want to do everything in our power to make sure that we are protecting the law-abiding citizens of the city of California. The city of Los Angeles and everyone in the state of California. But instead of being mad at the illegal immigrants and the criminals that are taking over your city and burning it to the ground, your answer is President Donald Trump created all of this. It's absolutely insane, dude. It's absolutely insane. It's mind-blowing how corrupt these clowns are. We've got a live shot over here.
We saw a number of those videographers taking cover. So Lieutenant Randy Sutton, we thank you for being generous with your time this evening. Take care. We'll keep an eye on the situation.
Well, one thing I would like to add before we take leave here, and that is for any of the officers who have been hurt here. If you've been hurt physically, remember the Wounded Blue is there for you. Go to thewoundedblue.org. Reach out for help. We will be there for you 24/7.
Randy, we appreciate you. Take care.
Thank you.
We just saw that Fox 11 Los Angeles came on with their evening news. We dipped into Fox San Francisco moments ago to watch their coverage. Let's do the very same thing with Los Angeles now. I'm Austin Westfall. Thank you, everybody, for streaming along with us as we...
All right. Back over to this feed.
Definitely spiked up the anger level. It looks like it went up a notch, too. Protesters definitely upset about that.
Okay, we see that, I believe, those are the feds moving through. These are the same vehicles that, this is Homeland Security moving through the same vehicles that we saw that man try and smash the back window out with his bike over by Tim Caputo. They are driving by those mounted officers who at some point we assume will likely move in on those gathered in front of
the park?
City Hall. Right,
Oh,
so
okay.
right down here, City Hall's to the right.
Oh,
Grand
boy.
Park is to the left. The courthouse is just up
That's
and around
gonna be
the corner,
that's gonna be
up the
good
hill from this
to
location.
watch that one play out.
And those Homeland Security
I'm gonna
vehicles
go
are
get a
moving
refill of water.
through.
I'll be right back.
The LAPD with those mounted officers are holding their position, basically, I guess, letting these folks just kind of play around, hiding behind their barricade.
Right.
But I think the volley of non-lethals has continued from LAPD officers as we see them continue to fortify their line there, stacking those benches and tables up and standing behind them. What they hope to accomplish here, what the purpose of this is, I'm not even sure if there is a purpose, just kind of continue this going throughout the afternoon, and they are continuing to hurl things back at those officers. At what point does the LAPD say this is enough? We're going to restore control of this area. It's right outside City Hall. It's right by the park. Again, those pink chairs and benches and tables were somehow, for some reason, left unsecured to Grand Park, and it has allowed these demonstrators to build up a fortified line here.
And it's going to start getting dark really soon. In the next hour or so, we're expecting our sunset around 8 o'clock tonight. So it makes you think. And right now, it looks like the law enforcement is in some sort of position right in front of those protesters.
So did they say that it's supposed to get dark in about an hour?
Continue until it gets dark. Is that
So what? Chat that's in California, what are we looking at? You got about an hour of daylight left over there? Is that what we're talking about?
clearer picture of what he's seeing? Gabe, what's going on?
Yeah, so we've been monitoring this barricade, if you will, that's on Spring Street, right next to City Hall.
And I'm gonna check some other feeds really quick and see. Not a whole lot going on other feeds at the moment. My Fox feed is showing Karen Bass. Nobody wants to see her. I'm gonna look and see if we've got any reports on social media about anything. But this is gonna be the interesting stuff right here. Is whenever these officers start to move in. Let's see. That's what's going to be some good TV right there. So, President Trump just posted and called these people paid insurrectionists. That is what Trump just posted on True Social. Paid insurrectionist. Trump calling it like it is. Here is his True Social feed right here. He just said it. Paid insurrectionists. Let's go. So Trump is not messing around. He's calling it for what it is. And I'm happy to see it.
Additional parts of LAPD come in, and it took them a while due to traffic. Some of the freeways were shut down, but LAPD was able to bring in some additional boxes of that ammo, and you could see those boxes there. They have arrived at the scene here, and LAPD is now making use of that as they continue to slowly push some of those protesters south near this barricade that they have set up on the street in front of City Hall. So it'll be very interesting to see how LAPD kind of deals with this right now. We did see earlier those white SUVs. Those are from the Federal Protective Service. That's a agency within the Department of Homeland Security, and that is a part of the agency, and their sole responsibility is to protect federal government facilities and occupants of federal government facilities. So unsure exactly which facility they're going to, if they're going to the federal building itself and try and
Jack Posobiec just said an illegal alien has no right to protest. Perfectly said. Perfectly said. Other feeds right now, again, not a whole lot going on any of the other feeds that I'm seeing. What is this one? This is from earlier, I believe.
After social media.
Yeah, that's earlier. So that's the ABC feed right now is the most consistent one. So we're gonna continue to stay on this one because this is where as JR would say, business is about to pick up. That's where it's gonna happen right here.
Barricade, and we're just waiting to see what LAPD does if they continue to move forward on this barricade here and using some of those less than lethal rounds.
It is curious to me why they continue this volley of less than lethals. It doesn't appear to be doing anything. They continue to fortify their lines there. And as we heard earlier, there were calls going out, Gabe, that they are running low on these rounds of flashbangs and pepper balls. And we just see a continued volley of these officers on the front line. It looks like it's calmed down now. We haven't seen anything in the last couple seconds. But look at the side of the road. Every canister there is another empty canister of a less than lethal on one side of the road. These are
so if you missed it
here.
earlier, President Trump specifically addressed them hitting our agents, and he said this.
We're going to be watching it very closely. And when they spit at people, you know, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit, and worse, you know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do as a common thing. They get up to them this far away, and then they start spitting in their face. That happens, they get hit very hard.
Let's go. That's what I voted for right there.
Grand Park,
they spit, we
LA
hit.
City Hall. It's where we saw at 2 o'clock, almost more than 5 hours ago.
Wow.
What was the second demonstration of this day outside City Hall. That was a large gathering, more than 1,000 people. The entire park there on the left and the street was completely filled with people.
Shockingly enough, look who's back on the Trump train, apparently. Elon Musk is now screenshotting Donald Trump's True Social posts. So now Elon is posting what Trump is saying about the governor of California and the mayor of Los Angeles. He's posting images saying this is not okay. Oh shit, that's fucking awesome right there. Star Wars billboard in Tokyo, Japan, 1978. That is awesome right there. Holy crap, that's cool. He's also reposted JD Vance's post about President Trump. So there you go. Hey, Elon, instead of posting those things, why don't you just apologize for all the shit that you said about our great president?
Who continues to call the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, writing, Governor Gavin Newsom and, quote, Mayor Bass should apologize to the people of Los Angeles for the absolutely horrible job that they have done. And this now includes the ongoing LA riots. These are not protesters. They are troublemakers and insurrectionists. That is a keynote that he's using that term. Remember, no masks, he writes. And then 3 minutes later, he posted, paid insurrectionists. Okay, so why is that so significant? We were talking about it a little earlier.
Go ahead and cry. Cry more. Cry more.
Military troops onto the streets of the United States.
Cry more.
Against citizens of the United States, the president would have to invoke the Insurrection Act. This is hundreds of years old. What is an insurrection? It's obviously a movement against the government, against the United States itself. Could this be viewed, what's happening in our city, be viewed as an insurrection against the United States? If the president here is using that term, he's calling these people insurrectionists. Is that a movement? Is that a move by the president to employ U.S. military on the streets of our country?
And it makes you just wonder, like, okay, are the Marines the next step? Like he said that he wanted to deploy a little bit earlier. And when? How soon will we see those? Did he say 500 Marines? We'll be seeing 500 active duty Marines. And these are military members. They're active duty. They don't think about getting assigned to anywhere domestic. I mean, they're deploying these men and women all around the world. But
yeah, well, you dumb bitch. When the Biden administration allows, tens of thousands, if not millions of illegal immigrants to come into this country undocumented, Yeah, that's a problem that the real president of the United States, Donald Trump, has to deal with.
McDonald there, Sheriff Robert Luna, and other members of law enforcement gathered in Los Angeles just a short time ago. The governor posting to Twitter and citing joined LAPD, LASD, and state emergency officials in Los Angeles as we respond to protests provoked by chaos from Washington. We're here to keep the peace, not play into Trump's political games. And on the flip side of that, we hear from the president of the United States, who are calling those on the streets rioters and insurrectionists. Those are, this is, you can say what you will about the unrest and the violence. This is, it's hard to call this a riot. First of all, that we've seen some burning cars and we have seen violence, but LA knows riots.
I love how January 6th was the worst day since 9/11 to these fucking clowns. And here you are justifying all of this. I will repeat what I have said many times. You don't hate the media enough. You do not hate the media enough.
Now, what, he had the burning cars behind him and what this looks like with the country and the world looking at what's happening in our country. And so we have Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass blaming today's unrest and the weekend's unrest on the Trump administration and their actions. On the flip side, I was asking, who looks bad when the country looks at this situation and sees our city on fire, or at least cars in our city on fire? And we go back to Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller's Twitter feed. He is reposting ones calling this Democrat management. So who looks bad? He's saying that the Democrats. Another post. Let's check in on how the LAPD's management of the protests is going, and it's a car on fire. So again, the LAPD, Democratic leadership in the city, in the state, is being used as a focal point for those who are opposed to.
So we do have a message from President Trump, and I would say, I believe that Trump's message also applies to the people that are on the ABC news station right now. So here is a message from President Trump about the riots in LA.
My fellow Americans, it is with overwhelming enthusiasm that I am declaring that anyone who protests or interferes with ICE and their operations is officially gay, big time. With that being said, go ahead and call your dads, tell them about your alternative lifestyle as a gay communist, and then who knows, maybe eat a lollipop. I don't know what flamers do with their time, but I'd imagine it's something along those lines. Maybe decorate a bathroom, who knows? In either case, this is who you are now, and everybody knows it. Cat's out of the bag. Cat is out of the bag.
Obviously a deep fake, just for anyone confused. Obviously a deep fake.
Looking at what the state of the 101 freeway is here, littered with scooters, a bicycle, debris, rock, cement that have been hurled off this overpass onto these vehicles below. But, as bad as this looks, it could get even worse with those cars driving by on.
DHS, Homeland Security, has posted these images and says order will be restored. Damn, it feels good to have a real president in charge of this country again. It feels damn good.
Who have now left them here. I don't think they can access them. They would need some kind of police escort to clear these people from the surrounding overpasses, because they would find themselves under assault, as their vehicles have been for hours now.
It's terrifying just thinking that looking at the damage on their cars, knowing that there could have been a police officer inside that unit when they threw that lime scooter, but luckily, and we just saw something else get thrown at that vehicle as well. Luckily, we think that those officers are not there. Right. So yeah, that's another question. Where are those officers? And when they come back to their cars, they really just have to be careful. They have to have some sort of escort. But Jory, that's a really good point. I wasn't even thinking about the northbound side, and those drivers, they're fine. Right now, they're fine. But thinking if this escalates even more, I mean, their safety is at risk as well.
So CNN is reporting tonight that California Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis says there will likely be a lawsuit filed tomorrow challenging President Trump's decision to federalize those National Guard troops in Los Angeles. So the governor of California is moving for the president to rescind that order, and now the lieutenant governor says there will be a lawsuit filed tomorrow trying to undo that move by President Trump. to federalize the California National Guard members. Again, from a PR perspective, who's coming out looking better here? The president says he wants law and order and is doing whatever he can to gain that, and says there are California National Guardsmen and women who are here who can do this. I'm federalizing them. I want peace. You have the governor and the lieutenant governor now fighting that order, obviously on grounds of legal challenges.
Right.
Both sides want peace, but in the eyes of the nation and the world, who comes out on top?
You know who comes out.
Right.
You
It's
know
just-
who
it's
looks
become
better. We know
clash.
exactly who
Unfortunately,
looks
this has
better.
just become a clash of powers between not only the government and the federal.
We all know who's coming out looking better, and it's always President Trump. It always will be President Trump. So, look at here. Anti-ICE rioters are tearing up sidewalks and launching rocks at police from the overpass. So, yeah.
Oh, who's good? Good.
Absolutely insane. Insane.
That remains there at that intersection just outside at the corner of City Hall there, and down the street you can see those barricades that are being used, and as soon as we clear the shot of these trees, you will see those pink benches stood up on their sides. We have flags of various South and Central American countries being waved here, and it seems we have arrived at an impasse.
And yeah, looking at this, it makes you think that I think we had a very similar.
We might be in trouble, boys. We might be in trouble. Liberals have started training so they can fight MAGA. Are you guys worried about this? Let's see if you guys are concerned. It's over. It's over, boys. We might as well just pack it up. It's over.
Time ago, LA Mayor Karen Bass held a press conference just inside this building where these protesters were happening. Tim Caputo said you could hear the explosions happening outside. Let's listen into a little bit of what LA Mayor Karen Bass had to say a short time ago.
Let's not. Let's not. Let's go ahead and just mute that, and let's not listen to that. So let's go back to some of these mostly peaceful images from earlier, just to show you guys that a lot of peaceful imagery that has been going on today. Don't let the MAGA machine manipulate you. Don't let them tell you that this is not an insurrection or whatever they're saying. Don't let them do it. Don't let them do it. Let me see. Yeah, as long as Karen Bass is on there, I'm not putting this audience through that. Here we go. More peaceful imagery. Good old peaceful imagery going on there. So as night falls, and again, according to those of you that are in the area, I guess we're probably about 30 minutes now from it getting dark, and we're gonna see some stuff probably happening as the night continues to fall. And Karen Bass is still talking on that clip, and I know not one single person wants to hear from her. But yeah, this is the images right here from California right now in the peaceful protests, according to CNN, according to, oh man, they're still throwing stuff. Look at this. They're still throwing stuff on these police cars right here. Insane. Up now, is that a police officer down there? So they're throwing stuff at police officers right now in this footage. We've got another shot right here
Absolutely. It's a huge challenge, I think, today for police officers. Obviously, look, 2020, George Floyd, this is so reminiscent of that. People are emotionally charged. But unfortunately, some people take that First Amendment and now become violent, and that's the issue. So this, to me, looking back and answering your question, this is very reminiscent of 2020. And you're absolutely right. The social media aspect of it, the organization of these kind of protests involves so many people coming in. And look, there's 80% good people that come in and want to do a normal protest, but there's that combination of people, that group that want to become anarchists and want to utilize this time to destroy the city and hurt others. So 2020, definitely, going back to May Day of 2007,
this must be earlier. No, this is live right now. This is a live shot.
Our police officers have the trust of the community, and we are making sure to continue communicating with them and to know that we are there for them and make sure their families are okay.
Yeah, let's hope that message gets through. Deacon, thank you so much for your time. We're going to move on and go back to Matthew Seedorf. He is down on the ground there in downtown Los Angeles. Matthew, I find it so remarkable how these rocks just keep raining upon most of the vehicles, because we see that the officers themselves are under the overpass.
Right now, the officers are firing back. There's a pepper spray canister that's going off as my eyes are crying pretty significantly. You can see, yeah, we're in the gas right now. All the people have cleared out where we are right now because of this gas, and members of law enforcement firing up. And it's a pretty intense situation still, as it looks like members of CHP are still underneath this overpass. We did see one protester get hit by one of those rubber bullets and needed assistance to walk away, as we're still seeing people throwing rocks underneath with members of CHP, it looks like, pointing those non-lethals right back. I will tell you, this gas, it just makes, more gas. It just makes your eyes burn. I don't know if we can see those gas canisters going on.
Don't subject yourself to that tear gas longer than you have to. If you can just sort of walk away, perhaps.
Yeah. It looked like that smoke was coming that gas was coming right up towards our camera, so we can understand if, Matthew, you need to pull back just a little bit to catch your breath there. Let us know when you want to go.
We're trying to get a good vantage point. I don't know if you can see my eyes right now, just how much this stings. Right nose, everything. We'll back up a little bit.
Yeah, the thing is about that mask, it's not really designed for tear gas.
Just looking over here, Elliot, if you want to flip around. So where we're standing right now, this is on the 101 and in Main Street, and all the protesters were lined up here where we were standing. They've sensed that tear gas is appearing to work. People have moved on. They were firing those rubber bullets up here, but you can still see protesters trying to throw things down, but it definitely seems like it is dispersing the crowd right now.
Well, it's interesting to see how this is happening to disperse that crowd. You have those officers there on the freeway below, and that tear gas coming up. Are you seeing law enforcement on the...
Okay, so we got that shot. Then we also have this other shot where they were moving in on these the criminals that were barricading themselves. So we've got multiple things going on right now that I'm keeping my eye on.
They're running that direction.
There's more action
right
here.
And then you can looking towards the federal building over here. There's still a large presence of protesters that way. As you can hear people coughing from this gas. I mean, it definitely cleared people out of this area. Are you all right?
Are you all right, Matthew?
Yeah, we're good.
Looks like you're in the path of the wind where it's coming right towards you, and we appreciate your reporting there in these difficult conditions. Please, please maybe get out of the path of the wind there. Okay.
I have to tell you, Matthew and Christine, we're very familiar with that area because we go down there. It's not very far away from the DOJ where the LASD is. It's not very far away, of course. We talked about it already. The federal building, Little Tokyo, from Japanese American National Museum. And so to see so much vandalism, so much graffiti on the walls is disturbing, to say the least, because again, all the local authorities are saying, yes, you have a right to protest, but your right to protest stops at being destructive and violent. And when we talked to Bill Lasaley, the U.S. attorney, yesterday,
I don't know if that's
quite
a big old
pointed in
boy or if he's
saying,
just got a lot of equipment on. Look like a big old boy though, running, a police officer. But they're probably worn the fuck out.
Agents, these police officers, as they're running on this road, is this still part of the 101? Yeah, that is part of the freeway down below. And that patrol car going through that smoke or the tear gas.
Well, Susan, with people on that overpass throwing rocks, etc., onto those vehicles, there was really no way those officers could move the vehicles or move out of that area. And they were taking safety and shelter underneath the overpass there. But also keep in mind, for Angelenos, that means no vehicles going through the freeway in that direction as well. So as long as that freeway is shut down, that's a major hassle for everybody else trying to get around Los Angeles at this point in time. So they were able to move people largely from that area, but you can see people on the top there. Somebody just threw something down right now, so obviously that tear gas only works for so long, and then crowds that he may want to.
Yeah, but look at that guy. Look at that CHP officer. He's got his gun drawn. That is, I believe, a less than lethal weapon, pointing it upwards towards those that are on the overpass. And another lob of both rock from above and a flashbang there. So the goal, of course, is to keep people off of the freeway, because we saw that protesters had managed to shut down the traffic on the freeway. But it's disturbing, to say the least, that these kinds of things are occurring when you understand why there might be a lot of people in the city of Los Angeles. That is a big rock. Hard to see where it landed through the smoke. But a lot of these people are worried about their relatives, their family members, people who are even here legally or were even born here, but there have been instances where citizens have been caught up in the dragnet once they go into a workplace and collect people. ICE agents would collect people. It's remarkable, Christine, how many rocks are on the freeway right now.
Yeah, definitely an area to avoid, the 101 freeway in the downtown area. Obviously, traffic moving in the other direction. Can you imagine, Susan, if you're in a vehicle, an unsuspecting vehicle perhaps, driving past this scene?
Yeah,
oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
Take a look at these officers trying to get back into their patrol
I got another
cars.
clip to show you here in just a minute.
Time, he like rushed in. He had another officer next
but
to him.
But there's too much going on for me to clip away from this, so I'm
in
not.
order to prevent somebody from lobbing a rock onto that officer. So looks like perhaps he was in a situation where the airbag blew, which is going to make it difficult to drive that vehicle. And that could be as simple as a rock just hit just right and blew the airbag. So it's a disturbing scene, to be sure. And look at that guy. Is just up there with a big rock poised.
But that's okay, guys. President Trump is overstepping his authority, right?
Clearly, to get an officer.
Which is, again, why they couldn't move those vehicles necessarily with a huge crowd like that. And nobody from law enforcement in the visual that we have there to disperse that crowd. So it's interesting to have watched how they made that happen from the ground there, from the freeway there, shooting up towards the crowd, knowing that that tear gas would float its way up. And it really did, Susan, to watch that in action there, it really did disperse a lot of people there, the bulk of the crowd.
Yeah, but meantime,
So we have a clip right here from moronic Governor Gavin Newsom, and listen to what he literally just said.
Get your hands off these poor people. They're just trying to live their lives, man. Trying to live their lives, paying their taxes, been here 10 years. The fear, the horror. The hell is this guy? Come after me, arrest me. Let's just get it over with. Tough guy. You know, I don't give a damn. But I care about my community. I care about this community. The hell are they doing? These guys need to grow up. They need to stop. And we need to push back. And I'm sorry to be so clear, but that kind of bloviating is exhausting. So, Tom, arrest me. Let's go.
This guy is defending what we are witnessing right now on our television screen. He also just blamed Trump for it. Here we go.
News is calling it the LA riots. Is it a peaceful protest? What's happening? What are you seeing?
Well, I mean, look, Donald Trump has created the conditions you see on your TV tonight. He's exacerbated the conditions. He's, lit the proverbial match. He's putting fuel on this fire ever since he announced he was taking over the National Guard. An illegal act, an immoral act, an unconstitutional act, and we're going to test that theory with a lawsuit tomorrow. Fox News.
This man has lost his mind. This man has lost his mind.
Enforcement, but they did clear those two scenes out fairly quickly, that barricaded area and also the overpass. And I'm curious how many other scenes we have, how many gatherings of groups we have. Right now, it looks like this is just one demonstrator, and officers
unbelievable
seem to be firing something at this demonstrator. This demonstrator just seems to be walking.
Yeah, just challenging them to do something now. So their protection has been taken down. You can see one bench there, someone, I believe, lying down. Yep, maybe with a skateboard as protection. So these folks just kind of taunting those officers. It brings up the question that Tim Caputo was asking earlier, and quoting someone else, would these folks still be here if the LAPD had backed off at this point? But, the violence kind of negates that question. As long as people are acting like this, the LAPD needs to stay here. And here we have officers on the back of this armored pickup truck.
Like a SWAT team, possibly.
That's sheriff.
Oh, it's the LA sheriff. Okay.
Yeah, that's sheriff or CHP. I believe that's just sheriff. Yep, it says sheriff on the door. So those are LASD deputies in full, in tactical gear. I don't know if it's full tactical gear, but they have tactical equipment on. And looks like reinforcements are now moving in as LASD deputies are moving onto the scene here. Perhaps there was a call when those CHP officers came under attack, and that's why these guys are moving in. We'll see.
Maybe that's what it took. Like it definitely went a step ahead of what I'm sure a lot of them were expecting. Because we just saw those officers get attacked, running for their lives, and I think really you're right. That did spark them wanting to move in.
And so a crowd is once again gathering on the overpass. I believe this is still Los Angeles Street.
Yep, they're back.
And these demonstrators continue to volley concrete and bottles. There's a large chunk that just hit that vehicle once again. So where is this coming from? Where is all this concrete being removed from to be able to be thrown onto the roadway? And what kind of damage is that doing to the overpass infrastructure here in downtown Los Angeles? There is a lot of concrete on that roadway. Where did it come from? It had to come from somewhere. And chunks like that are not just sitting on the side of the road. So here they are scattering again. Perhaps a tear gas canister was deployed back up onto here, or maybe it's the sheriff's department moving in. There's still a couple blocks. They would have to be a couple blocks away from City Hall where we saw them gathering.
Yeah, it has to be either. Oh, there's some fireworks that I believe they threw, but possibly tear gas. That was a pretty large crowd. Again, we saw it clear out, but then that large crowd gathered again. Looks like it's clearing out, but I feel like it's just.
To be fair, it's mostly peaceful concrete throws. Mostly peaceful.
Concrete. The officers have left. There's 3 cars left. They're heavily damaged. It makes you just wonder why. Why are they continuing to throw concrete?
It is the destruction. It's likely the destruction of young men.
Yeah.
We see this at sporting events,
appreciate it.
Zanaximus
for 50.
Ripping down of goalposts. This is the kind of thing that people of a certain age.
You're
just
right.
Like to do.
You are correct.
I am
sir.
generalizing.
You are
somewhat.
correct.
There could be some women, some females involved in this, and older people, but generally,
females.
We see
females. You mind describing what a woman is? Since you just said there might be some females, Mr. Anchorman, I'd like you to tell me what is a woman?
The damage that is being caused to the infrastructure, to the vehicles of the CHP, to that overpass, to the scooters and the bikes that are provided for the public to use are now no longer available, and this will cost money to replace. Money that has been spent by our tax dollars to procure is now unavailable.
It makes you wonder, how much is the city going to have to spend now?
Is she hot?
Thousands and thousands of dollars worth of damage that was so unnecessary.
Question that we have to ask when a female is mentioned. is she hot? These are important questions.
Side that's moving, which honestly, I'm so glad that the northbound side is still safe as of right now. Looks like at least the demonstrators have left it alone, but we are zooming back in into that police vehicle. Again, it has some sort of bag, and it looks like there is a flame on that police vehicle. I can't
Yeah, it's on fire.
Yep, that is now on fire.
Oh, Gavin
We'll see if it
Newscomb.
catches or
Hey,
if it
Gavin.
burns out, if it fizzles out.
Oh my
we've already
gosh.
seen 5 vehicles
This
go up in
guy
flames.
is such a
Those
clown. He's
unmanned,
such a
Waymos
fucking clown.
that were lit on fire.
They
So
put,
is this an incendiary or is this to
should have left it.
extinguish?
Should have left
It was
it.
an extinguisher. Okay, good.
Damn it. Because
so that fire, nope, that is still burning.
Okay.
You can see it right on the
So here's
windshield. What
here's
was the
Gavin
windshield is
Newscomb right here claiming this is from 2020. Well, guess what, Newscomb?
I don't
guess
know if
what?
there's anything to catch on that.
Piece of
I
shit.
guess it depends on how much ingress it has into the vehicle itself. But if a fire lands just on a vehicle that's off on the windshield and the hood, nothing should theoretically catch fire.
Yeah, and just seeing this damage, it just gives you a glimpse of how upset and just frustrated these protesters are. And it just makes you want to tell them, like, hey, LAPD is not ICE. You know, why are you doing this? LAPD is supposed to be there to protect you. They don't like that they're in this situation either. Why continue this chaos? But it just goes to show that mentality. They're upset.
Right, and just a couple blocks away, we saw another crowd gathered outside City Hall as these folks are regathering on this overpass and continuing to.
So I got another angle for some of this right here that was just recorded a few minutes ago. Right here. Literally a freaking, it's like a movie, dude. It's like a freaking movie.
See how this plays out. We are expecting to hear from Loyola Law Professor Jessica Levinson. I don't know if she has joined us yet, but we are awaiting her to join us because there is quite a bit to talk about, constitutionally speaking, as you now have the governor of California at odds legally.
Well, luckily, we have we just heard from the governor of California right here.
There's the American dream and the California dream. There's no Alabama dream. Eat your heart out, Texas, Tennessee, and Florida. This is California. The world looks to us to see that it's possible to live, advance, and prosper together across every conceivable difference. It's what makes this state great, that we don't tolerate that diversity as we once
You love to see it.
had, but we truly can look today and talk in terms of how we celebrate that diversity.
There it is right there. So thank you, Governor Newscomb.
And that did not happen here. We have the president usurping the authority of the governor to take over California National Guards members and deploy them onto the streets of that city. The governor of California is now disputing that.
What's up, man?
Demanding, requesting that the president
How you
resign
doing?
that order.
Doing
and
okay? This
return
is
control
insane, man.
to
Holy
the governor
crap.
and the
It
state
is
of California.
insane.
We
Drunk
heard from
3PO is
CNN
here,
reporting that
everybody.
the
I won't stay
lieutenant
long.
governor,
I don't want to
Mayor
mess up.
Locke,
I don't want to mess
said
up your
that a
flow.
lawsuit
Just want
No,
to
you're
hop
good.
in.
filed tomorrow
Chat's going
to
crazy.
try and overturn
Check on
that
you.
decision of
Make sure you're doing
President
okay.
Trump
Yeah.
to federalize those troops.
Let me go pee. You can
This
talk to everybody
has
for a
not
minute.
happened in our
I'll be right.
country's
I'm gonna.
history,
I'll
at
just.
least.
Yeah.
I will mute that. You can talk to everybody. So plug your channel.
Plug my channel. No. This is the best live stream for all this stuff. What's going on, Snake Pit? Hope everyone's doing well. Jeremy's just been freaking crushing it these past 2 days. Sadly, this is where we're at, huh? Haven't really been watching any other news, but this is insanity, man. This is insanity. I thought this was peaceful. Of course, we've heard that before, right? The peaceful protest. Let me know, has there been any arrests made? Has anything been happening? Or is it just the same old? They set the police cars on fire, it looks like. And has anything happened? We got the governor fighting with the president. We've got the Democrats saying this is Trump's fault.
It's always Trump's fault.
This is insane, man. This is insane. It's
Always.
peaceful. Summer Love 2.0, whatever it is.
This is insane, man. I know you were streaming earlier. Have you actually seen, like, how much of this have you been watching in the past couple
I've
hours?
had it up in the background. I've had Yo Pops up. Just kind of like watching all this stuff that's going on. Look at that. They're setting something on fire now.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, they're trying to set that. Oh, look at that. That was a perfect throw. I got to give them credit for that. I personally go ahead and light this thing on fire because this will make Gavin Newsom's tweet, which already looks terrible.
Yeah.
It's just going to make it look.
Well, it doesn't
that much
matter, like,
worse.
because he will say that it was peaceful until Trump said something, and so he's the one that, incited violence. He will be. They will blame him for every freaking thing. It's ridiculous. Oh snap!
I think that was fireworks. Yeah, it's fireworks.
Okay.
Yep. Here, I'll put the audio on, but I'll turn it down a little bit.
I'm telling you though, man, I agree with you when you said that I don't think Trump is going to let 2.0 Summer of Love happen. I think that he's like, we're not doing round two.
Well, the thing that and this isn't my opinion. I mean, could be wrong. I think Trump is in complete control of the optics here and everything. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's letting these criminals show the world who they are because he needs the world to see who they are. That's exactly what's happening right now. These images are terrible. This is the most viral story in the entire country. Everyone's talking about this. It's all over social media. It's all over YouTube. I saw like Agenda Free TV earlier. He had like 40-something thousand people watching his live stream. It was crazy. I don't know how many he's got now, but like earlier, everybody's got a ton of people watching them. There's people vlogging it. There's pictures being taken.
Yeah. Everybody's
Discussing this, and this is only helping Donald Trump's case. That's all this is doing. Nobody's looking at this going, Trump should probably back off this illegal immigration thing. Everybody's like, oh shit, I don't want this in my city.
Exactly. It's like, it's so ironic. It's like you have people protesting, getting kicked out of America by waving flags from a country that's not America.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it's like, what? Make it make sense. It's like, what the heck? It's like, we don't want ICE to take us out of America, but we're going to wave the flags of the countries that we don't want to get put back to.
Hang on. Look at this. Look at this. So California Highway Patrol officers have been cornered and are trapped under an overpass. I didn't know that was going on. So they're trapped under the overpass, apparently. That's pretty scary if that's the case. So I'm going to turn this feedback on for a minute and hear what they're saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see me go back to this.
Could get out under.
I don't know if they know what's going on.
Then you have, hundreds of pounds of concrete that have now accumulated after being thrown from this overpass onto the roadway. That's not something you can just easily.
Right. How do you clean that up?
Right. Are you going to kick it off to the side of the road? Do you need a street sweeper? Do you need crews coming through and gathering them in trash cans or a dump truck to do that? And so questions remain about how that is going to be handled. We do have, as we await the press conference at the top of the hour, we do have Professor Jessica Levinson joining us tonight. And boy, Professor, we have some questions to talk about with you tonight. I don't know if
I would love to hear
this.
this.
To the top of the hour. Let's try and fit as much in as we possibly can. First, what's on your mind as you watch what's playing out in Los Angeles tonight and the battle now between California Governor Gavin Newsom and the President of the United States?
So I think what's on my mind is what's on everybody's mind, which is what happens next? What happens overnight? What happens tomorrow? Will we see a significant escalation? If there is a significant escalation, or frankly, maybe any escalation, we could see the president say, I need to do more. We could see the president potentially, again, pull the cord and say, I need to invoke the Insurrection Act. As I'm sure you've been talking about, the Insurrection Act would give the president more authority to not just federalize the National Guard, but to say that the National Guard can actually act as domestic law enforcement.
All right, she's just whatever. All right, so what are you thinking about all this?
It's something. If they don't get control of it, the freaks come out at night, man, and you trap police officers, armed people in a corner. That ain't, man. Someone's not gonna live to tell the tale. That's all I have to say. Like trying to it will get worse. If those cops are underneath that bridge right now and they just set fire to that car, thinking that could blow them up underneath there, that's that ain't good.
Look at this. Look at this imagery, dude. Look at this.
Things rain upon the vehicles. There's no officers. They're not going to hit the officers. And some kind of a fire, but we also saw agents with extinguishers. So
are we seeing greater fire now?
It seems that I thought I saw flames.
Yeah, I don't know if that is vehicle itself.
That is on flames.
Yeah, that's clearly a fire. So whether is it the vehicle?
There you go, Newscomb. I think this is a little bit earlier, isn't it? No, it's not. Okay, no, it's not.
Something that was lit, and obviously it took hold there of that CHP vehicle, and you have those officers there trying to put that out. Keep in mind, the public is driving right next to this vehicle fire.
Oh my gosh.
You know, and for the protesters or the people trying to cause the chaos,
the criminals,
that's a statement for them. Look what we did. CHP is still right there on the scene trying to control that situation. But currently, a sign of the times. Remember, this is day 3 of protests here in Southern California. And you can see there are people who are willing to take drastic measures here that are, remember, these are our taxpayer dollars. Taxpayer dollars have paid for those vehicles.
This ain't a protest, man. This is criminal activity.
Who are now
I'm so sick of these
setting
fucking
the
media
town
people
on fire. These people need to be arrested. I'm sorry.
It's unbelievable.
This is not a protest.
This is not a
like
protest.
War. Holy crap.
This is an insurrection. Your favorite word that you media used to love to use all the time. And now suddenly they don't want to use it. Now suddenly they don't want to use the word insurrection. It's crazy.
Yeah.
As we're watching this happen, they're just destroying property. They're destroying the city. They're destroying things. They're putting people's lives in danger. As they just said, people are driving past. Just average people are just driving past. This is crazy. Look at this. And Gavin Newsom tweeting out that picture said this was from 2020, you know, when I was governor then too. And now we have this imagery. This is absolutely insane.
Extinguishing the fire. So that's the tactic. That's a new tactic. Christine, I'm not sure I've seen anything quite like that.
Well, these are very uncertain times here. You can see now more of a police presence there on the surface streets there. It's kind of a interesting picture to see people who've come to be looky-loos or to take part in this kind of destruction. And also law enforcement can do only so much right now. It is non-violent in that there's no, there's a lot of people standing there not doing anything, but then you have those people who are creating so much destruction, and that is the part where we see that the nation's watching this. I've had people call me and say, "Are you okay?"
Yeah.
You know, this is something that.
Oh, look at that! Whatever that was that came over the side. Sort of ridiculous.
Jeez.
Yeah, the nation is watching for sure, and I think the governor, both the governor and the mayor.
Yes, the nation is watching. They're watching California be destroyed by illegal immigrants, and they're watching the Democrats say President Trump should just leave the immigrants alone, the illegal immigrants alone. It's insane. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Did you see the clip that California Governor Gavin Newsom just challenged President Trump to arrest him?
Yes, I played that. I played that just a few minutes ago. Yeah.
Holy crap, dude.
Yeah. Yep. He did. The guy's lost his mind, dude.
Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Talk about not doing anything in your states.
Yeah, I know.
You're arguing with the president on Twitter saying, "Oh, I'm a tough guy. Arrest me. I'm a tough guy," while your freaking place is burning. What the freak is wrong with you? Get out there and stop this.
Yep.
Technically, this is your responsibility. That's why Trump has to take over the National Guard and all that stuff, because you do absolutely nothing. You just let it burn. Holy crap.
You and me both from Florida. Do you imagine this happening in Florida?
No, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't.
Not with Sheriff Grady Judd here in Polk County.
It would not happen.
You remember, like, Black Lives Matter came to Polk County, and that sheriff got in.
Yeah.
He got in trouble for saying People here in Florida have guns, and I want them to use it if someone from the protest comes to their house.
That's right.
So I want them to shoot them in the face. That's what he said. He's like, he goes, just letting y'all know the laws around here in Florida. When you come protest peacefully, he's like, I hope they shoot you in the face if you do something. We were all like, holy crap. And guess what? Nothing happened.
Nothing happened. A good guy with a gun. Man. That's why you don't hear about a lot of stuff in Florida or red states in general, because we have a lot of guns in Florida. All right. We just do.
Yeah.
And simple as that. But I mean, from what I understand, you know, when you have a gun-free zone, criminals never bring guns into gun-free zones, apparently. So, you know.
That's right. Oh, they're not going to break the law, Jeremy.
Yeah. Can you imagine a criminal walking in there with a gun and he sees the sign? He goes, damn it. They've got a sign that says it's a gun-free zone. Guys, let's turn around. We can't go here.
We can't rob here.
All right, now we have this feed right here. Let's go on here.
I mean, if they
keep an eye on both things, by the way.
You want to go to Mexico so bad, that's what we're trying to take you there.
I know.
You're waving the flag.
We're offering you a free ride to Mexico.
And technically, you could have turned yourself in and got $1,000 and a free ticket under the Trump's plan. Holy crap, man.
Oh, man. Good Lord. All right. So we've got, I don't know. There's no audio for some reason. So the audio has completely gone away on this feed, which is totally fine. Getting tired of, everybody was getting tired of hearing ABC anyway. But yeah, I mean, the optics right here, this is a complete and total nightmare for the Democrats. I mean, you're going to have your far left-wing people that are going to buy into your bullshit, but the normal everyday people are looking at this and they're thinking, what is going on? How are we living in, how is this the United States of America? The imagery is brutal right now. Look at them. They're throwing fireworks right now at police cars. This looks like a scene from a big budget Hollywood movie. This is crazy.
This is Eyewitness News.
All right. So they've got their little breaking news thing popping up right now.
1,000 protesters and law enforcement officers in downtown Los Angeles. This on the third day of protests over federal immigration enforcement operations. Good evening. I'm Mark Brown. Tonight, we have seen protesters shutting down the 101
criminals,
freeway, setting fire
not protesters.
to Waymo cars, throwing
Congratulations,
rocks,
Jeremy. You
concrete,
cracked 10,000.
Let's go.
Look at you, brother. That's
Hail
awesome.
to the chat. Hail to the chat.
People pulled out of the crowd.
We got 1,000 on Rumble too. What's up, everybody on Rumble?
Remnants of less than lethal tear gas and rubber bullets littering the streets of downtown. And beyond what we're seeing on the group, another battle playing out.
Yeah, they're rioters, they're criminals, they're crimers. These
protests that the president is calling an insurrection. We want to begin right now. There's a news conference that is scheduled with the chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonnell, that is scheduled to begin at 8. This is a key element of this because one of the things that the president has been indicating is that local leaders, local officials, we don't know if he includes the chief in that. He has spoken about elected officials and especially the mayor and the governor, saying that they are not responding to the protests in order to quell them, and that is why he is calling in the National Guard. The chief of police of Los Angeles, Jim McDonnell, is going to
thank you for the 5 FMJ.
And to
appreciate
the
you, brother.
Citizens of Los Angeles. We expect that to happen at any moment. In the meantime, this has been a momentous day here in Southern California, where these protests that began downtown at City Hall and at the Federal Building Complex, including the Hall of Administration and the Justice Department.
This is crazy,
there,
dude.
Courthouse.
Like, look at this. Like,
merged.
there was just a guy just running. Hang on. Look at this right. See this guy? It's absolutely insane, man. Are they? Then we've got this shot. We've got
members of ICE. What you're looking at now are live pictures from Air 7 as mounted LA police units are now moving some of those demonstrators out. It has been a pretty amazing day in Southern California, another crazy day of things happening. Let's go to Tim Caputo, who has been out in the middle of it for much of the afternoon. Tim, what are you seeing?
Well, Mark, you really nailed it on the head there. It has been a crazy day, and as the sun starts to go down, the concern obviously is things escalate from here. It's kind of interesting as you see the different layers. We kind of took a step back to get a broader vantage point, partially because the area we were on Los Angeles Street earlier was getting a little bit hairy. You could see down the 101 beneath us with all the overpasses and people on essentially every single overpass as police have moved in. Tommy, come to my right here to show these officers who have lined up on the street. We actually saw a number of sheriff's deputies come in on those big trucks with their tactical gear here to assist the LAPD as they try to move this crowd or get some sort of control out here this afternoon. Where we're standing is up on Hill Street. It gives you a vantage point.
Okay. Well, they're just talking, kind of giving a recap of everything. Standing over there next to the crimers.
Was there anything? I was hearing that there was a group scheduled to head into San Francisco later tonight or later today. Anything like that? And
there's some reports that Antifa is getting ready to be it. They announced for some reason Antifa announced that they're going to go to San Francisco and I guess protest at the ICE facility there. There we go. Breaking. Rioters have set fire to a California Highway Patrol vehicle while officers are trapped under the overpass. What year is this from? Gavin Newsom? You're a failure. Yes. So there you go. There's the imagery right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like these criminals know exactly that they can get away with this stuff in this state. Remember, this was the state, and correct me if I'm wrong, chat. This was a state at one time you were allowed to steal close to $900 and nothing would happen to you because they were just trying to cut down, on whatever they were due process. I don't know what it was, some weird law where you could shoplift up to $900 and nothing would happen to you. They know they can get away with this because if they could get away with it in a bunch of other states, they would do it. They can get away with it where Tim Walz is. That freaking clown over there, in his state. They can get away with it here in California. So that's where they all go. They can get away with it in, sadly, Portland, Oregon, probably up in Seattle. They can get away with all that. And yes, funny, blue states of all things. So, but you come down where there's like red-blooded Americans, gun-wielding red states. We're not playing with this. We're not playing with y'all. They don't want anything to do with it. They know better. Yep. So, and I don't know how do you establish law and order in the state of California. You just have to start getting people out. It's just, you just have to. You break the law, you have to pay the crime. These people are breaking the law. Like if I broke the law and I get a punishment, that's what I get for breaking the law. It's just that simple. I don't get it.
Well, we've got a leaked image of the Democrats calling Trump after Trump sent the Marines. Here is that clip.
Yeah, listen, we fucked up.
That's such a great clip.
I've just been tagged twice by people. Thank you for tagging me on Twitter saying somebody tweeted Los Angeles needs Grady Judd from Florida. I was just talking about that tweet's making the rounds. They need Grady Judd.
You can play it if you want.
I have to find it, but it was just he just doesn't play, man. Grady Judd just doesn't play.
I know. It's awesome. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, he when he was talking about the Black Lives Matters coming to Florida. But it's just that was the one thing that I really wanted from this administration is some law and order all around. Because too many times they just we see it in our schools, like students punching other teachers and everything like that. We see it robbing stores where freaking Target and Walgreens have to freaking lock up deodorant, stuff like that. Like we see it everywhere. It's like we need to get back to basic law and order. Holy crap.
Here's one clip from him right here. This might not be the one you're talking about, but it's one clip that's great. You've seen this one before?
Yeah.
Here we go.
We don't know exactly how many shots were fired. I can tell you there were a lot of shots fired. It was a gunfight. It was clearly a gunfight. And we shot him a lot. And he won't ever shoot anyone else. He's dead. He asked to be shot and killed. and we obliged him.
All right, here's the sheriff in LA right here. Oh man, it says my browser's lost connection. I may have to reshare my my screen here just a minute. So give me a minute. Hopefully hopefully I've been live for so damn long. Hopefully stuff doesn't crash or you're going to be stuck here for a minute. Let's see here. All right, there we go. All right.
Bill Asaley and ICE Acting Director Todd Lyons. Let me begin by reaffirming a core principle. The LAPD supports and protects the First Amendment right to free speech. In recent days, many protests across the city have been peaceful, and we thank the community for expressing their views and their frustration in a responsible manner. However, when peaceful
Hopefully you guys can
demonstrations
hear it. They can hear
devolve into
this,
acts
right?
of vandalism
I
or
can hear it.
violence,
Okay.
especially violence directed at innocent people, law enforcement officers, and others, we must respond firmly. An act of violence, whether toward officers, demonstrators, or the public, will be met with swift and lawful action. Our goal is to maintain order without escalating conflict and to protect everybody's right to safety. Recent public statements have misrepresented LAPD's action from an incident the other night. Specifically, there was a claim that LAPD delayed responding to a federal officer's request for assistance by more than 2 hours. When we heard that, I think anybody who's a police officer couldn't believe it, and certainly anyone with LAPD couldn't imagine how that would happen. Well, it didn't happen, and I just want to go into that just a little bit. LAPD was not given advance notice that the federal operations would occur.
I feel like this
in
guy's
that
not
area.
saying anything.
As a result, we were not
It's very
in a position to
this
respond
is just like a
immediately
prepared statement
Yeah.
of bullshit. Like he's not even saying anything. He's standing up there reading written notes. There's no authenticity of anything he's saying. He doesn't even sound passionate about the situation while his entire city is being taken over by criminals. It's embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing.
Conditions caused by tear gas that was previously deployed by federal agents at that location. Many of our officers, because it was put together in a mobile field force configuration without advance notice, were not equipped with gas masks. But despite these challenges, we moved in quickly and as safely as possible. At no point did LAPD ignore or intentionally delay any request for help. I also want to be unequivocally clear. The Los Angeles Police Department does not participate in or coordinate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement on civil immigration enforcement. We've said this over and over again, and I can't stress it enough for the people in our community who have high levels of anxiety about this issue, that we want everybody to believe and be able to call the LAPD in time of need if they've been a victim of a crime or a witness to a crime. We need that. Otherwise, the system does not work. That has been our policy and remains our policy, and it went into effect in 1979. So 46 years ago, that's been the way we do business.
Jesus.
On the other hand, however, when a law enforcement agency, any agency, requests emergency assistance to protect lives, we are obligated to respond, and we do. Public safety is our duty, and we will answer every legitimate call for help from anyone. We recognize that immigration enforcement operations can cause a deep fear and anxiety, particularly in immigrant communities. That's why we're committed to transparency, accountability, and treating every Angelino with respect, regardless of their immigration status.
Holy
Our job is not to
shit.
divide communities or to politicize law enforcement. Our job is simply to keep everyone safe. I want to express my sincere appreciation to all of our officers and partner agencies for their dedication and professionalism.
Is everyone in
during
that
these very
town like
challenging
this?
times.
That
Their
is
commitment
absolutely mind-blowing, dude.
Some of the weakest men I've ever seen in my life
Oh my God.
are
This
in
is
charge of
pathetic.
LA.
Yeah, this is absolutely astonishing.
our top priority. We'll continue to support peaceful protests and enforce the law when criminal acts occur. The LAPD remains focused on its core mission to protect lives, safeguard constitutional rights, and serve every neighborhood in Los Angeles with integrity. Let me open it up now.
Fireworks
for any,
firing
any
at the
questions
cops
you might
right
have or
now
any
as you're
points that we
saying
can
this.
clarify.
Chief, the governor made a very strong statement that he didn't believe the Trump administration needed to activate those National Guard troops and take control of the National Guard troops in some of the areas because he felt we had adequate safety protections officers.
They-
How do you
Yeah, I played it
Yeah,
earlier,
if I
Fantastic
don't
Mr.
know
Knox. I
what
played it
basis
earlier.
they used to make that decision, but if that was based on our
People really
what I
is mad about
delineated
the
here
Switch
about
too.
the perceived lack of response to a help call by an outside agency, that did not happen. We did respond with mobile field force configuration, and just to explain that, a mobile field force is a configuration of people or officers within the organization that we bring in from around the city. We declare a tactical alert so we can break them away from their primary duties of answering radio calls to be able to come in, form up. They're trained in this tactic into a configuration of 4 squads or a platoon that are led by a mobile field force leader. They then go 4 deep in the car and they drive into the impacted area.
I got the Grady
and
Judd
that way
clip.
they can
Whenever you
go
listen.
in.
Play it now.
in
Go
a
ahead. This
large
guy's
group
terrible.
of
This guy's awful. So feel free to play it now. We can get the chat a little bit of entertainment.
This is what the freaking. This is what we
this
need.
is Florida. This is Florida, man, right here.
Ready?
Yep.
Your criminal conduct into the neighborhoods. I would tell them if you value your life, you probably shouldn't do that in Polk County, because the people of Polk County like guns. They have guns. I encourage them to own guns, and they're going to be in their homes tonight with their guns loaded. And if you try to break into their homes to steal, to set fires, I'm highly recommending they blow you back out of the house with their guns.
Welcome to Florida. Welcome to Florida, baby.
To leave the community alone.
That's what he was saying to Black Lives Matter. He's like, they got guns, and I'm encouraging them to use their guns to blow you out of the house. That's freaking Florida.
That is Florida right there.
Yeah,
I love it.
Thank
to
you,
the people
Sue Jo.
who are not happy with the fact that ICE is in the community doing what ICE does. You know, I respect ICE for being a fellow law enforcement agency. They have their mission. They have their what they have to do. We don't engage in that activity, but again, we can't preclude them from doing that. They have every right to do that. I ask people in the community to trust the LAPD, that we're not there for that purpose, and that if they have something they need us to be able to address, we're there for them. As far as the big picture of what can I recommend they do or not do, that's something it's a federal issue, and the federal authorities have the right to be able to do what they're doing. As far as people worried about the violence that we're seeing, this violence that I've seen is disgusting. It's escalated now since the beginning of this incident. What we saw the first night was bad. What we've seen subsequent to that is getting increasingly worse and more violent. Tonight we had individuals out there shooting commercial-grade fireworks at our officers. That can kill you. And we have adapted our tactics to be able to have a chance to be able to take these people into custody and to be able to hold them accountable. We are overwhelmed as far as the number of people out there engaged in this type of activity and the type of things that they're doing. They'll take backpacks, and the backpack will have a cinder block in it. They have a hammer, and they'll break up the cinder block and use that, pass it around to throw at officers, to throw at cars, and throw at other people. We've seen people with hammers, and you've broadcasted, breaking the bollards behind the federal building and taking the rocks, if you will, or pieces of concrete, and throwing them at officers. We've had liquid of who knows what description thrown at officers. There's no limit to what they're doing to our officers. And again, as I mentioned in my statement, I can't thank our folks enough and our partner agency police officials for going out there and taking care of the community and trying to be.
This guy said absolutely nothing.
At least he admit there's some kind of violence going on. Holy crap. But I don't see his officers arresting anybody.
He has said nothing of value. We've been sitting here listening, and he has said nothing of value. Absolutely embarrassing. Pathetic. My goodness, dude. So, yeah, I mean, while we're sitting here watching all of this craziness taking place right now, you're just pretending like, yeah, he's downplayed it incredibly.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Like
big time.
Like, why aren't you focusing on the problem? all you're doing is downplaying it and acting like it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, he did say like the violence is disgusting, but he's very vague about that in terms of like who's creating the violence. He doesn't want to say.
44 other police departments in LA County as well as the sheriff's office. And so that didn't occur in this case because it wasn't done through the sheriff or through the up through the normal chain.
What's up,
It was done from the
GJJ?
top down, from the president directing that happen, and then the National Guard.
I respect the jaw of the guy in the background.
For the U.S. Army, not for the California State National Guard. Do we need them? Well, looking at tonight, you know, this thing has gotten out of control. I think before I could answer that, I'd have to know more about what their capabilities are, what their role is intended to be able to make that determination. But we have great cops in Southern California here that work together all the time. So we have tremendous capability here. To say that we would go to that right away, I'd say we're not. We wouldn't have been there yet. Looking at the violence tonight, I think we got to make a reassessment.
Laurel, how has your department interacted with the National Guard, if at all, since they've been here?
I'd say very little, other than we had a conference call this afternoon. There aren't a whole lot of soldiers in place at this time. They're still incoming. But the people who are here, they're tremendous Americans here trying to do, they provide their service, doing the task that they're charged with. Our relationship has been tremendous overall with the National Guard. We worked right alongside them for 5 months during the Palisades fire. They were there every day in the beginning in large numbers. And then
so protesters just they're launching explosives on LAPD on horseback, scaring and possibly injuring the horses.
They're right.
It's absolutely insane.
They're right there.
Yeah.
Just arrest them.
It's crazy, man.
You know, about this situation, or do you see that there is need for more law enforcement and for more immigration enforcement in Los Angeles?
I think, the federal agents are enforcing federal immigration law, which is their right, and anybody can have their personal opinion on to what level that should be, who should they focus on, and those kind of things. I won't take a position on that because really that's not our focus, not our job. But when I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people who are all hooded up. They've got a hoodie on. They've got face masks on. They're people who do this all the time, get away with whatever they can, go out there, from one civil unrest situation to another, using the same or similar tactics frequently, and they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety of names, but they're people that we run across routinely city to city, and this is what they do. So even more disgusting that many of the people who are doing this come in from other places just to hurt people and to cause havoc.
This guy is a complete clown. I can't even hardly take listening to him anymore. I wish he would just shut up so we can get
the
back.
call.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't know how Californians and people in LA feel about this guy prior to that. I'm sure a lot of them hear that and can't stand it, but I don't know if he's historically been a beta, but I mean, I see it like right now. They're shooting fireworks right now. I just saw it happen. This is what the hell, man. And this guy's just acting like it's not a big deal. Like, we'll take a look at the situation.
Yeah, we'll assess it and see, no big deal.
Yeah. Is there any update on Dale's Donuts? I'm not sure what's going on with there. It seems like everything's moved on from that area from last night. Spudboy says he's a political puppet. He is put into power at the behest of the mayor, police commissioner, mayor, and city council. That should explain why he's letting the street officers do their job. Again, having 10,000 people here is kind of crazy, so we greatly do appreciate it. Absolutely crazy turnout, and thank you guys so much. If you're looking
I'm just looking at Gavin Newsom's Twitter, and he's just like, Donald Trump is a stone cold liar. What is he lying about? What is he lying about? Like, that's all they got?
The fact that guy's still in power. Oh, they're making a move right now. Like these protesters, rioters are making a move right now. What are they doing? Are they? I wish this guy would shut up. I really don't care what this guy has to say. So where are they trying to? Looks like there's barricades there. I don't have a feed right now of that in particular. Let's see if I can find Los Angeles. Let me go to my live feed. Yeah, I just wish this guy would just shut up. I really don't care what he has to say. Every major network that's covering it has this clown on the TV right now. So, and then a lot of the feeds are just like fake. They're like replaying stuff from last night. That one is probably from earlier. Yeah, Associated Press has only got this clown on their TV right now. So they're mostly peaceful though, right? Yo Pop is just driving around right now. So he's got nothing going on. Like at the moment, he's probably en route to go somewhere else. But yeah, I mean, I'd just like for this guy to shut up because he has said absolutely nothing. I was hoping he might actually say something that actually shows that they have some interest in as far as what they're gonna how they're going to handle this, but this guy has absolutely zero interest. Like this is what his city looks like right now.
Wemos.
It's like a war zone, man. Unbelievable. But this is apparently Donald Trump's fault, according to Gavin Newsom. This is all Donald Trump's fault. This is no one else's fault but Trump. So it's always Trump's fault, no matter what. No matter what happens. When is
I mean, I don't remember them rioting when other presidents were kicking people out of the country.
Yeah, I heard that.
I mean,
yeah,
they all were doing it. This one, it's just because it doesn't matter what Trump does, they are going to push back against it, even if it's the correct thing.
Well, yeah,
when it's the correct thing, they'll push back against it. They just don't care. It's the reason why I think the latest poll, what I saw was, what are they at, 16% approval rating, the Democratic Party? They just don't care. They don't care. Trump could give away $10 million of his own money to every person, and it would be bad. He could cure cancer, and they'd find a reason why. You know, don't take the cure from Trump. It's bad.
It doesn't matter what he does.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it really doesn't. And that's how broken they are. So I've got a live feed right here of some things going on. Looks like a helicopter feed potentially. So yeah, they've still got stuff burning in the streets. They're celebrating, they're recording, and there's absolutely nothing being done about it. Because at this point in time, from what I can tell, I think that the National Guard is there to protect like federal buildings, things like that at the moment. I think that's what the National Guard is there for. They're not there to get involved yet, but they're there protecting federal buildings. Now, will they advance and start getting further involved? Obviously, I think that's got to happen at some point because these clowns aren't going to stop. Chat says correct. Yeah. So right now, the National Guard is this is still a local police issue that the local police and the mayor and the governor, they are responsible for what you're seeing right now. And this is why we're not seeing any action. This is why we're not seeing any results, because the Democratic leadership doesn't care. Now, again, Trump could get involved if he wants, but why would he want to get involved? This is great for him. Let these idiots continue to show how corrupt they are. So it's a win for him. The protesters are going to be tired at work tomorrow. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Well, they started running out of steam last night. What was it, around midnight my time, which would have been around 10, was like 10 p.m. I guess that's 10 p.m. California time. So I guess they've got a few more hours left in them, because it did kind of wind down pretty quickly last night. No Mario Kart World today. Yeah, I already showed you guys. We got Mario Kart World today. See, right here.
Yeah,
here it is. The beginning looks like a real life Mario Kart World 24 player knockout tour. But you're not today. I was planning on playing today over on D-Day Cobra Gaming, but these riots definitely pulled my attention away. So here we go. Right here, we got this live feed.
Keep coming. Yep.
Yeah, they're just having a good old time. Just having a good old time. Just partying, stopping traffic. I mean, I would never live in a blue city in a blue state. I just wouldn't do it. Just wouldn't. There's no way. And like looking at this and knowing that people are having their day just completely affected because you've got a bunch of illegals protesting not being removed from a country that they clearly hate. That you clearly hate the United States.
Exactly.
Like you hate the United States. You love Mexico, yet you don't want to go to Mexico. It makes no sense. The level of retardation is through the roof.
And then you have people in our government they're spending tax dollars to go and travel to El Salvador and other countries to go and make sure that the criminals are being treated fairly, and not even caring about their own district, what they're supposed to be doing, taking care of the people that are in this country. Maybe they should worry more about crime in their cities, jobs and their job growth in their cities, education problems. No, they're out there. They're all like, we got to stop ICE and due process and all that stuff. And forget the Americans that are paying their taxes and all that stuff. Forget all that crap. That's just we don't need to worry about that. We got to worry about making sure that the criminals stay here. The bad people are here because that's what Trump doesn't want. So we're just going to do what Trump doesn't want. And I don't get it, man. It's crazy to me. I don't want my taxpayers' money going to any congressman, Republican or Democrat, to fly to another country to check on a prisoner. I don't want that at all.
Nope.
I freaking want you to make sure kids are safe at school and they're actually learning something, not to hate America. Get the freaking our college system and get these stupid professors out that are pushing these young people to say, hate America, because then you'll get something out of it. Trust me. Teach patriotism again, man. This is retarded. I don't want to get evicted and go back to Mexico, but I'll wave the Mexican flag and burn the American flag. It makes zero sense. I just wonder, the big picture behind all of this. Crazy. It makes no sense.
And I saw Lady Aaron D said some of us don't have a choice, and I totally understand that. And I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. Some people are kind of stuck in their area for various amount of reasons, and it sucks. It sucks because I hate that people are stuck in that situation.
Shout out David. Thank you, brother.
David, for
Thank you, brother.
MAGA Red $100. MAGA Red. Thank you. David Phillips, appreciate you, brother.
I think that's one of the biggest issues in our country right now, and I talk about it a lot. It's just the education system where these freaking these teachers are teaching our young people how horrible America is, and how we have to push back. And they teach them that from freaking, and trust me, I used to be a school teacher from grade school all the way on up through college. College is worse. They get such an injection of hate America and hate, anything that's conservative or family values or Christian, things like that. They freaking hate, they teach to hate that. And then you see these college students like protesting for other countries, and they have no idea what they're talking about. Like it's insanity. And so that now that breeds more people going into the workforce playing victims, hating our country, hating our president, hating anybody. And then they teach them to be professional victims. So now they're like, well, I can't get a job, so I hate this country. I can't get a job because of this, or things ain't going well because it's this person's fault or that person's fault. And then they grow up in like whatever workforce they can, and they get angry. That's why you have these politicians like, oh, we need to charge, minimum wage should be $40 an hour, Jeremy, so they can get a living wage and all that. It's insanity.
It is.
Because if they can get these people dependent on the government for everything, healthcare, money at home, whatever it needs to be, if they can get them dependent, they'll always have them as a voter. So that is why this is happening. If people don't see that and wake up and understand that this is what they do, if they can keep chaos running and all of these weirdos and doing stuff like this, they can keep them as a voter. These people will still be elected and they'll hold on to their power while waving the little puppet strings on these brainwashed people in America. It's crazy. And I wish a lot of that we could get in there and dig out the root of this problem for a lot of this stuff. Sorry. There we go.
You got to apologize. That was good stuff.
It's freaking crazy, man.
Chat loves it. Chat loves it. That's all that matters. Of course, if you guys want to hear more from Jay, he does do his Welcome to the Rebellion podcast. Monday through Friday, right?
Monday through Friday at 8 a.m. Eastern.
8 a.m.
It's early. It's an early one, but
8 a.m. So
people going to work.
Mods will drop the link over there or in the chat, and you guys can go subscribe to that channel.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
So Jay does good stuff over there. But yeah, I mean, right now, things are still looking like, I don't think things are calmed down by any means now. I think we still got a few more hours of this.
The decision there to just come in with a fire extinguisher and put that little fire out that was in that parking booth. But it just goes to show you that there's still a number of hot spots here that LAPD is keeping an eye on. That's the intersection of Main and Alameda. Once LAPD pushed those protesters down past Olvera Street to Main and Cesar Chavez, just as I'm kind of wrapping my head around what we just saw a few minutes ago, we see another barricade being put up with a number of...
What?
Arrest these freaking people. I don't get
it.
Walk in there, put them in handcuffs, zip ties, whatever. Arrest these freaking people. You start making arrests, it'll send a shockwave to others. I'm telling you, it will send a shockwave to others. Be like,
make
Billy,
an example.
Maybe we shouldn't go out there and do that. They're starting to arrest people now. Maybe we shouldn't do that. These criminals know that they're going to get away with whatever they want to do, setting cars on fire and whatever. They know this. That's why they're doing this. It's as simple as that.
Yep. That's how it always goes with these clubs.
And then after that, man, go after these freaking politicians, like basically handing them gasoline. It's freaking insanity, man. Whew.
100 people down on that side. However, that group of protesters, they weren't really doing anything that LAPD deems to be a threat. So LAPD is really putting their focus on the protesters on the north side that continue to set up barricades. They really don't want anybody to dig their heels in.
Yo, was that building? Did that building have pride colors? Is that what that building was?
Yeah.
The moment you start sharing your opinion to your students, you're not part of that, and it's not part of the curriculum you're supposed to be teaching. You have failed your students. I'm an educator myself. I teach music, and that's what we learn.
Oh my gosh, Jeremy! And I don't even know if you heard it. It's getting worse now because we can't have. We're not supposed to. They ordered to get the pride flags out of our classrooms. There's no business, no reasoning whatsoever to have any flag in the classroom except for the American flag. These teachers want pride flags in their second, third, kindergarten. And so now some of these stupid cities around America, these progressive left cities, I don't know if you saw this, they have voted to make the pride or trans flag part of the city, which gives teachers the legal right to put them in their classroom, one right after another. And you're sitting here like, this is what y'all are worried about? Are you kidding me? Like, it's unbelievable. One right after another. I'm sorry,
Jesus.
it's progressive white women. It's like it's all I see in these
leftist white women are the worst.
These local elections are so important, man. They're so important.
Yep, leftist white women are the absolute worst. Like, they are absolutely terrible. Here you have rioters are now burning and spitting on the American flag in the streets of Los Angeles and chanting "fuck Trump." These people hate our country.
Get it.
Do what?
Get out of our country.
Get the fuck out. Nobody fucking wants you here.
And this is not just a good gesture. This is something we need to make real. We need to bring down this empire once and for all. All right. Burn it down! Burn it down! Burn it down! Burn it down! Make it great like 92! Patriot afraid of you! Patriot afraid of you! Make it great like 92! Make it great like 92! Patriot afraid of you! Patriot afraid of you! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! Fuck Trump! Fuck the system! Fuck the system! Fuck the system! Fuck the system! Burn it down! Burn it down! Make it great like 92! Make it great like 92! ICE, we ain't afraid of you! ICE, we ain't afraid.
These people are fucking.
What? They don't even know what they're saying. I'm going to be on a TikTok. Watch this, everyone. I'm going to cuss and set a flag on fire. I'm hardcore. Don't mess with us.
Jesus.
Ignore the bumps on my lip. I don't know where I got that.
Oh my goodness. But yeah, those are the peaceful protesters.
Just, a lot of people want to see this end and these people taken into custody. Now, it has been a very
Yes, a lot of us do want to see them being taken into custody.
Going to talk about for a long time to come. Now, there are two very different aspects to what is happening this weekend in Los Angeles. Let's begin with what played out on the streets of LA. It was a very destructive day. Several clashes taking place outside the federal building. Once that crowd was broken up, demonstrators scattered and a large group made their way onto the 101 freeway. The CHP allowed them to remain there for about an hour. Traffic was stopped in both directions before officers finally moved in and slowly backed that group up and off of the roadway, making several arrests in the process. However, CHP vehicles were left exposed on the 101, and for hours we watched people on that overpass hurl everything from rocks and chunks of cinder block to concrete and electric scooters. They began lighting pieces of cardboard on fire and dropping them on them below. Even a bike was dropped onto a windshield, damaging the CHP vehicles. Now, the freeway takeover leading to some tense clashes between the protesters and officers. You can see one person being dragged away. This was in front of the federal building. That person had breached the line, had taken that officer's helmet. You saw him just put it back on there and dragged away. That person was on stilts, and he remained somehow behind. He made his way back behind police lines and was eventually handcuffed and arrested as they worked to take off those stilts from his legs. Multiple methods of non-contact force also used: tear gas, blank shot, rubber bullets from LAPD officers. We saw those protesters picking up barricades and benches and chairs from nearby Grand Park to shield themselves, setting up a barricade. This actually happened twice in two separate locations before LAPD officers on horseback moved in and cleared them out. And then there were the fires. Likely the visuals that this weekend's unrest will be remembered by. It's already being used by members of the Trump administration and right-wing media after 5.
I love that, all of a sudden Elon's like Team Trump apparently.
Yeah,
but
I know. I saw that too.
He just retweeted Maze's meme.
Yeah.
So
there's the American dream and the California dream. There's no Alabama dream. Eat your heart out, Texas, Tennessee, and Florida. This is California. The world looks to us to see that it's possible to live, advance, and prosper together across every conceivable difference. It's what makes this state great, that we don't tolerate that diversity as we once had, but we truly can look today and talk in terms of how we celebrate that diversity.
Yeah, well, it's like Elon's finally sobering up a little bit. So
Yeah.
he's come down off of his high.
Of this unrest in downtown
Richest
Los
man in the
Angeles.
world,
We
probably
have
has the
video
biggest
from
ego in the
before.
world, too.
This, what you're
Yep.
seeing on the right there, that's a fire that actually broke out while the chief of police was speaking.
A fire
while
broke
Jim McDonald
out.
Was speaking to the news media.
Did they just
about
say
the department's
that?
Maybe a
response.
fire just randomly broke out.
The fire just randomly broke out, guys. It happens. It happens all the time. Just randomly breaks out.
Behind him as he
Jesus.
was speaking. Where he was speaking from, the office of the chief of police, not far at all from where many of these things are happening, just a matter of a couple of blocks away. And so what we're seeing here is on the right, officers on horseback trying to remove someone, that person who has a backpack, who was not in an area where he should have been. You see them bringing him to the ground. They're going to search that backpack. We don't know if that person ended up being arrested, but we do know that some 10 people have been arrested thus far this evening by the LA Police Department, and some 17 people have been arrested by the Highway Patrol. LA Mayor Karen Bass speaking earlier today about where her disappointment lies with the federal government.
Dude, look at this shot. Look at this shot right here and tell me this doesn't look like a movie.
Yeah.
Look at that shit. This is the United States of America. This is happening in one of the major cities in the United States of America. This is not a scene from a movie.
Dang, shout out.
That is crazy. Master Austin.
Yeah.
For
Shout
a
out, brother.
proper 199. A lot of people are gonna not know what's going on here, but I've got two proper 199s. There's a way we celebrate proper 199s around here, okay? And I didn't actually. I think we've gotten 3 actually. So we have to celebrate the proper 199, okay, ladies and gentlemen. So this is how we celebrate them. Some of you will enjoy it. The majority of you will. But here we go. So this is how we celebrate the proper 199. Okay. And then we follow up with a wonderful clip from our great President Trump.
Should I do it?
Do not come.
Come on, baby. Come on. I'm gonna do it.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come. Beautiful white paint. It's coming down at 10,000 miles an hour. It's coming down at levels of speed that nobody ever even conceived of. Where it's rough, but it's coming, and now it's turned around. It turns around, and it's coming, and it's gonna. I said, oh, because you see at that bottom, this section right here, that sucker's. Oh.
There we go. All right. Listen, we got to get the new people initiated. You got to know what kind of shit show you're in for around here, because if you're looking for typically a respectable show, this is not it. This is not a respectable show at all. This is actually a shit show around here, but we appreciate you being here.
Parts of downtown Los Angeles. This is a Chevron station that is near one of the points of conflict. People are going in there. We don't know what they're doing at that gas station, if there's any looting going on. Again, you see people with hoods on. You see some of the people that have been involved in some of the unrest here that are gathered there. We do not know what they're doing. I don't see people coming out with a lot of things in their arms. So that's a good sign, I guess, that it's not being looted, but it's troubling to see people in these circumstances gathering. And that is the area there where a wrought iron fence had been ripped off from an area right around the street and placed.
I wonder who ripped off the fence. I guess it just ripped itself out of the ground.
Yeah, you know, it wasn't built to code.
Yeah, it must just the wind. Probably the wind picked it up, threw it.
There was a fire a short time ago right in front of that barrier. That has since gone out. Nearby, about half a block to your right, is where some people had set up caused a fire at a pay booth at a public parking lot. This is near Olvera Street. And that police officers actually moved in and put that fire out themselves and move people out of the way. So the LAPD is responding, but as the chief himself said, at the moment, they are overwhelmed. There are more people causing trouble than there are officers to stop them at this point. And whether the National Guard is in fact needed tonight
maybe
is something that
President
he
Trump
says
was right
will
once
have to
again.
be assessed.
Maybe President
In the
Trump was right
meantime,
once
ABC News
again.
reporter Matt Gutman was behind the police lines earlier today. He showed us the projectiles that were coming from both sides of these clashes.
From the LAPD pushing everybody back and using a tremendous amount of non-lethal force. You can see those flashbang canisters, the sponges, 40 millimeter like this, that they fired at people just to continue to push them back. I don't think
Okay, well, your stuff is kind of boring, so I've got another feed that I'm going to show. Is that you making noise? It must be you.
What'd you hear? My
Like-
phone is going crazy, so
Yeah,
it's like
okay.
it's
I thought it was them.
it's
so-
vibrating.
Okay,
so
yeah,
I don't know if
yeah,
that's
yeah,
coming through other mic.
Okay, yeah, that was. That's
Sorry.
fine, though. I thought it was their feed. So now you've got basic. Look, they've got their motorcycles out there, and they're just doing. They're just doing
What's that car gonna
burnout.
do?
So you may be, if you're tuning in, because you guys know, like, I'm not just like a political channel per se. Like, we also like I run Geeks and Gamers. This is behind the scenes footage of the next Fast and Furious movie, and we have exclusive footage of it right here. Vin Diesel will be showing up very soon. And The Rock is probably coming back. It looks like him and Vin Diesel put their differences beside them, behind each other now, so they're good. So now we're hopefully going to get dinosaurs in space as well. But yeah, this is behind the scenes of the Fast and Furious, so should be good.
Good Lord.
Oh, boy,
Worst
oh,
ride
boy.
in Orlando too, by the way.
I have not done that ride.
It's next time you're in town, if we have to go, I'm gonna drag you on there. You will be like Universal is saying it, man. It's just the worst ride ever.
I have
It's
not.
horrible,
Yeah,
Jeremy. It is horrible.
I got to check that one
You'd
out.
be shocked how bad. Like it is that bad.
Really?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess we'll check that out.
Worst ride.
Oh, we got people out in the middle of the street here now. Look at
Want
this.
to be trifling with. As the LAPD is going through this, they are using up quite a bit of those munitions, as Matt Gutman was mentioning, and as we have been mentioning on our air, some of the officers at the scene were starting to run out of those, and they're having to be brought in from other areas of the city because so many of them were being deployed. In fact, you can hear at various times during our discussions and interviews with either police officials or with the mayor, you can hear flashbang grenades and less than lethal rounds being fired, along with fireworks, actually commercial grade fireworks that are being fired at the police by some of the people in the crowd. And as the police chief mentioned, those can kill. So there are acts of violence taking place here. The police department is responding. The National Guard has been called in. And now we are going to see how this plays out as this continues this evening. Governor Gavin Newsom posting tonight on X, I have formally requested the Trump administration rescind their unlawful deployment of troops in Los Angeles County and return them to my command. We didn't have a problem until Trump got involved. This is a serious breach of state sovereignty, inflaming tensions while pulling resources from where they're actually needed. Rescind the order, return control to California. Those are the words of Governor Gavin Newsom. Let's go to Gabe.
What an idiot.
Santos
You know who
in
should be
Air
really
7
mad?
over that area
Who?
we've been looking at.
The LGBTQ A+ ABC. This is their month, and these illegals that are protesting are taking away all the attention from their month. They're the ones that are supposed to have the parades and everything going down. Maybe they were having a parade tomorrow. I don't know. They should be the ones out there with the police, pushing them down, saying, hey, we get all the attention this month, not you guys. What's wrong with you? They should be the one that's mad. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like, where are they? They should be mad.
That is very true. It's very true.
Anyway, on that note, boss, I'm heading. It's midnight over here. I got to get up early.
All right, man.
So keep doing your thing. Best show on YouTube right here. If you're new here, hit the subscribe button and send another 199 to see boobies. All right.
Later.
All right, boss. I'll talk to you later.
Have a good one, man. Yeah. All right. Drunk 3PO, everybody.
Gas station. We didn't see
Welcome to the Rebellion
of looting
Podcast,
or
Monday
anything
through
like that
Friday.
in that particular store
Make sure you
right
guys
there,
go check
so
him
that's
out.
Definitely some good news, but the concern obviously is individuals that continue to make barricades, such as this one there on the right side of your screen. That's been, as you said, fortified with a couple of dumpsters and a wrought iron fence. We've seen.
Yeah, they're literally blocking traffic once again. They're making barricades and they're blocking traffic. This is what they do. And we're being told that they're not really the problem, guys. President Trump is the problem. People are sick and tired of this shit. Has there been much looting? I haven't seen a lot of looting at this point in time. Last night, it looked like there were a couple of buildings that they were attempting to burn. But there hasn't been a lot of looting. But this is not gonna. I don't think this is gonna stop. Like I think we're gonna be dealing with this for several days. I don't think this is gonna go away tomorrow. Last night, obviously, things started calming down. Am I wrong about this? I feel like things started calming down around midnight Central, which is about 10 p.m. California time. I feel like that's when things started calming down last night. But tonight is far more widespread than last night was. So it seems to be because last night was kind of isolated to that one little area. There's multiple areas and there's a lot more people out tonight. Matt0311 says, yay, more grifting for money. Matt, you are 100% correct. And my question would be, what the fuck are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? You're going to type angrily on your keyboard? What are you going to do about it? You're going to downvote my video? That's the beauty. There's nothing you can do about it. And I saw you were crying about Trump earlier in the chat too. Since you were crying about Trump, since you were crying about President Donald Trump, the greatest president in history, who's also a young, vibrant man.
I just feel like a young man. I'm so young. I can't believe it. I'm the youngest person. I am a young, vibrant man. I look at Joe. I don't know about him. I don't know. Macho man, yeah.
And we just got a $20 super chat because Matt had to talk shit. Matt, you just made me $20. Look at that, Matt. Just made me $20 more. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate it.
Crime scene, more or less.
And thank you, James, for the 20.
Southbound 101 freeway, where people were throwing pieces of concrete and bicycles and bird scooters and signs from that Los Angeles Street overpass onto the street below. You see all of that debris there. You see a number of those highway patrol cars, and I think, yeah, those are all highway patrol cars down there.
Matt typed in the chat, says, damn, I love it, lol. You ever been in a group chat with your friends and you're just getting roasted and all you can do is respond with like a meme of like trying to own it when you're just like, fuck, I'm getting roasted? That's what Matt's doing right now in the chat. And he's like, damn, I'm getting roasted. Let me just try to own it and play it off. Ha ha ha.
Pretty much set on fire earlier, but CHP officers were able to get in there with a fire extinguisher and put out the majority of the fire before it was completely destroyed. But that's going to be a vehicle that's probably going to be a total loss. And you see all that debris there in lanes. That's going to take a while to clean up. And as I said, probably a little bit of a investigation to figure out you know, what charges to file against the people who threw pieces of concrete down there onto the freeway. Those are the southbound lanes of the 101 as you approach the 5 freeway. So still a few prongs of action here that LAPD is keeping an eye on, but it appears, at least for the past 20 or 25 minutes,
thank you, Dan.
we're entering a little bit of a moment of calm while LAPD kind
thank
of
you, Star Wars and
Stripes. What their next move is.
Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, Gabe, you know, it occurs to me as we're watching this, there are people driving through the area as if nothing was going on. I think a word of advice would be avoid downtown Los Angeles right now. Just stay out. try to go around it because you don't know what streets are going to be blocked.
Dark Schwartz
at any
Rising,
point.
thank you, brother.
You don't know where you might run into a barricade. You might run into a bunch of people who are up to no good. So just stay out of downtown if at all possible. All these vehicles that are trying to traverse the downtown area. I don't know if there are any games or any events happening in or near downtown at the various venues right now. So that might complicate matters as well, just adding to the congestion and traffic in the area. But stay out of downtown if you possibly can. Former Vice President Kamala Harris responding to today's event. She had a statement. She wrote in part, quote, "Los Angeles is my home, and like so many Americans, I am appalled at what we are witnessing."
No, thank you, Black Tailgate. Thank you, all of you guys, for your freaking. There's so many super chats. There's way too many super chats tonight. But Black Tailgate says, any reporting on who ordered, delivered the paid, and paid for the cinder blocks? I mean, there's not been any reporting on it. But if you would like me to report on it, I can. That would be one George Soros. George Soros would be the source of those cinder blocks being paid for and delivered and strategically placed right where they needed to be placed in order to throw at the authorities. So there you go right there. Let's see. Make grifting great again. Fiverr for the fig. I voted for this $5 because of Matt Hale, the 199. New profile pic for current events. Get 'em Trump. Let's freaking go. What's up, 8 o'clock? Lapco says, hey, Jeremy, I hear some retards don't like you, so here's some money. Well, thank you, Lapco. I appreciate that. Money always makes me feel better when people are hating on me. Star Wars of Stripe says, and LA is supposed to host the Olympics. Yeah, right. Whew. Goodness. Metal Slave says a 20 from a woman because we loved the grift too. Look at that. Even the ladies are helping me grift tonight. Mini grift from Patrick. Cody Gray says Jeremy stars in Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. You know, I like the Fast and Furious. What's up, Cody? I love the Fast and Furious movies, at least back in the day. I kind of stopped watching them when Paul Walker passed away. But Tokyo Drift was the one I didn't like. I need to go back and revisit that one again, though. But I feel like things are winding down a little bit, but I'm trying to keep up. You know, like right now, they're kind of replaying stuff from earlier on a lot of the feeds that I'm watching right now. Yo Pops is just chilling right now. So there's, you know, it does seem like there's not a lot of action at the moment, but I'm trying to keep my eye on everything to try to keep everyone as caught up as I can. But yeah, there's not a ton of action. We've got this feed right here from the helicopter. Looks like the helicopter isn't even trying to, you know, I don't even know what it's covering right now. If this continues tomorrow, I will certainly be here tomorrow. And I'm always here. I'm always live on this channel. So if you're interested in subscribing, I appreciate it. I cover a lot of politics on this channel. But my main channel is the Geeks and Gamers main channel, but I have about 10 YouTube channels. And I probably just need to put all of those in the description. I think they're in the link tree though. But yeah, we do a lot. We do a lot with entertainment, video games, movies, theme parks, sports. We kind of cover everything. But this is my personal channel where I kind of talk about everything over here. So we've had a great crowd tonight, and I do appreciate all of you. And I'm keeping my eye. So we're not ending or anything like that. I'm just trying to see what all is going on right now. Nothing. It's kind of very low key at the moment. It feels like, you know, the theory was that at night is when things are going to get worse, but that didn't happen last night too much because as soon as it really got dark, things calmed down. And feels like that's where we're heading now. It seems like things have de-escalated quite a bit. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we're going to see an escalation or not. I'm going to go back over here to the Fox feed, see what Fox is talking about right here.
Kevin De Leon's district. So we're trying to figure out who exactly is.
I'm going to go get a water refill. I'll be right back.
Cole, but some very serious charges against her, arrested apparently for assault with a deadly weapon.
They talked about the arrest yesterday. If you're wondering, is there any kind of follow-up by LAPD, by the city attorney, the district attorney? Yesterday, LAPD said 29 people were arrested for failure to disperse, one for throwing a Molotov cocktail at police. And they also said that they are, with cameras being everywhere, if you are a true agitator and you think you're getting away with this, they're saying that there are cameras and that they will prosecute and they will take people into account and hold them accountable for their actions. Right now, you see a heavy presence by LAPD. This is, again, in the downtown area. You can see a lot of graffiti with words that we prefer not to show on TV, but unfortunately, this is live breaking news. And you can see the remnants of these protests and demonstrations are going to be felt for some time as people look around and see the statements that have been made on somebody's corporate building there, somebody's business there.
Yeah. In the past, I know that the woman who runs the Italian-American Museum of Los Angeles, she was quite saddened, and I hope her building is okay. She's in the basic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure she is saddened. She should be saddened because of her local government officials are not looking out for the best interest in the city. We got this shot right here of another fire.
Control and using the tactics that police use in urban areas to control and deal with violent crowds. So that will be a significant element that we're going to have to watch for, of course. And we're seeing here another fire that has been set in the downtown LA area. Gabe Santos is over it. What do we have that's burning here?
Well, it looks like a cylinder of some kind, some metal pallets. They appear to have been piled up here at the intersection of Spring and First Street, and the LAPD is nearby, but they're not too close. They're kind of letting this be for now. Their efforts are still focused on the situation on the north side, and I'm looking up north of Cesar Chavez and Main Street, and I see another little fire burning there earlier where we were watching those individuals that set up that blockade. And you can kind of see as we pan over from south of City Hall, as we continue panning to the left, Rob, a little further down to the north of where that gas station is, you can see there this new, not a new fire, but it is definitely a
What a
fire
fucking
that has been
disaster,
coaxed
man.
accordingly, and it looks like they've there's a lot of cardboard in that dumpster, and individuals have set that dumpster ablaze. So you now have two bonfires, if you will, illegal bonfires burning in streets here in downtown
I'm glad
LA.
you said it was illegal.
LAPD
I'm glad
at
you
this
said it
point
was
has
illegal.
taken this time to regroup their forces and figure out which one they want to tackle at this time. But you have an individual with drums there. You have this dumpster ablaze. You have another little cylinder there on the ground also ablaze. And as these fires continue, LAPD is going to have to decide which one to tackle, because at least at this time, they don't have the resources in place to take one or the other, unless they really coordinate that and really focus on sending a skirmish line to the north and sending another skirmish line to the south. You're going to have these two separate kind of hot spots, these literal hot spots burning, this one on Main and Alameda, and the other one near the intersection of First and Spring Street. So still tensions rising high as individuals continue to set fires here in the downtown area.
All right, this one a literal dumpster fire. The dumpster fire, of course, has become kind of a metaphor for a failure, a catastrophic failure amongst people who should know better. And so this is what we're seeing play out now in downtown Los Angeles. Of course, the fire that has really caught a lot of people's attention and has gone viral, really, the images were those Waymo cars that were set on fire during the protests. A number of them were kind of parked on the street. Remember, these are driverless vehicles, of course, so there was no person inside to kind of get them out or make a decision as to where they should go. They were sitting there, parked on the street, and as the protests and demonstrations were going on, someone set them on fire, and I believe it was 5 of them that actually burned to the ground. Bruce Thomas, our law enforcement expert, joining us now. to talk about what we have seen thus far today and what we're seeing in.
Okay, so this is all just kind of recap crap. Doesn't seem like there's anything on these feet. We do have the fires still. So we got multiple fires right now that we're paying attention to. There's the pride colored fucking gay building there. And that's not another car that's on fire, right? That's a car. Yeah, that's a car that's probably parked. That's parked in front of the fire. So things are. Oh wait, hang on. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! What's good? Oh shit!
Over in
Oh shit!
Vera Street area. But what we're seeing now are,
What the hell?
These are anarchists. These are not law-abiding citizens. These are people that want to cause problems, and they've come into LA to do so.
Wow. And as you're saying that, we're watching somebody who was doing backwards donuts in that intersection.
Dude,
man
ain't got
driving through without a shirt on with this minivan.
What?
Not sure what his intentions were or what's going on there, but this guy's taking off at a
Holy
high rate
shit.
of speed. And you know, there's people
This
out in the
ain't
streets
good.
right now. We don't know if he was.
We got a car chase,
angry at
boys.
the protesters or part of the
We
protest.
got a
just
naked
don't know.
man in a
But there's so many
minivan.
people out walking
Has
around
lost
the streets,
it.
law enforcement officers.
He's
other
naked.
people that are out there, and he's putting all of them at risk now with whatever he's doing here. This is just more craziness. He was doing those backwards donuts in that intersection. Seemingly, it looked to me like he was trying to target somebody. They were throwing things at his vehicle, and it looked as though he was trying to circle around and try to get somebody. I don't know, but what we're seeing now is he has slowed down. I'm not sure exactly where this is. If we could get our locator up from Air
What's he
7
doing?
just to see what exactly this guy's. It's Alvera Street. It kind of looked like Alvera Street. Well, he's driving around Alvera Street. He's got no shirt on. He's driving that minivan. It just stopped. I don't know if it ran into a bollard there or what, but
We
it just
are
stopped.
back.
And now he's backing up.
I hope no one gets hurt. I want to be clear.
And
Mark,
I hope no one's hurt.
Go ahead.
LAPD is aware of this individual, but I'm not sure if they really know what to do. Well, I was going to say he appeared to be trapped in that area with those blockades, and now he's flying down Main Street back to where that blockade is at an extremely high rate of speed, slamming on the brakes now. This is Cesar Chavez and Main Street, and there's so many people just out walking around right now. I don't know if he's going to slow down before he gets to this barricade. You see some people running. We're a little bit blocked right now because we can't see what's going on the other side of that building. So I'm not sure if this guy in the vehicle stopped or if he continued on. Zoom back in, left, Rob. I think that's him right there. Yeah. Okay.
Nope, that's not him.
So,
All right,
so
I've got another feed. I got another feed. So I don't know what he's
Look
doing.
at the way that driver is driving. Is this somebody on drugs? Are they drunk? Who does that? Who drives in reverse like that?
He's driving in
the middle
reverse!
of other traffic, endangering innocent people. That's a scary situation in its own right.
Oh, he's out of the car now.
Oh,
He's
shit.
decided to abandon that vehicle.
Oh, shit.
And what? He's got a hold of a dumpster trying to move it, but unsuccessful. So now he's going to get back in the car. And by the way, I think I saw some shattered glass. I think that the agitators were able to throw a piece of concrete or what have you at him, and he was able broke through the window because then he was throwing things back out again.
Look at the way that driver is driving. That is a very scary scene. It's almost like this person is a rogue person who is out of his mind. And look at the crowd.
Everybody's coming towards him because he's stuck. He's stuck there. Now he's going to do things quite illegally to get out of the way. But it's clear that he was trying to go after the agitators or whomever is left over in the downtown area. And look at that. People are throwing things at him. So apparently the sentiment was, okay, you're not with us. Therefore, you're against us.
Well, look, I mean, the guy was doing donuts in reverse. You could kill anybody like that. He's been driving, it seems to be, very erratically. It makes you wonder what the mindset is of this
GTA
person.
6,
is it someone
baby.
who just lost their mind? They just
All
don't
right,
care who
so
they hurt.
we've
They're trying to
got-
make a statement or what?
This feed is a tick ahead. So this feed is a tick ahead right here.
Hit the motorcycle.
It looked like he was aiming for him.
Yeah, this feed's a tick ahead of one we were just
and
watching.
this person is clearly upset and just driving erratically, not in any sort of mental state. That's going to be a part of Union Station, and I'm not sure if we're able to get Air 7 on the other side of that, but we may. Okay, that's the vehicle
there
right
it is.
there.
I want to bring in
and around. Yep.
I want to bring in Bruce Thomas because you're watching this too, and this just, if things weren't bad
this
enough.
This may be an enclosed area.
Oh shit.
This may be some kind of a. Oh, those are the railroad tracks.
Oh shit!
This guy is definitely out of control, beyond what normally you would think.
Yeah, and oh my gosh, he's putting a lot of people in danger here. We don't know his motive.
The tire.
All we know is that he's
no,
driving
that's the fender,
really
never
fast.
mind.
He appears at various times to have been aiming at people with this minivan. People have been throwing rocks and bricks and all kinds of things at him as he's gone through intersections. He was doing reverse donuts in an intersection and going very, very rapidly.
Right.
He's going through these downtown streets now. It's kind of a maze, kind of a warren of streets, some of them one way, some of them very narrow. He's right by the railroad tracks here.
That's the tracks.
And it's frightening to see. It's just one of the many unsettling things we have been watching throughout this day and this evening when there have been protests
yeah, he's pissed.
Of ICE raids.
Vignes and Botchet.
Vignes and Bochet down in downtown Los Angeles. This is kind of near I believe the men's central jail, the men's central jail down there that's used by LA County.
Where are the police?
And
where are the police?
It's one of those back streets. It's small. And we don't know. We'll have to see if he's trying to make his way back toward the demonstrations to see what his motive may be.
Yeah, he's over by Canasaurus Plaza by Cesar Chavez. He's over in that complex there.
Mm-hmm. And
he's definitely out of control.
And as Gabe mentioned, the LAPD is aware of him. They know that he's doing this, and they're going to try to. I don't know if they're going to try to get him. Who's going to be available to do it? We talked about the resources that have been stretched so thin.
Did we lose him?
For the LAPD as they deal with the unrest that's happening in downtown LA. Who's available to chase this guy? I don't think anyone is, at least at the moment where we're seeing it.
It's almost like you need. It's almost like you need the National Guard to help you out if you don't have the resources
at such high rates of speed.
For safety's sake, Mark, they definitely would want to be involved in this. The problem is, I don't think they have the resources right now.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, again, if you're just joining us, Eyewitness News continuing our coverage of the demonstrations, the violence, the charges and countercharges by officials at the federal, state, and local level about the...
to be fair, if I was a grown-ass man that had a minivan, I'd be pissed off too, but...
Out in the streets. And in the middle of our reporting of that, we are seeing this man behaving very erratically in this minivan. We're not sure if he's either targeting the protesters or if he's one of them, but it appears, at least, that he is in some way unhinged. He doesn't have a shirt on. He's driving this minivan at very high rates of speed. There's significant damage. There have been a few collisions with various inanimate objects. No people that we know of yet. No vehicles that we know of yet.
Dude, the police need to get this guy. This guy is dangerous. He's going to kill someone.
Now, continuing, Gabe, can you give us an indication of what street he's on?
Yeah, Mark, this is Cesar Chavez. He appears to be northbound on Cesar Chavez on Gallardo Street. And, we've seen situations.
No, give me the feed.
Almost purposefully hit other drivers, and that's the really scary part here. We are actually switching out helicopters, so you're going to see my picture in the helicopter that I'm in get a little further away, and we have our other Air 7 on the scene as well, trying to locate this vehicle, but it is definitely a scary situation for...
I got another feed if I need to switch to it.
Right, in addition to everything else that's happening, and just to recap,
I got another feed.
There were planned demonstrations this afternoon, beginning at 2 o'clock at LA City Hall. There was another demonstration happening this afternoon and into the early part of the evening at the federal complex, the federal building.
All right, I'm going to the other feed. Oh, wait. Yep, there we go. Okay.
law enforcement is involved at all.
And again, I'm watching that white light. I have no idea what it is. It continues to be following this vehicle. It continues to be in our shot.
Yeah, it's so funny, Christine, because you see it on that monitor. I don't see it on this monitor. So it could just be the monitor.
Oh,
Okay,
he almost ran over somebody.
You're right. My bad on that. Okay.
But it is unusual.
It is a distracting monitor I'm looking at here, so forgive me if anybody else is seeing this on their monitor. It's a very strange thing. Okay, so let me avert my eyes to another monitor where we see no light here. Okay, so again, what is the mindset of this person, and is this a rogue lone person who's taking matters into their own hands to try to make a statement against those who are still out on the streets?
Exactly. That is the question. And there are definitely people that thought that he's not with them. He's not with the agitators, that he was trying to do something to distract or interrupt what they were doing. At least that's what it appeared to be. He's driving at a high rate of speed, considering he's on a surface street and made that turn to the left awful quickly. I'm missing the smart navigation so we could tell precisely where he is in the LA area. But he's going at a pretty good clip. No one's near him. Whoa, that was a little too close.
Yeah, something is not right with this driver. The behavior is way too erratic to be normal. Not sure the area that this driver is in now, but obviously we've pulled away a little bit from the downtown area specifically itself.
We've lost him.
A little bit more residential here, and not sure where this driver is now headed, but we've seen some very strange behavior.
All right, so I've got both feeds pulled up. Neither feed has him located. We can't lose this guy. We need the feed on this guy. Where is he? Find him. This is great TV, but also we need to make sure that the police know where he's at, even though they don't seem to care. So we have nothing on him right now.
In reverse. And then
so I've got a clip earlier of what this guy was doing. So this is earlier until they can find the feed on him. But this is him.
It looked like he was it really looks like he was targeting folks and trying to hit him with his vehicle. But we don't know. We do know that the crowd was very angry at him, judging by what we're seeing in response, all the projectiles being thrown at him. And then he took off.
Is that him? Nope, that's not him. We've lost him.
You see, he's got no shirt on.
Oh, wait, we found him. We found him on the other feed. We found him on the other feed.
It looks like one of the.
All right, there he is. He is parked.
Back out of the car.
Is this the vehicle stopped? Like he drove home?
He drove home.
And it's, you know, I don't know if this person got caught up. There he is right there, shirt off. Oh, please don't get back in the car.
This dude is pissed.
That's the guy that we watched try to move a dumpster unsuccessfully.
I mean, he's got a sense that there's this helicopter overhead. It's you know, it's not overly warm out tonight to be without a shirt on in LA. It does cool down at night, so that is bizarre in itself.
You know, a lot of times we show, like, you know, all the attractive women for all the dudes. Well, ladies, you've been asking for some eye candy. Ladies, you're welcome.
Let that be. This is very bizarre.
This guy
very bizarre indeed. So now he's gone into the back. What is he doing? He's pulling out. Oh, I just need to shake this shirt or jacket or something, because now I'm going to put on my jacket. Meantime, he left the driver's side door open. Oh, so he, you know, the reason why likely that he's shaking that out is because I'm pretty sure the window on the driver's side was broken at the least.
Oh, has he got another vehicle?
Oh, no,
He's got another vehicle. Let's go. He's Batman. This is Batman. He had another vehicle set up. Let's go.
That jacket, I believe, because it was full of shattered glass from the window. But what is that? So that car is on. And he decided to open the door and throw that jacket in. Meantime, he did leave the door open.
Oh, shit.
On the driver's side.
Oh, shit.
Approaching somebody.
Oh, shit.
Police.
Oh, police are involved. They are indeed aware and involved.
Damn.
Well, this is a good thing.
Well, at least they called him.
They were watching our coverage here. And
I thought he had another vehicle, dude. It was going to turn into like the Batwing or something. That would have been so cool. And it would have been like, he would have had one of those fat suits like Tom Cruise uses in Mission Impossible, and he would have been like ripped and jacked, and he would have been like, I'm Batman. That's what I was hoping
specifically
for.
Where he is, Vanna Street and East 1st Street, so just outside the downtown Los Angeles area. It's odd. He was not very he didn't resist arrest. He didn't seem all that surprised either that police suddenly came upon him. Meantime, the woman that he was talking to, police are saying, no, you need to back up. You need to back up. And she looks like she's objecting to all of this.
I'm not sure. Is she? No, she seems to be talking with that officer.
This is awesome.
Meantime, he's like, everybody's got to back up.
I'm glad nobody got
Everybody's
hurt.
gotta back up.
I'm glad nobody got hurt.
He looks like he's a sheriff's deputy, not LAPD.
Again, it's not an overly warm night to be on the streets like that in shorts with no shirt, and that behavior, you have to wonder about that behavior. Obviously some damage to the vehicle. Talking with people on our team who actually have a better viewpoint of this, he definitely did hit a bicyclist or sideswipe a bicyclist in some fashion, hoping that person is okay. That was after that bizarre behavior of doing those donuts in reverse in the middle of an intersection.
Okay, so a little update. President Trump is in war mode. He just tweeted out, arrest the people in face masks now. So President Trump is in war mode right now. He is not fucking around right now. And he is, let's go back to True Social, looking really bad in LA. Bring in the troops. Trump is not messing around right now. Holy shit. This is crazy awesome, man. What a night. What a night.
The people that are just past City Hall, and we noticed that there was an attempt to create sort of a bonfire in the middle of the street. Meantime, that is a lot of sheriff's deputies that have now come in right there in downtown Los Angeles.
It is a Sunday night, and perhaps they're trying to regain control of the downtown area as we head into a new work week. It's going to be an unpredictable work week. We don't know about the National Guard called up by President Trump. We are back now on the scene of that driver. Look at the damage there of the car, who was driving so erratically in the midst of people who are out there on the street at this late night hour. The demonstrators, as we're calling them, don't know this guy's motive. Obviously, this could have ended very badly as the people were throwing rocks at this vehicle as he was driving so dangerously amidst people there.
Quite a few patrol cars have now arrived at the scene, and we were watching a deputy as he goes into the vehicle searching for what? We don't know. Evidence, whatever, anything that will bolster.
Kash Patel tweeted out, says, just so we're clear, the FBI needs no one's permission to enforce the Constitution. So there you go. My responsibility is to the American people, not political punchlines. LA is under siege. So as much as I was telling you things were slowing down, as good old JR would say, business has picked up. Business has picked up big time.
I don't know if law enforcement would know that he actually threw something into another truck rather. Okay, Matthew Seedorf, he's back with us now. Matthew, you've decided to add your mask. Is that because there's a lot of smoke and tear gas being thrown about?
Yeah, we're right in front of City Hall still. The protesters kind of pushed back towards City Hall. So there's this skirmish line with LASD here trying to hold them where they're at on 1st Street. We're trying to stay out of their way here. And they are, you can see the fire at the end of the street right now. They are firing those non-lethals, those flashbangs, and they warned us that there will be gas, as there's one right now. So there's going to be some tear gas here momentarily that they are firing across the street. But yeah, you can just see all the protesters over there, and on the other line of this law enforcement, and just flames, and it's pretty chaotic right now. They're trying to put an end to this right now.
Yeah, they've got that bonfire going there, Matthew, and they've successfully lit for a while. But those flashbangs, that is no joke. And the flashbangs and the smoke can be quite helpful in trying to disperse a crowd. Wow.
Yeah, those flashbangs are really loud. The smoke is very successful, and we did see an alert from LAPD that essentially all the agitators at this point have split off into separate groups around downtown LA. It was warning people in the area to be careful of those agitators and possibly causing damage in the area. The Sheriff's Department was called in here to assist with the LAPD outside of City Hall, as there were protesters that were trying to barricade themselves on this street out front of City Hall. As right now we're following this skirmish line. They're trying to push the protesters further back. We can see the fire is still going on as well.
Matthew, as we watch there, that skirmish line able to make some progress and move forward there, paint the picture where City Hall is. Is it behind you, in front of you? Where is City Hall in relation to this?
Yeah, so City Hall is right here. So we are right next to City Hall where this is happening. And then that's First Street where all this is taking place. So the protesters essentially got pushed back about an hour ago, and now they're coming back this direction. The Sheriff's Department is trying to hold the line and firing those non-lethals. Look at this. I mean, I don't know if you can hear that.
Yeah, we can hear it. Well, it makes sense.
Flash.
They would want to keep the crowd away from City Hall and hold that line and push them back, and hopefully people will disperse as the night goes on and they get tired and they, call it a day kind of thing. But it is quite a scene, so we can just listen in for a minute here as you show us the scene.
Wow. And by the way, flashbangs, they do have a tail, and you can see them fly through the air, but they don't explode into fireworks like what we just saw. It was almost as if an agitator had decided, oh, well, I'm going to answer your flashbang with this green firework. I don't know if you noticed that, Matthew.
We just had a flashbang go off very close to us. My left ear is ringing from it. They're making us push back a little bit. Right now, it's hard to distinguish what is fireworks and flashbangs because we're seeing a little bit of mixture of both. Very close to LAPD headquarters, though, just for reference, here outside of City Hall, where this is taking place. And there's also just an immense amount of traffic. I mean, people. You think about what time it is, 9:30 on a Sunday night. All the cars in the area, there's a massive scene taking place. Not normal at all.
I think there's a big looky-loo factor, and people want to get their Instagram video or their shot or to witness things and live it through things that are happening, experiencing things. But really, if you don't need to be in downtown LA, it's an area to avoid because these crowds can be on the move. Police can be on the move. But right now, it looks like this line, Matthew, is designed to hold the line and keep the crowds away from City Hall. And when you pan back to see City Hall right behind you there, it is quite a statement, quite a shot. And if I'm watching from another part of the country, whether I've been to Los Angeles or not, whether I know LA well or not, it is quite a visual to be watching this on TV.
So if you're just tuning in, I don't know how many of you were if you were looking for the Grand Theft Auto trailer, this is the next Grand Theft Auto trailer. I know it looks like Los Angeles, and they did a great job of depicting Los Angeles, but I mean, there's no way this could actually really be Los Angeles because how bad would the Democrats have to be to allow Los Angeles to fall? So this is Grand Theft Auto, the next trailer. So I know there's a lot of hype around that.
Press conference with LA Mayor Karen Bass. And while we were inside the press conference, you could hear those flashbangs going off while we're interviewing the mayor about the protest taking place outside. Pretty eerie feeling with that. And now just standing out here in front of City Hall and seeing what's taking place, it's pretty unbelievable.
Can you show us again the pan shot or have your cameraman turn back to show us really how close you are to City Hall? If you can reflect back on the words of the mayor and how she described what she was seeing with the protesters and saying that there is no place for violence or unrest. Talk about that as we look at our beautiful building all lit up in colors, and then we have this contrast with the colors of a scene of chaos downtown.
Yeah, somebody the mayor was saying that there's no place for violence.
Somebody just retweeted this on my timeline. A Trump tweet from 2013. No mercy to terrorists, you dumb bastards. There's always a Trump tweet, dude. There's always a Trump tweet.
LAPD officers, the rank and file, and the sheriff's department rank and file about how to, whether they can deal with too many more incidents such as these. And then you have the budgetary concerns, both the city and the county, both having to make severe budget cuts, caused in large part.
All right, you guys are boring. Look back to this one. This is where the action's at right here.
Because Pride Month is June, and typically over the course of the year, the city will change the lighting for the beautiful City Hall.
Yeah, so it's got
right
gay
now,
colors.
I think it's multicolored for Pride Month.
Well,
Yeah,
it was
fuck
LA
that.
Pride this weekend.
Exactly.
So it was a weekend of celebration in the gay community with LA Pride happening with the parade and the concerts and then you have this going on. And as well as BET Experience at all, also this weekend downtown.
Right, exactly. So always a lot of things going on downtown.
All right,
What is not expected is to have this.
All right, I changed my mind. You don't have to protect that building. You can, cops. You guys can fall back.
The ICE raids that started in Paramount, and then we had all kinds of activity that moved up to Compton and then eventually into the downtown area. They're not that far away from the focus building the building that we were focused on a lot last night, which was the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center, also known as a federal building where a lot of the federal agents were housed, and where U.S. Attorney Bill Saley was saying that the reason why they started lobbing tear gas from the gates of the MDC was because that the agents felt threatened by the protesters that were outside of right next to on Alameda.
Matthew, as we see that white smoke, those are the canisters of what that is trying to push back the protesters?
Yeah, it looks like they're using some sort of pepper spray smoke that they're throwing that direction. And then you can see some other protesters, the agitators, firing back with those fireworks. It looks like they were possibly were trying to have some sort of takeover on the street there. But it looks like the deputies kept firing those little pepper pellets, pushing them out.
Yeah, those pepper balls are pretty potent as well. That was the accusation lobbed at the federal agents, the ICE agents in Paramount, was that long before at least the demonstrators felt it was necessary, they were starting to shoot pepper balls. So that was the Border Patrol agents to the demonstrators in Paramount yesterday. So now it's LASD using those pepper balls. Can you smell it, Matthew? I know you had an incident too close to tear gas. Are you affected at all by the pepper balls?
No, where we are, we must be down or upwind because we're not getting impacted here. They did warn us that that was about to happen. They told us to put on those masks, but I've taken mine off at this point because we're all right where we are right now.
Okay, good. That's good.
So as we see this greater picture here, it looks like the crowd has been pushed back. Is that what the visual is for you as well?
We currently have Governor Gavin Newsom is blaming Trump. 4 minutes ago, he tweets out, let's get this straight. Local law enforcement didn't need help. Trump sent troops anyway to manufacture chaos and violence. Trump succeeded. Now things are destabilized and we need to send in more now things are destabilized and we need to send in more law enforcement just to clean up Trump's mess. Oh boy, oh boy. So yeah, it's just Donald Trump's fault. Unbelievable. It's always Trump's fault. Always Trump's fault.
From Skyfox, I'm not 100% sure where Skyfox is now. There's a wider picture. Is that the area near Beaudry, near the LA School Bureau, School District headquarters? Not quite sure, but you see, now this does look like a few protesters that are holding signs up to law enforcement, and there's quite a few police officers, and now they're creating a stronger, what I would consider when I say stronger, what I mean is more officers in that skirmish line. And that's unusual. I see a guy there with a backpack, and I'm wondering whether or not that backpack has some kind of substance that allows for him, instead of shooting tear gas, perhaps he can just spray somebody with some kind of chemical or like a tear gas kind of situation. Do we know where this is? Can we get some direction on what intersection this is? Is that the same overpass where we had focused a lot of our attention earlier today when the 101 freeway was blocked? Because I saw a little peek of what looked like the 101 freeway.
I'm not quite sure where it is, but obviously police are wanting to make
Yes, I remember
kind
No
of
Russia.
stand there
Samuel,
for some reason.
I remember.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's the freeway right there to the right.
Iconic.
Okay.
And it's still stopped down. There's no traffic going through there. And this was an area that they were concerned about, at least earlier, because that is where a lot of people had stood on that overpass and alongside the 101 freeway, and they were lobbing pieces of concrete or cinder block over the side. Those were the bad actors. Those were the agitators. Now there seems to be a smaller group of people that are holding signs which suggest that they are true protesters.
For some reason, you have police there, Susan, in two positions there, trying to make a true stand at that location. And who knows if they had some kind of intel or if the crowd was marching that direction, making their way there. But for some reason, police do not want people going up that.
I'm assuming this is from the riots, I think. Let's see. When was this posted? So if this is from the riots, I don't know if this is from the riots, but if it is, that's from the other.
Oh, shit. What the fuck?
That's from last night. Okay. All right. Yeah, I saw someone saying it was from, but you know, you never know. You never know when it's from. So I just like to qualify it if I'm not sure. What is this?
People have to be wary of, because
Who
that
is this?
means that
Somebody running?
There was a shooter, right? A sharpshooter that had the light poised on that guy.
That's interesting. Not sure what we just witnessed there. Okay.
Vehicles are all gone now. The CHP was able to get their vehicles out. So this is the part that it would be great if we had a police strategist who could explain to us, okay, so your belief is the Hall of Justice. You're blocking the way to go back up to or south. But meantime, it doesn't appear to be blocked to the area which is the overview, the overpass over the 101 freeway.
Oh, what's that? Oh, wow.
Oh, that is always something that people have to be wary of, because that means that there was a shooter, right? A sharpshooter that had the one over there. Yeah, like a dark black,
like an LAPD,
navy blue. So people were confusing them with LAPD. Regardless, let's just call
Splinter
them law
Cell.
enforcement. The point is they are there to keep the peace, and right now, sadly, this is not peace.
So we are back right outside of Los Angeles City Hall, where you have the LA County Sheriff's Department with that line there. And you can see the remnants of the crowd that was there earlier with that fire still burning in the middle of the street. It appears they're just letting that fire burn itself out. The larger crowd has been dispersed, although it looks like some are coming back to that fire pocket there. And there you go. They're going to fire some more non-lethal weapons to disperse those who are returning. Again, you have vehicles there, the public driving through.
That's crazy.
Or other people that want to be in the general vicinity.
Wild.
That they perhaps are wanting to check out what's going on in downtown LA. They could even be amongst those that perhaps have some ideas of what they will do in order to join in the anarchy.
Well, too, you can try to block off streets, but what happens is these groups continue to move. right here, they're not getting any access to City Hall.
Man, I thought I was going to spend my weekend just hanging out playing Mario Kart. And I'm just sitting here watching this shit. It's chaos either way, but yeah, that's all I thought. I was like, yeah, I'm just going to hang out, play some Mario Kart World. It's going to be awesome. Instead of just watching the fall of Los Angeles instead.
Onto the wall. So the good news is
not
turn that off.
Yeah,
it's not permanent, but it was also an obscene message. I should point that out. Okay, Skyfox taking a look around. So those auto dealers, if I'm not mistaken, are
Patriot Hall there, I believe.
Yeah, so south of the 10 freeway. Is that what we're looking at?
It's in that greater area of the downtown LA area where you have those dealerships. And you're right, our chopper there is kind of just scouting around, looking around right now as to what's happening. And we talked about Matthew
drifting greater than Mario Kart.
Groups were on the move in different areas. This is a pretty big pocket of people here. We haven't seen a larger group like this in a minute here. So obviously you have people who made their way to connect with one another as they march down the street, with motorists either trying to get through or be part of it. Oh wow.
Dear.
Oh no.
Okay,
Here we
this
go.
is not good. So here you have
Oh
a violent fight breaking out.
Oh shit.
Hopefully this will end quickly. That they will break up these
Oh yeah,
people.
very
Okay,
level-headed
there you
people.
go. That's what happened.
Very level-headed people.
Okay.
We don't know what happened there, but and the fight continues.
Oh yeah, of course.
But meantime, lots of other people are trying to stop the person.
Let's go.
But he's strong. He keeps going. But there are people trying to keep him back.
Which goes to tell you that there are some people
Oh,
there.
another punch!
That
There
are
was
trying
another
to
punch.
Protest on message.
What?
Oh, wow. Okay, and then there are others who are.
That guy might have. Maybe he just wanted to get through, and then there
Holy
were
shit.
words exchanged.
Then you have a car there caught in the middle of the traffic there, and let us hope that everybody is safe. And again, looks like they are part of what's going on there.
They got the hazard lights on, so they're stopped.
And
Well,
you
yeah,
see,
so-
like, the SUV, there are people hanging out of the SUV there. It looks like some people want to be part of this movement down the street here. Others, I'm sure, are looky-loos here. But it is Sunday night. It's coming up on 10 o'clock at night, which really could be very late night in some cities, but not necessarily in LA. We can be a late night town for certain people who don't work the next day, or it's an industry town that works different hours and different
This is
shifts.
wild, man.
Or they're passionate about the cause.
Yeah.
No.
So yeah, I thought things were calming down earlier, and clearly that's not the case. Clearly that is not the case at all. So I'm watching two different feeds right now, making sure nothing's going
officers, that is not acceptable. And both the governor, Bill Asaley, the mayor, they've all said the same thing. Nathan Hochman, the DA, the police chief, they've all said the same thing, that if you are going after officers, destroying property, damaging buildings, etc., those are all prosecutable crimes. And there will be a great effort to track all of those agitators down and prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law, including, apparently the DA says he will consider filing felony charges. And of course, you could find yourself up against federal charges as well, or in exchange for the local charges.
So again, we have our Skyfox right now over downtown LA, where we have been witnessing pockets of demonstrators, people still taking to the streets after 3 days of protests against Homeland Security and the
insanity,
ICE,
man.
Raids here in Southern California. This is again Sunday night here in Southern California. And as people are watching, as we know they do because we get responses on our Facebook page, etc., they watch from other parts of the country, other parts of the world. We are streaming live on the Fox Local app, is another place to always find us and our coverage. So we are trying to bring people information that is relevant to them locally, but
All right, we got a shot right here of downtown LA. Downtown LA just completely destroyed. You know, good job, Gavin Newsom.
But we're going to continue to follow it here in Fox 11. Our newscast is normally at 10 p.m., so we've been on since earlier this
6:30,
evening.
almost 7. It was 7:07.
And we'll have probably more of a recap for you coming up in just about 10 minutes here. Susan,
What's this? What is this?
Yeah, now he's going to move quickly to get out of here, and that should clear him
I think
out
it's
of the area for sure. We've got cross traffic here. And,
let's see here.
There, so that officer trying to come down to respond to that, probably to respond to that fight. He's turned off his lights and he's cleared.
Okay, so that's the fight. Okay.
Was pelted with items as he came down Figueroa here by the crowd. Now they're just going to continue back northbound towards the LA Live area.
Long call. Man, it's an honor. Like you guys have sent so many super chats. It's absolutely insane. I don't deserve it. I'm just trying to bring good coverage. I know everybody wants their super chats read. I try to highlight them when I can or address them when I can. But obviously the majority, like the focus is to give the entire audience the best coverage I possibly can. I do enjoy these streams when there's a lot of crazy stuff going on, and so I can try to give this good perspective as I can. And as a streamer, I try to approach my streams like I am a viewer because I watch a lot of YouTube. So I try to give as much of a good presentation for the topic that's being advertised. So when I do title these streams away, I try to deliver on the title. That's why when it's a Cobra Cast show, that's a whole different ball game. And I lean into the chat a lot and we lean into the memes. But if I'm titling it focused on something specific that's going to bring an audience in, I want to try to deliver the thing that I'm advertising in the title and the thumbnail, if possible.
300 National Guard troops. Law enforcement used tear gas and rubber bullets. Protesters are throwing fireworks and cement, and Governor Newsom, he calls this a serious breach of state sovereignty because of the National Guard troops that were deployed. We did hear from a retired captain who felt as if that the National Guard was there to protect the federal agents, that they weren't really there to bring the temperature down in the.
Look at this. Look at this. They're just throwing stuff at this police car. Or I guess they're throwing at that one too. Yeah, right here. Okay. All right. Same feed.
Top-down situation that he would not have done it the way
crazy.
That President Trump did, as we watched this patrol car try to wend its way through this crowd, not hit the crowd, but at the same time running the risk of stoking their anger. And somebody just threw something, missed the car, and now the patrol car is trying to get out of that area.
As we're watching these demonstrators, these crowds out in the streets there, I'm wondering what it must feel like for members of law enforcement and their families to watch their loved ones at work doing their job as they've been assigned to do, and to see them being pelted with whatever they were being pelted with there. This is a tense time for not only those who are against the ICE activity, the ICE raids, but also for law enforcement who, as we say, put their lives on the line, who show up there to do the job of protecting the citizens of Los Angeles. And there are people who are pro-police and who are not. But for the families of law enforcement, this is a tense time in a whole different way.
Indeed. We're going to bring Matthew Seedorf back in because we heard a lot of what I think were fireworks, but perhaps you could disabuse me of that idea. Were they more flashbangs or was it fireworks from the agitators?
As you said that, we've been seeing some fireworks. We did see a large amount of fireworks taking place, but also pretty consistent flashbangs. Those protesters are trying to push back closer to City Hall, but Sheriff's Department right now, again, holding that line. They did tell us to be prepared to move, so we are prepared just in case they move this way or that way. One of the protesters on the other side of the street, where you can see the fire behind me, has a megaphone and is yelling at sheriff's deputies here on the line.
I didn't see this clip. So was this yesterday? Was this was posted at 1 o'clock in the morning yesterday? I have not seen this clip. This is amazing. I can't believe I haven't seen this yet.
They're coming out. Watch out. Fuck you!
Where you going? Where you going? All you dumb fucks are standing there. Where you going? Talking all that shit. Holy crap. That's the first time I've seen that clip. That was amazing.
And I'm wondering if there are more groups that have splintered off and kind of are meandering around the streets there.
Appreciate that, Junker. Thank you so much.
Here on a Sunday night in Southern California. Matthew, again, you are outside
I did not.
of
I did not.
Hall, where we've heard today from the mayor of Los Angeles, as it really is a city in chaos, you might say, in the downtown LA area. And for everybody who's checked in on me or wondered how things were, you are looking at the downtown area on a Sunday night. And again, not normal to see the sheriff's department right here. This is
Mad Frog for 50. It says first time chatter, long time viewer, great stream. Jeremy, you are a machine. Hey, I appreciate that, man. Listen, I'm just thankful anybody watches. I really am. I'm blown away that anybody watches. So thank you, Nate Branch. This is literally Gotham City, crazy AF, man. Yes. I'm just glad you guys enjoy it.
Day two,
that's all I care
that
about.
would be enough, or perhaps the temperature
thank you,
would
Mad
go
Frog.
down with the demonstrations and the protests, not amp up. That's the thing. When this started to really get going in the afternoon, mid-afternoon, it was kind of surprising because the morning time started where it was okay. It wasn't quite this hot. And then things just got hotter and hotter.
It's legitimately taken a turn.
then
Like,
talking about this morning.
things have definitely picked up. I thought things were going to start calming down, but things have picked up. Like it's not slowing down at the moment.
And hotter, and we can see more of the protesters do things like occupy the 101.
Sheriff's Department.
I don't know if you have us right now.
Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, so right now they're pushing forward the sheriff's department.
Oh, they are.
We saw, remember, the protesters, they had, looked like traffic signs that they were using
Hell yeah.
as almost shields to try to get closer to the sheriff's department. And then the sheriff's department immediately reacted, moving their line closer and then firing those non-lethal flashbangs. And then the pepper pellets, their direction, pushed them back pretty quick.
Well, Susan, you were talking about how we saw things escalate throughout the day. You heard from LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell that when you have something like the ICE raids on Friday that were so disturbing to so many people, that you see reaction sometimes 2 and 3 days later. Well, also it's the weekend. These movements by ICE were not something that the city was aware of, LAPD was aware of. So it's one of those things where it caught everybody by surprise, the actions by the federal government. And with it being the weekend, it also allowed people time to decide they wanted to come down and make some kind of statement in one way or another.
Yeah,
Matt, go ahead.
Well, Matthew had pointed out, too, that there was a little bit more organization on day 3, that there was a lot of social media announcements that there would be this kind of demonstration in downtown Los Angeles. So there was definitely that. But when you think about what the governor had to say, what the mayor had to say, where they felt like calling in the National Guard was only going to stoke the situation and, excuse me, and make things worse. So they were really dismissive and disapproving of the fact that the president had brought in or called for the California National Guard to be federalized.
So, Matt, it looks like the Sheriff's Department was trying to push the crowd back. Then they kind of moved back to their position of holding that line there to protect City Hall. Can you sense that it did help to disperse more of the crowd there?
Yeah, it seemed like they pushed back. Someone might have, I didn't catch what it was, but I heard like what sounded like a bottle that cracked or popped. And immediately after that, I saw a little bit of flames. And then moments later, the sheriff's deputies pushed back closer to where we are right now. So I'm not exactly sure what that was. That possibly was thrown at them. But now their line is where we're standing right now. And you can see, again, those agitators, those protesters right at the edge of the street there, still yelling at the sheriff's deputies where we're standing.
Well, we are coming up on our 10 o'clock hour. Normally it's a newscast anchored by Susan Hirasuno, but given the length of coverage throughout the day and the night.
No BS. I just posted this meme to my Twitter because this is legitimately what I thought. So I said, this is how I expected my weekend to go. Instead, I'm streaming the fall of Los Angeles to 10,000 plus people. So I figured this was how it's going to be, where my mentions are going to be like, I fucking hate you and I hope you die for playing your Nintendo Switch. How could you give Nintendo your money? That's what I expected to happen. Instead, I'm streaming this and watching all this play out.
Streets. I know as I head home, not an area I'm going to go to downtown, an area to definitely avoid. But again, we saw law enforcement gain back control of the 101 freeway. And now you have just a pretty small crowd there on the streets as we start to head into a new work week here in Southern California. Noting it's a big week. We had Pride Festival, LA Pride this past weekend, the BET experience as well. And now we've got Club World Cups. We've got some major soccer happening in Southern California and LA as well. So quite the night. Alex, you were there on the scene talking with the mayor and the governor, and we'll bring you in for our 10 o'clock coverage for the update on that as well.
Let me just do a little bit of a reset here. Sure. It's 9:58 in the evening. Typically, we would start the Fox 11 10 o'clock news. And again, solo anchored by Susan Hirasuno, but I'm grateful to have my colleagues Christine Devine and Alex Michelson here, because it has been a remarkable day and something that we...
Little Orphan Funkhauser says, Jeremy, please read my member message. There's like 500 member message and super chats. There's no way I could filter through it. If you comment, I can try to read it right now. If I can see it, I will be happy to read it.
In the California National Guard, federalized them. There wasn't a coordinated effort. We're used to hearing about law enforcement coordinating their efforts.
What the hell's going on?
LASD, LAPD, LAFD, etc. And the EOC is where, oftentimes, that would be the brain. That's where you would do that kind of thing to make sure that it is a coordinated effort.
Governor Newsom was in a meeting with Chief McDonnell, with Sheriff Luna, with Mayor Bass. That was all happening at the emergency.
Somebody said it's about Craig. What's about Craig? The member message? Eric says D-Day Cobra doesn't read super chats. Confirmed. The rule is I try to read every super chat. There's sometimes some big streams I've had where I've missed some for sure. Laughing Man never lets me live that one down. But I'd say 98% of the time I get all the super chats.
Federal government, and that conflict is what you're seeing playing out right now, and is what we're probably going to be seeing playing out in the days ahead, as this is probably not ending anytime soon. And with that, we want to welcome you officially to Fox 11 News at 10.
What? Somebody said, why isn't anything being done? Well, right now, the California government is still fully in charge of this. Hang on.
We're not going to let our dressing be torn apart.
I was trying to encourage
what?
The administration.
What was?
But we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our president. We're not going to let our dressing be torn apart.
I was trying.
What? Am I the only one hearing that? Was that just me? What? Hang on.
But we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our president. We're not going to let our dressing be torn apart.
I thought it was me. I was like, wait a minute. Am I just tired? I got to hear that one more time. That was weird.
But we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our president. We're not going to let our dressing be torn apart.
I was trying to encourage the administration that if they...
Why is her voice normal and President Trump's was like that? The fuck?
Deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles.
From Skyfox on what's going on, standing in one place. That seems to be when things get a little bit more dodgy as far as the action of some of these agitators. Now, a lot of this started because of the deployment of hundreds of National Guard troops, which then sparked some outrage with demonstrators who blocked freeways and then clashed with local law enforcement. And once again, we say good evening to you. I'm Susan Hirasuno.
I'm Alex Michelson. Governor Gavin Newsom, Mayor Karen Bass, both calling for the Guard.
Okay, so let's go back over to this feed really quick because we do have some.
And has gone viral. And that is this. This was downtown. This was earlier in the afternoon towards the evening when the demonstration near the federal building complex began to turn violent, in which people were setting Waymo cars on fire. These cars were parked on the street and just sitting there, and someone set them on fire. And the mayor pointed out that there are people there that are protesting, and then there are people who are bent on committing acts of violence and vandalism and arson. And she was very clear that those who are doing the latter will be dealt with the full force of the law. The LA County DA indicating the same thing. The chief of police, all the different law enforcement agencies and their representatives are saying exactly that whoever set these fires, they're going to find you, and they're going to bring the full extent of the law to bear to put you in a place of accountability where you will pay for what has been done. There's a lot of video that's being put out there. There's a lot of video on social media. The cameras are ubiquitous, and it is very likely that whoever set these crimes was in fact caught on video, whoever set these fires. There is an effort.
I would like to say, like, everybody's talking about the Kash Patel tweet, and I think there was a lot of people pushing back on it, and I agree. Like, there was a lot of people like saying, "Stop tweeting and just do something." I agree with that.
Section where people had
look at this guy,
and you see him.
This guy was awesome. I'm glad he didn't hurt anybody.
Backwards, and people throwing rocks at him.
This guy gets all the chicks.
Which started first? Was he driving erratically? Because when our camera got onto him, it was kind of just starting there. But we don't know whether they were throwing rocks at him first or whether he started driving erratically first. But the erratic driving, we know, continued after that. This is a guy that had no shirt on and appeared to be very agitated because he took off at a high rate of speed, as you see here, with all the people on the streets. Law enforcement officers, civilians, everybody that is out there tonight. This was an incredibly dangerous thing for him to do. Very high rate of speed, driving around. He went to Alvera Street, got into a collision there, was backing up, driving erratically again. There were several minor collisions with inanimate objects. The vehicle was able to.
Is Rockstar behind this? Because I really am hyped for the next GTA after watching all these riots for the last few days. I'm really ready for the next GTA.
Quickly and without further incident. And as far as we know,
and I've never been a big GTA
as you can see
fan,
from
but
that video,
I'm ready now.
It's a very near thing. People very nearly got hurt, or someone could have actually been killed. Let's look live now. This is Alameda and Cesar Chavez Avenue. I don't know what that object is in the middle of the street or what people are doing here. Those are some cones. People are kind of grabbing up what they can and setting them. For some reason, they want to set them in the middle of intersections, and sometimes they set them on fire. Now you see LAPD setting up a skirmish line to try to clear this intersection. This is Alameda Street and Cesar Chavez Avenue. This is in Chinatown, and not far from a place where ICE had been.
So we've got protesters spray painting buses with fuck Trump, fuck ICE, just really, really level-headed individuals. Again, as Governor Gavin Newsom says, that these people just want to live their lives, and they want to live in peace, and they want to spend time with their families, and they want to be law-abiding citizens. How dare we try to deport these wonderful people that just love our country so much? It's so sad that they live in these circumstances.
There were some bottles thrown. There were some objects thrown. But for the most part, first of all, the crowd was small, and it was almost.
Did I say protester again?
With one or two exceptions.
Crimer. I'm sorry.
The ICE
Crimers.
officers put out a call. Look at that. That's the fireworks we've been talking about that have been thrown at police and at law enforcement. ICE officers put out a call for help because they felt that they were going to be overwhelmed by the people who were around. and that was when the LAPD responded, not in time, not as quickly as the federal agents would have wanted, but they got there and they dealt with the situation, and people ended up being cleared.
Hey, this is some pretty big news, and I think we all, as we should all respect what I'm about to show you. Doug Imhoff says, "I am a proud longtime resident of Los Angeles, and I love this town, its people, and what it stands for." Now, the reason that this is so important is Doug, who is Kamala Harris's husband, what it means is that Doug actually took time away from being pegged to make this tweet. So, round of applause for Doug. Great job, buddy. Good job, man. We're glad that you took time away from being pegged to make that tweet and take a proper stand for Los Angeles. So good job, buddy.
Formally requesting that the Trump administration rescind their order, saying he wants control returned to him. The president, though, today said he will continue to try and maintain order.
You have violent people, and we're not going to let them get away with it. I think that you're going to see some very strong law and order.
So this is not typical. In fact, we haven't seen a situation similar to this play out in the United States in about 60 years.
The last time that National Guard troops were called up under federal control without the governor's request was 1965. So this is exceedingly rare and legal, but I think what's really important for people to know is unwarranted. There's no.
All right, I don't really care what this guy has to say.
They are essentially saying that we need federal troops, and I do not believe that we do. And I think that if people violate the law, then they need to be arrested and held.
They're literally violating the law all over downtown LA. What are you talking about? We're witnessing crime after crime after crime after crime all night long. Everywhere you turn, it's on camera. Good Lord, man.
I think it's quite ironic is you protest ICE, you protest federal involvement, and then you give reason for people to have federal troops here. And so don't give in. Don't do that. Don't take the bait. You know, and you see people scrambling around, and they're just creating havoc in different places. This is not protest. This is not protest at all. And I think that the real protest ended several hours ago, and this is not helpful. If anybody thinks that by vandalizing the city that you are helping the cause of immigrants in Los Angeles, you are doing the exact opposite. Immigrants in Los Angeles are being painted very negatively, and we all know, Angelenos know, that that is not accurate, but the pictures that the country is seeing on national TV reinforces that negative image, and that, to me, is the last thing we need
Thank
to
you,
do
Metal
as
Slave.
Angelenos. This is the
Appreciate
time
that.
for our city to come together, not for our city to be pitted against each other, and absolutely not for there to be violence in the city. It's just not going to be accepted. They need to understand that. They might not get arrested today, but, you know, people are, there's a lot of videos out there, a lot of cameras out there. So just because you got away with it today, that doesn't mean that the police will not be coming for you.
Yeah, that's the exact thing that we heard from the police.
It's the one smart thing that this woman has said. It's the one smart thing I've heard her say. I don't believe her, but it's the one smart thing she said.
Or not, he would get to the point where, what is more typical, he would ask for help. The state of California would ask for help from the National Guard. Do you think we'd be there now?
Well, I don't know if we would be there now, because it's an interesting question, because the one is that if the federal troops had not been deployed, would it have...
Looks like we got another fire. Oh, no, that was from earlier. Never mind. Okay, I was going to switch to another feed, but they're just showing old stuff.
wasn't there, would we be here in terms of the random violence? And I think that that's something that we need to ask ourselves. I know that I support what the governor is proposing, which is that the president, the federal government, rescind the federal order and let the National Guard be governed like they should be, which is by the governor, not by the president. So my message is peace. My message is unity. My message is we support all Angelenos, and we are not going to allow our city to be painted as being invaded by immigrants when we are a city that is full of immigrants from every country that you can imagine.
All right, Mayor Karen Bass, I know.
God, this is the worst. This is the worst possible situation for these clowns to be in, and they're too dumb to even realize it. You have lost the game here. You've lost. Like, everybody's watching this. You are a national embarrassment to the United States of America, and you don't even realize it. Maybe you do realize it, and maybe you don't care, but you are a national embarrassment. Newsom is a national embarrassment. Karen Bass is a national embarrassment. Absolute pathetic. But they're pathetic. And they just, because of their orange man bad hate, they just can't even realize it. They can't even see it.
Newsom said that so many people were so focused on the National Guard as a target that they actually had to use the CHP and the LAPD to protect the National Guard because they have, the signs on there that say National Guard, but they have mostly been stationing them near federal property to try to help the federal immigration process as well. And we have not seen them in the streets of LA keeping order, which we have in the past. I mean, you bring up a good point, and you think about 2020 when we had those riots and there was some controversy of when the National Guard should be pulled in. Some thought they should have been called in earlier, but when they did arrive, they helped to restore order. We saw them after the fires.
After the fires,
the National Guard came in. Both of those instances, the governor approved it and called for it. That's the big difference.
And lauded them for their duty.
Right. And now the National Guard are in, and the governor doesn't want them to be there. But part of the question, this is something I talked about with Governor Newsom earlier, now they're here, how can't we use them more effectively, or can't they be helpful? And he kind of didn't really take that premise. Yeah. But that is one of the things as we continue to look at live pictures. And there's a lot of people that look at this and just wonder why is sort of aimless lawlessness allowed? And is from a strategic perspective, does it make sense to try to cramp down on these people to send a message, or is that actually antagonize them even more? So you let them blow off their steam, get their stuff out of the system, and then
as long as they're not destructive,
they go home on their own.
Yeah.
And
all right.
That's from some of the question now.
Well, just a few hours ago, LAPD's police chief held a news conference to address all the disruption downtown and the police response. Chief Jim McDonnell blamed the violence on a specific group.
When I look at the people who are out there doing the violence, that's not the people that we see during the day who are legitimately out there exercising their First Amendment rights and to be able to express their feelings about the immigration enforcement issue. These are people who are all hooded up. They've got a hoodie on. They've got face masks on.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
But come so that they can recognize.
Oh, we're not listening to you. We ain't listening to you again. We'll go back to this.
More similar tactics frequently, and they are connected. Some would call them anarchists or by any other variety
Let's
of names.
see what our boy Yo Pops is up to. Literally Gotham City, dude. It's crazy. It's like Gotham City, which is kind of cool because Gotham City's awesome.
Thank you, ATFIG. Thank you so much. Oh, yo, is Jeremy in here? Well, if he is, what's up, Jeremy? All right, man.
Good old Yo Pop.
David, I have a smoker's cough. I was smoking for a long time. I have bad lungs. So I apologize. I have a condition. What's up, Jeremy? What's going on?
What's up, brother?
Day 3, baby. Shout out Cobra Cast. What's going on? Hope everyone's doing good this Sunday evening.
You have another.
Yo! Quack, what's going on?
I think is Eric K sent me this link right here. Let's see. Wait, is that it? No, it's this one. Okay, right here. So here's another feed of somebody on the ground.
Area, get out of here!
Shit's crazy, man. There's a lot of shit going on right now. So just hearing the intensity around it, man, it's crazy that this is the United States of America, that this is happening in this country. But it should put everything into perspective as to the circumstances that we have found ourselves in. Holy shit, we got like, what do we got going on here? What do we got going on here?
Where people were working. So what was the reason for the shift or chasing people through the...
We really don't want to hear Karen Bass. Okay, I thought there was like something cool happening, but let's see here. Go back to this.
Right now we have a code 4. I do have my squad deployed on the outer perimeter, and we have a crowd now being
Oh damn, they fucked up these cop cars. Fuck!
Y'all know who this guy is? AXN. All right, let's see. AXN News. Few of you seem to know who it is, so I'll drop him a super chat since we're watching his stuff. There we go. All right, there we go. Is it axing? Like axing you a question? Is that what it is?
They broke out the glass here. They're trying to kick it out so they can drive away. A couple of these cars got their tires slashed up.
It's fucking crazy, dude. It's so insane, man. Let's see here. Yeah, Eric K, this is the one you sent me, right? This is the link of this is a good stream. So
Back that way. Over there.
somebody in the chat, my chat, says cops are rioting now. That's how CNN will take this clip. CNN will say the cops destroyed the city. Cops went around LA and destroyed the city, including their own cars. Somebody said they look scared. I mean, I would imagine they're probably on edge, all of them. I mean, I totally understand that. Nothing from Trump. Let's see here. Okay, we got that. This is it is wild that this is still going on. I figured it would calm down a little bit. I figured it'd calm down some, but doesn't look like it's going to calm down anytime soon.
Caught him slipping. Caught him slipping. We're on Cesar Chavez and New High Street, or North Spring Street. This is where North Spring Street starts. Cesar Chavez and Spring. Man.
All right. This is kind of chill for a minute. Let's see what Yo Pops has got going on here over on his stream. Let's see. All right, here we go.
Oh, no. We're gonna try to head down towards the freeway over here. See what we can see. All right, looks like we got some. We got a news crew over here. I don't know if they have a good vantage point. It looks like they might. By the way, they're looking at stuff over here, so we'll across the street. We'll check it out. Could be a news. It could be a news alley. We got a whole bunch. There's one right there. I mean, well, that's if you see this guy right here. One right there. One right there. We got 3 so far. 200 West Cesar Chavez. Okay. Thank you, Pez's God. I'll see if I can make my way over there. Heath Nation. This is where the van might have been. Okay. I heard they arrested the guy already, or chat was saying they already arrested the guy.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was awesome.
Gun home mag, yo pops, just want to do the taco reviews. See what else we got here. Chris Gonzalez, 199 my dude, hell yeah. Thanks, Chris. Thanks for coming in, man. Let's see, who is that? Beastman 420, hope you're having a decent day. Despite covering all this, bro, I live for this shit. This is making my day, quite literally. You know, I would have just been at home, not doing shit. Get to cover some news over here. Document history in the making right now.
Yeah, this is pretty. Somebody got mad in my Twitter mentions when I said the fall of LA. I love pissing off people with hyperbole. They're like, I can't believe you said that, Jeremy. I'm like, well, I did, and I'll say it again. The wall just got 10 feet taller.
All right. So I guess we got some activity right over on that overpass right there. It might just be just a skirmish line over there, just blocking the intersection. Okay, yeah, it's a skirmish there. Okay, there, yeah, they're just looks like they cleared out the overpasses. Looks like they cleared it out. We'll see. Okay. Fuck. Chat said there was someone in chat said 200 West Cesar Chavez.
What is this? What is this?
Looks like we do.
We got some
little spree of theft will be rewarded with some accountability.
I think we got some stuff going on here.
Jail. That is what is being promised by the chief, by the mayor, by the sheriff, that people who take advantage, people who are involved in violence, vandalism, theft, will be held accountable. If not tonight, as the mayor just said, it will happen down the road. Don't think you got away with it just because you haven't been arrested yet. That's from the mayor. The projectiles that were being hurled at the police.
Okay, I thought we had something potentially going on right there, but maybe not. Maybe not. So let's go back over here to Yo Pops.
Yeah. 350D3 worldwide. Yes. Thank you. All right, holy shit. Okay, I'm across the street. Sorry. Yeah, across the street. There's. Hold on. Sterile down here? Honestly. Oh, excuse me, sorry.
I feel like something's gonna happen over here.
So they are there, 618. Thank you, 618 South Broadway, where that store, apparently a sneaker store, is being looted. And,
okay. A sneaker store. Why would they steal sneakers? I've never heard of protesters
anybody they catch
stealing
items
sneakers
from inside the store.
I've never heard of that.
Possibly going to get arrested as well. It's interesting. You see somebody there bringing items to the officers, perhaps helping with the cleanup there. So there is that as well. So this whole thing that is happening tonight, chaotic, but officers are responding.
Okay, that's it.
I'm the daughter of two immigrants from.
Nobody want. I want to see. I want to see some the. I want to see the arrests. Is this one of the arrests?
There is some concern. The parking lot across the way apparently was hit, but she does have some concerns. Okay, we're going to move on to this because anti-ICE protesters converged on a hotel in Pasadena after learning that Border Patrol vehicles were there.
Fox 11's Gina Silva reports from Pasadena.
All right. You're not covering the arrests, and that's what I wanted. I wanted to see some arrests. So I'm keeping an eye on all streams right now.
Someone's throwing a bottle.
Nothing going on here.
Threw a mortar firework over onto the 101 freeway over there.
All right, so we're kind of just trying to see exactly what's going to play out. It seems like we've got a sneaker store being looted, which is the most shocking thing in the world to me. it has been confirmed that just like every other looting situation, that for some strange reason, Barnes and Nobles and Books A Million never get looted. I can't figure out why. But yeah, Barnes and Nobles and Books A Million, the safest places in Los Angeles right now, from what my sources are telling me. So there you go. Just wanted to give that update. So far, we've had 17 people arrested today. That's it. Only 17 arrested.
Protesters taking over the freeway after officers broke up a large crowd outside the federal building in the early afternoon. That crowd numbering in the thousands. President Trump posting to Truth Social, quote, "Looking real bad in LA? Bring in the troops." We have several Eyewitness News crews covering all of the breaking developments tonight. We will begin with reporter Tim Caputo live in downtown LA, where police are trying to disperse what's left of the unruly elements of that crowd. Tim?
That's exactly right, Mark. I'm looking to my left because fireworks are going off just up the street. It's interesting how quickly these LAPD's officers and these skirmish lines work out here. We're at the intersection of Alameda here and Cesar Chavez. You might have noticed 15, 20 minutes ago, there were easily several hundred people at all four corners of this intersection. You actually see the cones currently in the street right now, and you can even smell it in the air because they were throwing fireworks and setting fireworks.
Okay, well, that was earlier. We don't care about that. You're just recapping shit that's already happened. Legitimately, man, it's just crazy how the optics here are just absolutely insane. So it's 12:30 here, so that means it's 10:30 in Los Angeles. I don't know how much longer this is going to last. I want to see another Florida man get a minivan and drive through the city. It's weird because like you have like these police chases that are the most entertaining things in the world, but you don't want anyone to get hurt when it's going on. But there's nothing more entertaining than a fucking police chase. It's the greatest thing ever.
Anything's gonna clear out anytime soon. Yeah, got on back 10K. Unwilling 10K, dude. Yo, Basket City, hey, what's going on, man? Wally Dangerous, yeah, Spring and Chavez about to pop off. Okay, well, let me.
Let's see. What is this?
Yeah, these guys ran into the buildings on both sides of Broadway.
Whoa, there's fireworks.
Hey, you still want the guys from the card, right? Yeah. We're going to see if the movie goes back to yours.
They're saying they ran into some buildings on Broadway. Broadway is the next street, not this light, the next light.
So is something about to happen here? Something about to go down here from what we hear? And a lot of police showing up all of a sudden. Okay. Vloggers over here.
The hill, I think. They're definitely not coming from where I'm from. They're not coming from this way. And I assume they weren't coming from across the street.
Thank you. Appreciate it. A little bit more than that.
Billy French says you do a great job. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. The Bald Brad show says they have been holding this sport for 20 minutes. Spot for 20 minutes. Got you. Okay. Appreciate it. Appreciate the update.
For a little bit. get our rest on for a little bit. It's been a long night.
Shocking, guys. Shocking that a sneaker store has been robbed. I tell you, I am just so surprised. I am so surprised that a sneaker store has been looted. I would have never guessed that a sneaker store. I would have thought that, maybe you could have convinced me that maybe guys in MAGA hats were running around at 2 a.m. near a subway screaming MAGA country, but I would have never believed that a sneaker store would be looted in Los Angeles. No way. There's just no way. I would have never believed that. So shocking. I tell you, I am so shocked. All right, so that's kind of being dealt with there.
Like
so
20 minutes ago, they shattered one in the front window, and the cops had to kick out the window, and they're gonna leave, and then they took fireworks. And they even slashed some of their tires.
Black lesbians, the chat. I knew the chat was going to react. Black lesbians. Shit. Is this live right now? Let's see here.
It's a very dangerous situation. This is the kind of activity that police are trying to stamp out here. And we have to tell you, there have been massive crowds of protesters gathering in the streets around the federal detention center.
That must have been earlier.
That
must have been earlier. So bring back the black lesbians. All right. No more black lesbians, apparently. So, all feeds are kind of not a lot going on. Seems like we're in a holding pattern right now. We do at least have, they're covering the sneaker store.
And this is like the theater district of downtown LA.
I think I actually did a story on when this place opened, and you see this court with the Michael Jordan logo there as they're looking. It's very interesting, just the choreography of this, seeing the Jumpman lit up as they're looking for potential people who could be suspects in this break-in.
I'll be right
store, in downtown Los Angeles, and so. Yeah, I mean, you've got all these different incidents happening at the same time. Let's go back to Matthew Seedorf, who's our reporter on the ground, been doing such a great job all day long. You're located now near City Hall and near the LAPD headquarters. What are you seeing from your perspective?
Yeah, it seems like the agitators are getting frustrated. They're trying to get closer. I just saw someone just launch something our direction. There's a few people behind these barricades in the street, those street traffic signals that are, one person looks like they have an umbrella, trying to barricade themselves from those non-lethals with the umbrella and the street sign. I'm not sure what their game plan is at this point, but that appears to be their method of protesting right now. And then you can see the other person doing the same thing with that barricade, walking backwards. I don't know if they're trying to steal the barricades or what.
You don't know if they're trying to steal the barricades. What are you implying? Are you implying that these are criminals? You said you're not sure if they're stealing the barricade. Why would they be stealing the barricade when they're peaceful protesters? They're there to be peaceful. They're there because they want to live their life. How dare you accuse them of that? I have drank so much water tonight. I've had to get 3 refills. Looks like we got some black lesbians returning.
All right. Damn, there's been a lot too. Oh, goddamn, hey, thank you guys.
And listen, and I don't make the rules, but women are allowed to be gay, men are not. Those are the rules. I didn't make it up, but you have to follow the rules. It's okay for women to be gay. Dudes cannot be gay, because if they're gay, that's gay. Those are the rules. I know, those are the rules, guys. I don't make them up. I don't make them up.
Okay, yeah, I was over here. I was down over, parked over in here earlier. We got LAPD. We got a line over here. I don't want to get shot at.
My bad, observer. You're correct. Only the hot chicks. Those are the rules. Hot chicks can be gay. My bad. I've retracted, and we have the rule has been updated.
Oh, is he aiming at me? Shit, dude. Fuck.
What? Where the hell is he right now? Where the hell is he at? He said something about somebody's aiming at him. That's not cool. Well, I guess we're just waiting, so I hope he's okay. Do we have another fire? Do we have another fire? It's like we have another fire.
Jackson and Center Street.
Yep.
No,
We have another fire.
it might be a homeless fire, RV fire. This might be a homeless RV fire. It's Jackson Street and Center Street. Jackson and Center Street.
All right, I got another angle on this.
Does happen. We do our best, and one of the things I'd like to say to that is when you have legitimate protesters, if you see these individuals within your groups, let us know. Get them out of there, because look at what's happening now. I believe there is a legitimate reason to protest, but then this has turned to something ugly.
So, are you allowing us to profile people? If you see these individuals in your group, are you saying we can profile?
Bluntly,
let's
destroying
go.
the city we love. It's unacceptable.
Would you support a curfew in the?
Let's see. Okay.
They are containing the area, and I bet you maybe around midnight or so, and then probably in a couple hours, the police are gonna start moving in, and they're gonna start corralling everybody. So I don't know exactly how I'm gonna do this, but we'll see. It's all right. It's right. It's right, Steph. It's all good. It's all good. Let's see. No, I didn't get shot. I almost did though. They're pointing their 40 millimeter at me. So let's see here. I think right over here is that police line. I think there's some protesters down over here. Right up this way was where I came down that stairwell and started getting shot at. We'll kind of walk up a little bit, see what the crowd is over here. Oh, and then what the security guard was telling me that earlier, right at that, where I just told you guys earlier just now, there's a couple of photographers that got shot by the cops with less lethal. And he said he reported that they were, they kept on shooting after they're down. So, yeah, you have to be real careful. All right, I don't want to get too close, but.
I'm really glad. I'm really glad that you know, this is. I didn't realize that the shoes were being stolen in the name of social justice. So, because the shoes were stolen in the name of social justice, I'll allow it. I didn't realize that, so I'm really happy to find this out.
Their faces will be recognized part in this protest, or not taking part in the protest, but perhaps exploiting it for their own ends, like people you see here that are looting this store. They're stealing sneakers, and they're going to be selling them. And they're being caught on video from various locations on both sides of the street. And so there's a good chance that their faces will be recognized, and that their little spree of theft will be rewarded with some accountability that will land them in jail. That is what is being promised by the chief, by the mayor, by the sheriff, that people who take advantage, people who are...
I personally believe that every Jordan that was stolen, a black life will be saved. So I am so proud of this movement. Thank you for your bravery. For every Jordan that gets stolen, a black life will be saved. That's what I heard. That's what Black Lives Matter told us. So that's very moving. That's very, very moving. I mean, they're doing it for Black lives to matter. Okay. That's why they're doing it, guys. You guys just don't understand because you're all bigots and racist. Okay. But they're doing it to save Black lives. They're making the sacrifice so others can live. I'm proud of them. I'm proud of them. And shit. They didn't do nothing wrong, okay? They didn't do nothing wrong. This is where we are, man. I don't know if things are calmed down yet or not. Let's see.
Of immigration regulations.
Oh, we got a fire truck.
Is
He's
this,
going to the
situation right now contributing to any
fire,
sort of a
apparently.
strain in relations between you and these agencies, or your agency and theirs, that could have impacts beyond this week?
I think there's always, I don't know if I want to call it strain, but different missions. And we have to continue to figure out a way to communicate, coordinate when we can. I know there's some legal restrictions, but I'm focused on I'm hoping that none of their federal agents get hurt in this. I'm hoping that none of my deputy sheriffs or any police officers get hurt doing this. And I definitely don't want community members, legitimate community members that are protesting or demonstrating peacefully, to get hurt in this. Right. So that communication, having that as a common way of going through this, I don't like the rhetoric on the extremes of either side of this. I think we really need to take a deep breath and figure out how we resolve this throughout the country, specifically here in our home in Los Angeles. We're better than this. We really are.
All right. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, thank you for joining us. And
no one loves Mexico like the people who refuse to live there. We love Mexico so much that we refuse to live there, but we're going to fly the flag of the place that we refuse to go to. That's pretty perfect right there. That is pretty perfect. That puts it into perspective right there. Good Lord. What a disaster.
Yeah, it's better to probably stay here.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to probably hang out like maybe behind this wall right here. Yeah, you got to be careful. Or actually, you know what? Let me see. Fuck on, let's see.
And this guy's still positioned in this same spot. I don't know if he knows if something's about to go down in this area or what, but he's right there. A lot of the police are on the corner, and they're doing absolutely nothing. So they're staged for something, though. I just don't know what.
The one from yesterday broke too. Thank you guys, man. I don't think I can check the PayPals and the Cash App ones. Let me see if my phone is. I can only check those on my other phone.
But what you're seeing right now, with like Yo Pops and this guy and other people, like you're seeing this is the media. This is the media right here. The mainstream is dead. Independent people are out there. So, everybody out there, whoever you're supporting, support your favorite creator in whatever way you can, because this is the new wave. And you've got people like these guys who are kind of like boots on the ground. You got people like me who can then commentate over it and, kind of go through different feeds and things like that. CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, ABC, all of them, they're dead. They're dead. They're irrelevant. They're not ever going to regain the traction that they had because they've lost the trust of the people, rightfully so. And that's a good thing. What we're witnessing right now, it's a really good thing. So, all right, let's see here. We got an overhead shot here of something going on here. Uh-oh. 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 What we got going on here? We got some businesses picking up over here.
Sheriffs.
I was hoping we had something, but I guess not. Peaceful war zone.
The only place I've heard of the National Guard is at the federal prison.
All right. So let's see here. Still got an overhead shot here. I don't know what this is, though. It's like a graveyard. Is that the underpass? Both of the feeds from the mainstream networks that I was watching, they're both doing recaps. So they don't have any live feeds going right now. You think we're going to see Bane? Dude. Seriously, like, if you watch The Dark Knight Rises, like, it does feel like a documentary. It really feels like a documentary when we see shit like this. Especially, like, during 2020 with all, like, the Summer of Love and the Black Lives Matter riots and shit. And then you go watch Dark Knight Rises, and it does feel like a documentary. It really does. And I unapologetically love The Dark Knight Rises. I know it's not a great movie. I know it has problems. But I love that movie. Love it.
Yes, they didn't want. If they went to the cars, I think they felt they were going to get hit with rocks and fireworks and other things.
What's going on here? There's somebody there? Is that a person? Yeah, it's a person. The hell is he doing? Is it Batman? Yeah, he's starting a fucking fire. He's starting a fire. That's what he's doing. Wow. Yep, there it goes. There it is. Somebody needs to take one of these our meme editors or whatever, but like take all of these images of LA and then take Bane's speech when he goes to the football game and just kind of dub Bane's speech over all of these scenes from LA. That'd be a fantastic clip right there. And then when he gives the speech about breaking the prisoners out of Blackgate, if you play that, it would be great, dude.
They're shooting at him.
Holy shit. He's standing there. He's pouring he's pouring gas.
Tear gas.
Yeah.
Flashbangs. Flashbangs.
Oh, they got him in the sights. Shoot him. Where'd he go? And we got that. All right, so we have arson. Okay, are we going to do anything about it?
Yeah, not gonna happen.
I mean, if this continues, it's like I'm just gonna be a live stream channel covering the fall of Los Angeles. I'm gonna title my next stream "The Fall of Los Angeles," just to trigger some people. That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Oh man, I forget. It's like a block north of Spring Street, probably like north of that Chevron station, and it's Chinatown.
Is this another feed that we have? Okay. Here we go.
A couple pieces of news that came out of that. One,
This one right here. Let's go here.
But it's not a very good night in LA. I'm Alex Michelson along with Susan Hirasuna. And if you were just watching our interview with Governor.
So they've got a little bit of a feed on it, but I feel like this feed might be a better one. This feed might be a better one.
Oh yeah. But also the sheriff's moved up the steps there and got the brush fire out.
So the brush fire's been taken out? Okay. Still a little bit there, if that's what I'm looking at.
Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, it's still there. That's from earlier. I'm just seeing if there's any other, like...
There's your laser. It's a cop just shining it.
Ah, it's not a sniper. This channel's got all the feeds that I'm watching. So I've got a channel that's got like every feed, but they don't have anybody commentating it. There's nothing going on. They've got old clips and everything, so I'm not gonna show theirs because they have like a bunch of old clips. Okay, so nothing going on there. How about here?
Freeway, and then from the bridge on Los Angeles Street, you could see it right there. They actually started throwing pieces of concrete down onto the street below, some of it hitting and heavily damaging some CHP vehicles down there. That situation has seem to have calmed down a bit right now, but you're looking at Hill and Temple Street where that looks like these are going to be LAPD units now, and LAPD units and their special response team, they are really just trying to flood the area with resources, trying to flood downtown with resources. As I look down Hill Street, Spring Street, it's nothing but flashing lights, red and blue.
Hey, can I get in the picture?
All of them do the peace sign. I love that. This is what I like. I need to take a picture.
What the hell?
All you guys are not bad. You just have to do your job.
These are good.
Like, I understand.
Hey, meet up my. No, she's talking. She's trying to convince your partner to do it.
Oh, whatever.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I like that. I like that. I like that. Hey, you guys be
She trying to hook up. Hookers.
Hey, I want a picture with the car.
No, I'm not gonna get in, but you can take me in the car.
And one guy's like, nah. Look at all those sirens in the background, dude. It's crazy. What a disaster, bro. What a disaster.
You can't fucking move it.
That's the thing.
Hey, what happened on Broadway? Is that where the crowd is?
What? Yeah, well,
Broadway?
there's a crowd over there.
Oh, yeah, I think they were shooting at the fire where the fire was. Something's on fire back there. Probably the brush from the fireworks. Can I go that way? I don't know if we could cut through here.
All right. Nothing. All these other feeds got like, you know, they just got like random stuff from earlier going on. Well, this one's got some stuff. Let's see. What do they got? Let's see.
Right now, some of them, you know, looking over here at police, shooting off fireworks. We've heard reports of businesses being broken into in downtown. We see the fire there. But yeah, it's just it maybe is thinning out a little bit, but a lot of wandering taking place.
Yeah. We're also looking at a view from Skyfox where we see that there is another fire that is burning. It's actually much bigger than the spot fire that you have in front of you, Matthew. And also on that freeway overpass, there is a very strong skirmish line, meaning a lot of sheriff's deputies, I believe, because we learned that on top of the LASD vehicle, it's like a truck, there's all these yellow coils, which apparently could be used as a barricade of sorts.
Right, if they set that up in the streets as a way to create a temporary barricade. Maybe we can take that Skyfox picture full and get a better sense of what's going on there. So we've got this fire near the freeway, which so many of us are familiar with. We've seen so many homeless encampments that oftentimes have fires near the side of the freeways. A lot of officials have told me that happens almost every single day in Southern California, some version of that. We don't know what sparked this particular fire, how this got going. Maybe it's one of those fireworks that we've seen
That could be too.
People are
Sure.
shooting out. Those go somewhere too.
And unlike the street, there's actually fuel, so
Right.
it's like a brush fire, so it can continue to burn.
Yeah, and we don't see the firefighters on scene yet. It seems like that
Yeah, it
would be
happens
a
every day,
fairly
guys.
Easy fire to
Happens
put out
every
if they
day.
get there quickly.
Okay.
But don't
Every
know
day.
If they're
No problem.
if or when they're going to arrive. So
Uh-oh.
look at this.
Hang on. So we've got what is this? What's happening here?
Explosive devices took off. They ran down the street. Just a moment ago, we saw several vehicles heading down the street, and you see they're firing off some non-lethal weapons right now. The helicopter's going over, so apparently they probably spotted those people with the explosives who were here earlier, because again, some of those devices they were setting off, the firecrackers, actually ignited a tree on fire across the street. We can't show you that right now because we got a sheriff's vehicle blocking that, but the sheriff's deputies have come here. They've cleared off this street, and those protesters are on the run. Now, massive crowds of protesters, as you know, have been gathering in the streets around the Federal Detention Center, angry about that series of sweeps in the LA area during which ICE detained dozens of people, some setting fire to several Waymo vehicles, the blazes sending up thick plumes of black spokes.
Okay, they're showing other stuff. Don't care.
Protests, and a reminder that there have been anti-ICE protests today, but a lot of these folks that are out there are not offering immigration reform, policy ideas. These are people who like chaos, hate the system of ICE, the system of police, the system of capitalism, some of them, and like to create problems. And they see an opportunity to create chaos. We've also seen what appears to be tonight burglars and robbers that have used this opportunity to break into businesses because they think the LAPD is busy doing other stuff, and they see their opportunity to cash in. And that's been an unfortunate reality tonight. So yes, there have been protests of people that are frustrated with what the Trump administration is doing, but there's been plenty of people who are out and about tonight and really have very little to say about that. They just enjoy an opportunity to create some problems.
Chief McDonald actually went so far as to say, I recognize those people. We see them time and again taking this as an opportunity to cause chaos. He absolutely says these are not people that are protesting the actions of the president or ICE. That he very much said, we know these people. But then they're troublemakers. They're agitators.
And then
that's the new narrative.
I talked about with Mayor Bass.
That's the new narrative that they're trying to spin this, and it's 100% bullshit, by the way. And it's ridiculous. It's the media's narrative now. It's the Democratic narrative that they're trying to spin this and twist this to say there are people that are not from here that are doing this. These are agitators. Okay. Yeah.
And it was interesting if you were with us at the top of the 10 o'clock hour when Mayor Bass was talking, admitting that these scenes are horrible for her and everybody who is legitimately upset with what's happening when it comes to some of the immigration issues, because it distracts from them. It sends the message that the city is in fact out of control, and it emboldens President Trump to do some of these maneuvers that he's been doing, which I know a lot of our viewers think are great and that are worth it. And there's a lot of viewers that think that they're not. But this issue of immigration is so personal for Southern California. You think about the state of California has 2.3 million people who are undocumented, more than any other state in the union. Obviously, we have more people here than any other state in the union, but we also have more undocumented. And you think of Latino make up 50% of the city of Los Angeles, 40% of the state of California. And so obviously there's a whole lot of Latinos that are here legally, many who went through the process of becoming legal immigrants, and they know how hard it is, are some of the most anti-illegal immigration because they're frustrated that people are trying to cut the line. But there are plenty of people who are here, who were born here, whose parents may be undocumented or their friends.
We're still got the fires. So I'm keeping an eye on all these other feeds as well. And not a lot going on at the moment with a lot of these feeds. So just letting you guys know I am keeping an eye on that.
What should I do tomorrow? And that is a real thing that people are thinking. So we know, depending on where you are at life and what your political persuasion are, there are people that see these images.
This is actually a good shot of it right there. So it looks like the fire department is over there dealing with it.
Smoke's turning white.
Looks like they're sending out warnings right there. Avoid the LA Civic Center area.
Yeah. You've been live the whole time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just go live?
5 hours.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
I was trying to look at the Civic Center.
Huh?
The Civic Center unlawful assembly declared. Just now.
Bro, there's been like 100 unlawful assemblies here. All right, so they got the fire out. We're gonna get out of here.
All right. Well, we'll see what's next. Give me just a minute. Trying to save that right there. Okay, so yeah, everything's kind of low key right now. Not a whole lot.
So, Raleigh, what's up, man?
What's up, bro? How you doing?
What are you over there trying to hide in the crowd or what?
So it does feel like things are starting to slow down, but I've been saying that for the past 3 fucking hours. So maybe I'm wrong about that. I see X-Wing says, get good at Mario Kart World, scrub. Wednesday night, Geeks and Gamers Play YouTube channel. The official season of Mario Kart World begins for Geeks and Gamers. So that'll be happening Wednesday night on Geeks and Gamers Play. I have a lot of YouTube channels. So with the main Geeks and Gamers channel, the Geeks and Gamers Play channel, Sports Wars, Par Cop, and D-Day Cobra Gaming, this channel, D-Day Cobra 2, Geeks and Gamers 2. I don't even know. We've got a lot. Like, there's like 10 YouTube channels.
What? What shit?
That fucking, the gang babies at LAPD or not? Is that a you, man?
I don't think that made it on TV.
You
On the
guys?
news? Which one?
35. Remember, it was a shooting pool?
Where they were riding with the baton?
Yeah.
I didn't send them there. They took. Oh. No, Alex was there.
Alex wasn't there.
Huh?
This shit's crazy, man. Like, go home, go get some sleep, people. All these people just hanging out. It's all kind of like, it's wild. This helicopter feed has got a really good feed, and it's kind of finding like if there's any action. So I've been keeping an eye on that one. And that's how I was just like, it looks like things are slowing down. Mitchell Field says, so if there is let's see, so if there is a riot, no Mario Kart tonight. Well, I mean, I would like to run Mario Kart tomorrow night, but I have to imagine that there's probably going to be more of this. So I'm not sure. We'll just have to take it. Now on Wednesday night, that we're locked in on Mario Kart, so we have to run Mario Kart Wednesday night. That's part of our normal thing. But I don't have anything scheduled for tomorrow night per se, so we'll just have to see. I'll have to play it by ear and see how it goes. I still want to play Battlefront 2. By the way, I want to jump back on Battlefront 2. So I really want to play that. And I know there's a new Fortnite update as well. So there's a lot on my plate. So we'll figure it out. Plus, I need to make videos for Geeks and Gamers. You're missing good stuff on the other streams. Where? What am I missing? I'm looking right now. Like Yo Pops is walking. The other stream, they're just standing here right now. What other streams or stuff going on? D Watt says, where can I play Mario Kart with y'all? Well, for our locals members, we put the code over there when we play. I don't know if we'll do it on Wednesday, but like every other stream, we will. So we put the code, the lobby code on our for our locals members. Is this guy getting arrested? Oh no, this was earlier. So
he sideswiped the bicyclist.
Hopefully that.
So we have a little highlight there. So
that's wild.
For much of watching this, we were so confused as to what he was trying to do. What was the point of the donuts? And then the erratic driving, sideswiping that bicyclist. And we go off of it. But yeah, there's that moment where the bicyclist gets hit. I hope.
Yeah, crazy moment there that was caught on camera, and we actually do have it posted on our.
Okay, nobody cares about you.
And when they were like tending to him, the cops started firing and he had to limp away.
We got this one right here.
Officers are dealing with individuals that are still throwing projectiles and fireworks and things of that nature at officers. I'm still seeing, every couple of minutes a flash or a flashbang or a firework go off. So you're still seeing a lot of little bits of activity like that. And as I look out the windshield of Air 7, I see a lot. I just want to point out, I see a lot of people still on the road. So it's not like people are avoiding downtown. I think there's
Jeremy from the Quartering said you were cheap to give out free hats. You should have you should give me one to prove him wrong. Where did he say that? What's the Quartering said? Let's go. Let's see. Go to replies. I haven't seen the Quartering say anything. Although, shout out to Cole Hauser. Cole Hauser has his good friend and Playboy playmate and Maxim model Charlie Renna rocking the G&G hat. Look at there. Look at there. Geeks and Gamers merch. Good job, Cole Hauser. Good job, Cole Hauser. I respect her. She looks damn good in Geeks and Gamers merch. So there you go. Thank you, Cole, making it happen right there. So if she needs any more free merch, you just tell her to hit me up. Send her all the free merch that she would like. What is this all about?
I think somebody got hit.
What is happening?
All right, the cops are moving in over here. Did anyone get hit? You see somebody get hit? Where is she?
On that staircase.
Did she get hit in her leg?
I don't know.
I think one woman got hit over there. They dragged her out.
Absolute insanity, man. Okay, I don't know how it would feel to even live there, living in the city right now and being right there around all that chaos. I don't even know how it would feel. It'd have to be a nightmare to live in the city right now. Helicopters flying, police everywhere, people in the streets.
Look at all you fucking lame ass people talking shit. Imagine being that lame and talking shit on the internet. You motherfuckers got no balls to do anything but talk shit. You talk shit from your couch.
I didn't make sure you put the shoes and tie this shit right.
Thank you.
Well, I feel like this is all winding down. I'm getting tired, so I'm probably gonna have to cut this soon. This feels like we're getting close to the end, and then watch something crazy happen. If the van man shows back up, I ain't going nowhere. Dude, I was so excited when it looked like he had another vehicle. Do you know how cool that would have been if that guy with no shirt on, with his man boobs flopping everywhere, driving a van, doing backwards donuts, and then parks, goes to another vehicle, gets in, takes off his fat suit like he's Tom Cruise? That would have been awesome, dude. That would have been so cool. That guy would have been my hero, man. Chris Christie. Yeah, it feels like most people that are out are vloggers or people that are just trying to see if anything's going to happen. I mean, it is only 11:30 in California. I've got this channel that's got all these feeds up right here. And I mean, I've kind of been keeping an eye on that, and I don't see anything going on. So I have been keeping an eye on that. Vote Democrat and you get this. Agreed. Yeah, I mean, we can. Oh shit! Hold on. What's going on here? What's going on here? Nothing probably.
They moved in on, that's Broadway. This is Spring. The last of the crowds that are out here right.
I'll just see what's going on. Okay, hold on.
Do I think Trump will send the National Guard out tonight? No. No, I don't. I do not. What is this right here?
Areas. There's a lot of areas along Los Angeles Street and Hill Street and Main Street that have been spray painted and vandalized with various messages and profanity that we try to avoid putting on television, and we apologize if certain elements of profanity make it onto television. That isn't our intention. But as the scene kind of takes a lull right now, you start to see areas like the intersection of Aliso and Spring Street, where sheriff's deputies actually have crime scene tape up now because it's just going to be a long process for them to investigate and figure out everything that happened here today and over the weekend.
All right, there are investigations underway that will be bent on catching people who were up to no good in the wake of the protest demonstrations that occurred earlier today. Gabe Santos in Air 7, thank you. We have a moment to pause, and we're going to check in on the weather.
Nothing there. See what we got going on here. It's kind of that same scene that we were just watching a minute ago. I'm looking at the 9 cameras, or what is that? No, that's 7 cameras, and nothing going on any of those feeds. Nothing interesting anyway. I hope our van guy is doing okay. I hope our buddy's doing okay. He was the hero the stream deserved, but not the one it needed right now. So he'll sleep it off. He'll be back tomorrow. I'm sure van guy will be back tomorrow. Sounds like Black Snake was fired from the HBO reboot or something pop culture related to look into. I heard rumors that the Papa, whatever his name is, Sadio or whatever his name is, I heard rumors that they were going to get rid of him. I don't necessarily believe it, and I didn't see any credible sources, but that was earlier in the day. So it potentially could. I don't believe it, but I'm not saying it can't be true. We got more looting. We got more looting.
Can I get a new pair of shoes too?
Or is this the Jordan store? Is this the video from the Jordan store?
I'm not doing shit. Yo, grab me a shirt. No, I'm just kidding. Man, let me just get a shirt up in here, dog. I watch your bike. Yeah, I got you, bro.
These are people that just love the community, guys. I just want to be clear because Governor Gavin Newsom told us this. These are people that love the community. Now, the people that are doing the crimes, they're not from California, okay? In fact, Gavin Newsom would tell you they're a bunch of MAGA supporters. As you can clearly see, these are all just clearly MAGA supporters going into a Nike store, stealing shoes. This is definitely MAGA supporters right here. Certainly. I'll just repeat what I said on my stream the other night. Fatherless behavior. I'll just leave it at that. All right, let's see where we're at.
Excuse me. Do you know if the officers that are dealing with the protesters, if they've made any arrests or anything? Do you know any information about that? Okay, thank you. Yep, you got holding the line right here. Holding the line. Oh shit! Look at that. It's crazy. It's crazy out here.
Yeah. Somebody said it, but I'd mentioned it earlier. If you're in Los Angeles and you need it to be safe, go to bookstores. Bookstores are the safest location right now in Los Angeles. They will not go there and steal anything. Go to a bookstore. It's the safest place in Los Angeles right now. No looting will happen. It will be safe and sound. No worries. I mean, personally, I think people like, again, we love Yo Pops. Like, I would not be out there. I would not be on the streets. I would be at home with my doors locked. That's what I would be doing. Right there. I'd be at home with my doors locked. But hey, Yo Pops is out there doing good work. We appreciate it. I think this is this one of the stores that got looted right here? Definitely not a bookstore. Libraries might have free Wi-Fi. It's true. That is true. Adidas store. Is that what this is? Or is you guys just making an assumption? We're almost at 8 hours. I think I'm going to hold out for 8 hours. So we'll hold out for 8 hours. We'll get the stream in at 8 hours. What's the longest you can stream on YouTube? Is it 10? Or maybe 12. I can't remember. Before you have to restart your stream or whatever. I think it's 12 hours. Might be wrong about that. At 12? Okay. 12 hours, yeah. I did a 24-hour stream one time on the Geeks and Gamers main channel. When the channel hit 100,000 subscribers, I did a 24-hour stream. That was so long ago, though. Mahler says it's 12. He would know. He would certainly know. Let me see if there's any more updates right now over on Twitter while we're looking at this feed. Gavin Newscomb. Breaking 911 says mass looting in Los Angeles. Guess who? Oh, man. So funny. Sometimes memes become reality. And we're living in a meme right now. Make no mistake about it. We are living in a meme. What is this right here?
Is in. That number will likely match up closer to the number of arrests that we saw on Saturday, and that number was 29. Again, this is one live image that we do have, and it looks like we do have another one, so I want to pop this up.
Miss Jamie says the best stream ever was the 3 a.m. Mustang stream. Yeah, that was crazy. My internet kept going out, so then I just switched over and got on my phone and drove up to the local store where I had a better signal and ended up doing a car video.
And he did not know, but that the National Guard deployed by President Trump will likely be in town for about 30 days. Police say they do plan to use videos and social media to identify some of the people who broke the law during those riots. Now, LA Mayor Karen Bass condemning the ICE raid.
Somebody said 8 hours is a lot. You going to work Monday? Well, yeah, I work every day, but it's because I have the easiest job in the world, which is, being a grifter on the internet. So I got it pretty good. I am very, very lucky.
Coming in from Gavin Newsom, he did post on social media essentially saying that Trump's border czar is threatening to arrest me for speaking out. He said, "Come and get me, tough guy. I don't give a damn.
What's up, Stacy S?
It won't stop me from standing
Good to see
up
you here.
for California."
Hail Snake Fit in the 199. Love you. Right back at you, Stacy.
From President Trump on Truth Social. We're going to bring you that comment coming up in just a few. But again, Sky Fox taking a look at all of the windows here that were damaged as a result of those riots taking place earlier on. Again, good news here as it does appear that The crowds have really
Riots, you say? Interesting word you're using there.
Been following all of the latest developments here and filed this report moments ago.
Escalating protests have downtown Los Angeles on edge, with law enforcement using tear gas and...
Do you still have the 300ZX? I have one of them. I thought I had it sold, and the deal fell through. So I do have I have the twin turbo still. I would like to sell it. It's been sitting for a long time. 300ZXs are impossible to work on. And they're expensive as well to work on. Not that it needs a lot of work to it. But there was some little things to do to it. And even doing a little thing on a 91 300ZX, even doing anything little under the hood is an act of God.
To a stop for quite some time as people became barriers.
What we're seeing in LA is chaos caused by the administration. But it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property.
In a post to X, Golden State Governor Gavin Newsom asking President Trump to rescind the order, calling the National Guard's deployment unlawful. In a similar post, former Vice President Kamala Harris writing in part...
Okay, we don't care about Harris. We don't care anything. We don't care anything about what she has to say. We don't care anything about what she has to say. Yes, she is a clown. Absolutely. Should have muted Bass too. I know. I wasn't even paying attention. I've heard that terrible voice so many times today. I just kind of tuned it out at this point. But yeah, I'll probably, so if you're a new viewer to this channel, I kind of try to go live, on Monday, or I try to go live Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. That's my new time. I used to do them during the evenings, but I have so much that I'm trying to cover that I've had to try to find a sweet spot. And 1 Central has turned out to be a really good time for this channel. So that's what I'm shooting for now. 1 Central, 2 Central, somewhere in that time frame. Obviously, find me on the main Geeks and Gamers channel, making videos. What are these idiots doing? And my D-Day Cobra Gaming channel. You'll find me if you want to watch me, because I have a lot of channels and I don't care to go through all that, because people are just like, who cares? Shut up. We're here to watch the riots. Shut the fuck up about your channels. And I 100% respect that. All right, no audio right now. This feed has, what is this right here?
Play that for you now.
Oh, damn it. Oh, well, we can watch the man. This is earlier today.
Two for the price of one. We have Marco. And I said, come on, let's go see the fake news and enjoy ourselves. Get a couple of nice questions. How are you? Who would like to ask a question?
On California, are you prepared to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Depends on whether or not there's an insurrection. No, but you have violent people, and we're not going to let them get away with it.
Mr. President, do you think if Democrats continue to side with illegal aliens over law enforcement, that they'll ever be able to win a national election again?
I love this guy. I think that is the great. Who are you with?
Breitbart News.
Great. It's a great group. Breitbart. Great group. I think that you're going to see some very strong law and order.
Hang on. We got to move away from Trump, because I think we got something happening. Something just happened here.
Kind of what we're seeing. We're not seeing very large or very concentrated crowds, but a lot of the folks that were here earlier have kind of spread out, and then you'll see about 10 or 20 or 30 individuals just kind of do little unruly things, stringing a fence across a road, throwing a firework, lighting a small object on fire, and LAPD has to come here and decide, is that...
There were people running and scattering all of a sudden when I looked up.
Hold our ground and kind of maintain the perimeter that we have.
All right, we'll go back to the boss.
Even if you don't plan to invoke the Insurrection Act, do you plan to send troops to Los Angeles?
What?
Even if you're not planning to invoke the Insurrection attack, do you still plan to send troops?
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart like it was under Biden and his auto pen.
What's the bar for sending Marines to
the bar is what I think it is. I mean, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order.
Secretary
We're going to see what we need. We'll send whatever we need to make sure there's law and order.
Mr. President, do you foresee those protests spreading to other cities, Chicago, New York, for example, in the next few days?
Yes, we're going to be watching it very closely. And when they spit at people, you know, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit, and worse, you know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do as a common thing. They get up to them this far away, and then they start spitting in their face. That happens, they get hit very hard.
What are the rules of engagement for federal troops?
We'll see what happens. If we think there's a serious insurrection or less than that, we're going to have law and order. Very important.
How would you define an insurrection?
You have to really just have to look at the site. You have to see what's happening. Last night in Los Angeles, we watched it very closely. There was a lot of violence there. There was a lot of violence, and it could have gotten much worse. And you have an incompetent governor. Just take a look at the train stations that he's building. Like 20 times over budget. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So I did call him the other night. I said, look, you got to take care of this. Otherwise, I'm sending in the troops. That's what we did. Thank you very much. You have a question for Marco? Question for Marco?
California officials could face federal charges if they stand in the way of the deportation. Something that Poland may have suggested.
If officials stand in the way of law and order, yeah, they will face charges. Thank you very much.
The boss handling business as always. Well, we've still got some fires. We've got not a whole lot else going on outside of that. But yeah, if we do have stuff going on tomorrow, I will cover it here on this channel. And I do appreciate all of you guys and gals. Thank you for the super chats. There's been almost 550 super chats, individual super chats. I can't catch up on them right now. So I apologize for that. You guys know I hate leaving super chats unread, but I can't let the show get taken over by super chats when we're doing this. But I hope I hope that I've highlighted enough of them, and we can always read them on another time, but it's hard to do it when I'm doing these streams right here. Emmanuel Roy dropped a gifted membership. Thank you. Thank you, Cal Nini, for $20. They're yelling at cops in San Francisco because they came out to loot, but there's nothing left worth stealing. San Francisco is a shithole. Is this a live feed right now? No. God dang it. They keep showing stuff and it has live up in the corner, but it's a clip from earlier. Drives me crazy when they do that. But anyway, 8-hour stream in the books. Thank you to all the new subs that are here and the new viewers. Appreciate it. Maybe this is for you. Maybe it's not. Maybe you're only here because the algorithm brought you, and I totally understand that. And maybe you're not here for the memes and the jokes. Normal CobraCast, basically the chat is takeover. Chat usually dominates my streams, and I wouldn't have it any other way. But occasionally, the content does dominate. So you guys know how it is though around here. So I do appreciate. You know what? Hang on, because since I didn't read super chats, at least as many as I would like to have, for those that are still here. Let's see here. This is for me not reading the super chats. So here we go. Gifted membership time. Here's some gifted memberships. Here you go. Hail to the chat. Thank you all. Really appreciate it. There we go. So gifted memberships to the chat. Thank you. Appreciate it. And I hope you guys have a good night. Be safe if you're in LA, and go home if you're in LA. Just go home and lock the doors. And or if you're not home, but you're in LA, go to the bookstores. There's the safest places in LA right now. Bookstores are the safest places. So make sure you go there. And thank you guys. And I hope you have a good night. And I'll talk to all of you later. Bye, everyone.